The camera pans over a desolate field where men in ragged white uniforms are smashing their hoes into the unforgiving earth. A scream rips through the air, begging for hydration. Cut to the next shot, they're laying down straw. A bucket brigade forms, sweat dripping from their brows, while a taskmaster perched on a cliff edge screams abuse, treating them like livestock and demanding impossible speed. Off to the side, a goblin secretary furiously scribbles demerits into a logbook. Zoom in on one specific worker, his back a roadmap of open wounds from the lash, his uniform heavy with a cocktail of blood and perspiration. He grits his teeth, cursing this hellish cycle of eternal slavery. Smash cut to a completely different vibe, the absolute G.O.A.T. This beast snatched the championship belt at just 27 and dominated the global rankings, staying untouchable for 2 straight years. In his final bout, the referee called it the second the towel hit the canvas. The king, boasting a flawless record of 23 wins and 0 losses, solidified his legacy as the heavyweight ruler of the planet's biggest MMA organization. He even capped off his career with one last title defense before hanging up his gloves. That man is Choi Hyun-suk, South Korea's pride and joy, and the main character of this wild ride. But barely moments into his retirement, bad RNG struck hard, in the form of the legendary isekai serial killer Truck-kun. As expected, the vehicle flattened him, ending his game instantly. Hyun-suk's spirit floats away, crying not about death but about his massive retirement fund vanishing into thin air. Fighting was his entire identity. To make it even more tragic, he died a total wizard, with absolutely 0 romantic game. 30 minutes post-mortem, Hyun-suk is still throwing a pity party, until his mindset starts to flip. He realizes the grind is finally over. No more brutal training camps. No more title defenses. He actually finds peace in being a loner, realizing nobody is back on Earth crying over his casket. While he's vibing in the void, a hand suddenly breaks the darkness. Enter a drop-dead gorgeous angel apologizing for the delay. She tags Hyun-suk as an SSS tier asset and drops her name Rachel Parole. She's a celestial headhunter scouting souls who just finished their runs. Hyun-suk is totally shook, his face heating up as he accidentally locks eyes with her. Let's say generous personality. He turns tomato red when Rachel grabs his hand. He stammers for answers, so Rachel lays out 2 options. Option A, stay dead and respawn, probably as some lonely single old dude. Option B, instant resurrection as a hero in a world that's begging for a savior. Rachel sells the second option hard, projecting holograms of waifus all around him. Totally overwhelmed by the fan service, Hyun-suk asks for a timeout. To process this sudden info dump, Rachel pushes back, asking if he's crazy enough to fumble this golden ticket. She starts listing the perks, stacks of gold, global fame, a harem of baddies, and VIP status. But while Rachel is running her sales pitch, Hyun-suk hits the mute button in his brain. He weighs the pros and cons. Being a hero means more cardio and fighting exactly what he just retired from. The alternative, chilling until the next life, sounds way more fire. Rachel sees he's not biting, so she cranks up the marketing. She describes a world where the village chief will sprint to him barefoot, showering him with loot and hospitality instantly. Hyun-suk would be the main character, crushing quests on easy mode. Rachel drops the bombshell that the chief would likely offer his daughter, the village's top-tier beauty, as a reward. Yet Hyun-suk's face remains a stone wall, causing Rachel to panic about losing her. Recruitment commission. Changing strategies. Rachel pretends to give up, telling Hyun-suk to just enjoy his next life as a forever alone bachelor. That triggered him. To seal the deal, she whispers a nightmare scenario. There's 0 guarantee his next respawn will even be human. That possibility hits Hyun-suk like a freight train. As Rachel turns to float away, he desperately latches onto her leg, screaming that he's in. Playing cool, Rachel cups her ear and asks him to say it louder. Hyun-suk squeezes tighter, yelling that he accepts the hero gig. Smirking with victory, Rachel says, "Let's roll." Confused, Hyun-suk asks, "Wait now." A glowing magic circle lights up beneath him, initiating the transfer. He shouts that he hasn't packed or prepped, but there are no brakes on this train. Rachel insists the fantasy world is already pre-loaded for his arrival. She wishes him a good game, while muttering under her breath about how high maintenance this client was to close. Rachel snatched up the phone, instantly going into corporate mode. She reported that candidate 137,421, Hyun-suk, had officially completed his transfer. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk's consciousness faded to black, only to be dragged back to reality by a rough voice demanding he open his eyes. Hope surged. Was this the village chief? Rachel promised. You know, the one with the legendary bombshell daughter. He was ready for his main character moment, until a fist slammed into his gut, knocking the wind out of him. Gasping for air and running on pure adrenaline, Hyun-suk snapped, asking if the guy had a death wish. But the words died in his throat. Standing over him wasn't a human. It was a hulking nightmare, wearing a wild boar skull as a helmet. Steam was practically pouring from the beast's ears as it accused him of loafing around the slave quarters. Hyunsuk froze his brain, rebooting. He hesitated. Could this terrifying creature actually be the village chief Na? That thought was ridiculous. That thing looked like a boss monster, not a quest giver. Voice trembling, he stammered out that he was a hero. The beast looked confused, leaning in, scoffing at how many idiots were claiming that title lately. A cold knot of dread tightened in Hyunsuk's stomach. Something was seriously off. He clung to denial. Rachel wouldn't scam him right. Maybe this monster was just the tutorial boss, trying to keep his cool. He decided to launch a surprise attack, true Korean protagonist style. But before he could even wind up, the beast growled. "What did you say?" Zero hesitation. Hyunsuk delivered a kick, screaming for the thing to drop dead. For a split second, he actually thought he won, until the monster caught his foot mid-air like it was nothing. A cruel smirk spread across its face as it asked if Hyunsuk really thought he was special. With a heavy sigh, it grumbled about how exhausting these self-proclaimed heroes were, wondering where they kept spawning from. Hyunsuk dangled helplessly as the beast cracked its knuckles, taunting that a good nap would fix his mood after he dealt with this pest. He was tossed into a dark underground dungeon like a sack of potatoes. Just as his eyes adjusted to the gloom, a deafening crash echoed through the stone walls. Someone outside was screaming to open up, demanding a rematch with the cow-headed freak. The heavy iron door groaned open, to reveal a goblin brandishing a rusty blade. It barked at the noisy inmate, threatening to turn him into soup stock if he didn't shut his trap. Terrified, Hyunsuk swore he'd be silent as a mouse. Once the goblin marched off, he slumped against the wall, muttering to himself about this so-called beautiful fantasy world. Everything had gone to hell. And his biggest fear, dying a virgin in his second life too. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the tiny cell window. The guy next door asked if he was fresh meat. Intrigued, Hyunsuk asked for an ID. The stranger introduced himself as a senior hero, a veteran of this mess, who was supposedly about to start his epic saga. He dropped the bomb they were rotting in the Demon King's army fortress, which basically served as a slave camp for humans. Hyunsuk peeked through the bars and was stunned to see a familiar Korean face staring back. He instantly switched to polite mode, calling the man Sunbae and asking how they ended up in this nightmare. The guy just chuckled at the manners, teasing him before shouting into the darkness, asking if any heroes were still breathing. A chorus of voices roared back from every cell, all claiming the title. The place was absolutely packed with unfortunate souls who had been chewed up by this world. Hyunsuk's jaw dropped, asking what the hell was going on. The Sunbae leaned in to drop some heavy exposition, that there were at least 100 heroes trapped in this fortress alone. He pointed out that the red, cow-headed nightmare Hyunsuk met was Red Run, the fortress commander, and that soup-threatening goblin, that was Jark, the most sadistic guard on the block. Then came the real twist, the reason they were all suffering. It was all because of Rachel, the so-called angel. Hyunsuk looked baffled as the man spat out curses, calling her a wicked demon in disguise. The senior muttered bitterly, imagining how glorious their lives would have been if she hadn't screwed up. Hyunsuk started losing it. Wait, this isn't the tutorial zone. This isn't where we start. The man shook his head grimly. He'd heard from heroes captured in other regions about where they should have landed. Normal starts happened in peaceful cities or quiet villages, safe zones to level up, even with zero powers, not in a high-level dungeon. The realization hit Hyunsuk like a physical blow. He was in this hellscape solely because of that incompetent angel Rachel. Her smiling face burned in his memory. Cut to a few days later, with the 2nd Slave Squad of the 3rd Battalion deep in the enemy camp. Humans toiled under the whip supervised by goblins. They were forced to chant horrific slogans like mindless drones, "Crush the humans, eat the humans." Hyunsuk trembled under the weight of a massive log, with a goblin chilling on top of it just to be a jerk. Finally, a bell chimed marking the end of the shift. The goblin barked at them to get back in their cages. Back in the gloom, Hyunsuk actually caught himself thinking the cell felt cozy. It was pathetic. He thought back to the angel's promise about special hero privileges and wanted to scream. He decided to test the oldest gamer cliché in the book, status window. Boom. To his absolute shock, the command actually executed a holographic blue screen flickering into existence. His eyes darted across the glowing text, scanning the raw data on his strength and skills. Hyunsuk accidentally muttered his findings aloud, instantly alerting the guy, locked in the cell next door. The neighbor's ears perked up, eyes going wide. Wait, you've already got level 1 stamina. Hyunsuk didn't bother denying it. He casually dropped another bomb. His strength stat was sitting pretty at 28. The neighbor, recognizing Hyunsuk as the former champion, felt his jaw hit the floor. He knew the guy was good, but stats pushing past 30. At level 1, that was practically a glitch in the system. Hyunsuk waved off the hype with a cold sneer, reminding the guy that a high-stat slave is still just a slave. But the neighbor was vibrating with hope, swearing that a guy with that kind of S-tier potential was destined to bust out and become a legendary hero. Hyunsuk wasn't buying it. He faked a snore to end the conversation, but in reality, his mind was racing. His level was still trash, and he seriously doubted he could brute force his way to freedom. Once the dungeon fell silent and the neighbor passed out, Hyunsuk shot up to analyze the interface again. That's when he spotted two very glitchy, mysterious tabs. Mana, the key to God-tier strength, and something labeled hero points. It clicked instantly. The other so-called heroes were total noobs. Nobody else had unlocked this currency yet. Suddenly, a blinding flash flooded the cell. The angel popped back into existence, striking a pose with a smug smile and a bratty little pout. She hit him with a cheeky, "Long time no see, handsome." Then dropping her voice, she teased him about spilling the tea on those secret hero points. But, before she could finish her sentence, Hyunsuk snapped. He snatched the tiny fairy Rachel out of the air like a fly, his face twisting into a mask of pure rage. He told her straight up that he didn't give a damn about points lore or her helpful tips. Right now, the only thing on his to-do list was venting his frustration. Cut to Rachel, hog-tied and dangling upside down like live bait on a hook. "I'm sorry," she squealed, desperate. She claimed her summoning circle glitched because she spilled her latte during a coffee break. As she stammered out excuses, a shimmer of soundproof magic enveloped them to keep their chat private. Hyunsuk squinted at her. "So did they stick you with me as a punishment?" Rachel frantically shook her head, clarifying that she was his personal fairy, his ride-or-die guide, until the Demon King was dead and buried. Hyunsuk shut that down immediately, stating he had zero interest in the hero lifestyle. Rachel blinked her brain, short-circuiting. "Excuse me." He laid it out. He wasn't going to slay any Demon King. He just wanted a boring, normal life. Rachel sighed, admitting that every rookie hero says the exact same thing, but she stressed that his SSS-level potential was too good to waste. Hyunsuk shot back that potential isn't a binding contract. He never asked for this destiny crap. Rachel tried to argue, but Hyunsuk cut her off cold. He was done with a life defined by endless warfare and bloodshed. Rachel froze. She had pegged him as just another musclehead, obsessed with brawls and babes. But this guy was broken. Panic started to set in for her. Flashback to headquarters. Rachel had thrown a massive fit when she got this assignment. She felt it was beneath her dignity to babysit a human. But management didn't care. The decree was absolute stick to Hyunsuk. Until the mission is complete. No refunds, no exchanges. The rulebook said a personal fairy shares the warrior's fate. His wins are her wins, his failures are her failures. Despite her screaming, zap, she was dumped right into the demon fortress. Back in the present, Hyunsuk's gears were turning. If a personal fairy has to share his fate, then she has to obey his orders. He smirked. "All right then, help me break out of here." She groaned but nodded. Suddenly, clang a noise at the door. Hyunsuk moved fast, shoving Rachel into his clothes to hide her. Wakey goblins were banging on bars for the morning shift. From his pocket, Rachel hissed that she had stealth magic and didn't need to be manhandled. Even after roll call ended, Hyunsuk noticed Jark, that sadistic goblin guard hovering by his cell. Jark grinned, exposing yellow teeth. "Raydran wants to see you in his office." Inside the main office, the warden threw a curveball. "You've been hustling lately, human." Hyunsuk stood there, stunned. While Jark literally used his shoulder as an armrest, he couldn't process that this foul-smelling creature just paid him a compliment. Raydran continued, admitting he thought Hyunsuk was just another crazy meat sack at first. But his grind set had earned some respect. That's why Raydran had a proposition. A promotion to head slave. Hyunsuk stared blankly, totally confused by the corporate title. Raydran explained that production was down, and he needed a foreman to whip the lazy humans into shape. Hidden in his clothes, Rachel was losing her mind. "Say no," she shrieked telepathically. "Don't you dare take this job," screaming at the top of his lungs that a true hero would rather die than bow to the Demon King's officers. Both Raydran and Jack snapped their heads toward the racket, demanding to know what was happening. Hyunsuk didn't miss a beat, shouting he'd handle the discipline and make sure these humans sweat blood to keep them distracted. He delivered a theatrical bow, smashing his forehead into the desk with a sickening thud. Raydran ate it up. He admitted that, despite a rocky start, he was actually starting to vibe with Hyunsuk. He even vowed to write a glowing letter of recommendation for the Demon King's army if Hyunsuk kept crushing it like this. Hyunsuk got dismissed, but internally, he was screaming, watching his escape route burn to ash. Fast forward a few days, and the worksite had a whole new rhythm. Hyunsuk strutted through the site like he owned the place, ripping into a lagging worker. He sneered, "My grandmother crawls faster than you run. Move it." With that villainous swagger, he looked like he was born for the Demon Corps. Ding. A blue system window flashed open, notifying him that his hidden skill, charisma, had leveled up thanks to his unique leadership style. Hyunsuk cheered, claiming the head slave life was the peak. The other guys exchanged terrified looks, absolutely certain the stress had snapped his mind. They started whispering behind his back, but Rachel wasn't having it. She got right in his face, warning him that this power trip was a one-way ticket to the grave. Hyunsuk waved her off, telling her to trust the process. Then he dropped the most arrogant line possible. "A little sparrow like you could never grasp the soaring ambitions of a phoenix like me." When another guy collapsed, Hyunsuk didn't help. He chewed him out. Ding. The system notified him that Raedron's favorability had just spiked. Hyunsuk threw up a crisp salute, pledging eternal loyalty to Raedron. Rachel looked ready to explode, screaming about his dreams of adventure and freedom. Hyunsuk just rubbed the back of his neck, sheepishly admitting he was literally just doing what the UI told him to. His logic, following the system, is rule number 1 for a hero. Rachel fired back, arguing that kissing up to a demon army official was ridiculous and totally off-brand for a hero quest. Hyunsuk stood his ground. Facts are facts. He even pulled up the quest text to prove it. It read, "You, who are currently stuck in the Demon King's fortress because some idiot messed up." Rachel cut him off right there, arguing that the slang was way too casual. System messages are supposed to be robotic and professional, not snarky. Hyunsuk shrugged. Maybe SSS-grade systems just have more personality. It flashed back to last night when Rachel had thrown a fit, accusing him of selling his soul for a middle management slave job. Hyunsuk had clapped back, calling her the crazy one, not him. That's when the notification had popped up in front of his face. It read, "You, who have found yourself trapped in the Demon King's fortress due to a moron's blunder, might feel the frustration of finding an empty cardboard roll when you really need toilet paper. But hey, this is your shot at greatness. Mission: butter up Officer Raedron and bag 100 hero points." Hyunsuk had been floored, but he realized it was the only play he had. Back in the present, Hyunsuk was leading a choir of miserable slaves, belting out the Demon King's Third Army Corps anthem. Rachel was baffled. Usually only high-tier entities could hack quest objectives like that. Why go to such lengths for Hyunsuk? Suddenly, Jock stomped over, ordering Hyunsuk to report to the boss's office immediately. Raedron was glowing, praising the massive spike in slave output. Hyunsuk put on his best humble face, giving all the credit to Raedron's brilliant leadership. Rachel rolled her eyes so hard it hurt, muttering that this cheap bootlicking would never work. But surprise, surprise, Raedron ate it up, blushing like a schoolgirl. The blue window popped again, confirming he'd hit the favorability target. Quest cleared. Boom. 100 hero points in the bank, cracking open the beginner hero store for the first time. Even Rachel and Hyunsuk were stunned the idiot's plan actually yielded results. With the favorability meter maxed out and the plan rolling, Hyunsuk decided it was time for phase 2. He leaned in, approaching Raedron, and asked for authorization to start a special training regimen for the slaves. Raedron raised a skeptical brow. Training Hyunsuk spun a fantasy, describing a well-oiled machine where disciplined slaves worked in perfect sync, doing the job of 3 men without a single complaint. He swore that with this method, the fortress would be finished in a week flat. Raedron hesitated, countering that humans were too squishy to handle training on top of manual labor. Hyunsuk didn't blink. "Sir, imagine the glory. When the commander sees what you've achieved." That hit the bullseye. Raedron signed off on the training immediately. Back in the holding cell, Rachel was in full-blown panic mode. She wailed that her so-called hero had gone rogue, first bowing to demons and now training slaves to build their fortress faster. She looked completely defeated. Hyunsuk, tired of the drama, snapped at her to keep it down. He looked her dead in the eye. He had a plan. Rachel shot him a skeptical side-eye, asking if he was trying to clown her again. Hyunsuk, sharp as a razor, clapped back. "Do I look like you?" Then he dropped the bomb, revealing his actual game plan. He was weaponizing the labor force. Hyunsuk broke it down. The fortress was packed with 3,000 human slaves, while the Demon King's garrison only had about 500 soldiers. The math was looking tasty. Plus, a human alliance base was practically next door. Once the riot popped off and chaos ensued, they could signal for major reinforcements. Hearing this master plan, Rachel's doom and gloom vibe flipped instantly to awe, her eyes lighting up like anime sparkles. "Okay, maybe you're not total trash," she admitted. Hyunsuk ignored the compliment and went to cash in his quest rewards. Rachel, still suspicious, asked, "Wait, are hero points actually a thing? Or are you just hallucinating?" Hyunsuk kept it 100, assuring her everything he said was legit. He even flexed that the hero store was finally unlocked. Time to go shopping for some overpowered gear. Hyunsuk opened the interface, heart pounding with hype. This was it, his lifeline, the golden ticket to a god-tier hero skill. But when the menu popped up, jaw meet floor. The skills were absolute garbage. Hold your breath, F rank for swimming, and waist holding. Literally a skill to hold in a dump longer. Hyunsuk cracked a bitter joke that holding it in should be SSS rank, considering how crucial it is when you can't find a bathroom. The rest, basic chores, cooking, cleaning, laundry. Rage filled his veins. "What kind of budget hero is this?" he screamed internally. Rachel was dying of laughter, explaining, "Chill bro, the store is level 1. She promised that grinding more points and leveling up would eventually drop the good stuff. Still fuming, Hyunsuk snapped, telling Rachel to zip it, and calling her a scammer fairy. The next day, he had the slaves saluting the Demon King as he commanded them to belt out the Third Army Corps anthem. On his signal, the choir began, "We the Great Demon King Army," Crush humans, eat humans. Forget the pain when you catch them. Nothing under the sky beats the Demon King's love. Reed Run watched from the shadows, nodding with approval at Hyun-suk's training methods. Suddenly, bam! The door burst open. Jark rushed in, panic written all over his face. The humans are here. The 8th Division, the big guns, had already walked into a trap and got wrecked. Jark warned that with the 8th Division gone, it was only a matter of time before the enemy breached the fortress. Despite the disaster looming, Reed Run remained ice cold. He heard the suggestion to flee, but waved it off. Hold up. History lesson. Wars are won and lost on logistics, he declared. Rule number 1, he stated, never lose a competent supply officer. He told Jark to bounce, saying he'd grab Hyun-suk personally before escaping. Meanwhile, our hero was yelling at the slaves. Are you guys ready to follow orders? Then he heard the noise. He sighed, figuring his combat training was about to be interrupted by Reed Run's micromanaging again. Checking his status window, Hyun-suk noted that while his stats had seen some gains, they were too weak to flip the script on the demons yet. I need a miracle, he muttered, wishing for some random event to power level him quickly. Ask and you shall receive. Reed Run's superhero landed right next to him. A hand clamped onto Hyun-suk's shoulder. Hay caught lacking. Hyun-suk spun around, heart skipping a beat at the sudden appearance of the boss, who looked frantic. No time to explain, Reed Run barked. You're coming with me. Now, confused Hyun-suk asked why, but the demon gave zero answers. Outside, the human commander roared, victory is ours, charge. Soldiers with spears surged forward, skewering goblins like kebabs. But their momentum hit a brick wall when they saw him. The Red Nightmare, Reed Run. The commander screamed, pull back. Let the knights handle the monster, but the mob was too hyped, charging forward blindly. As Hyun-suk watched the carnage, the gears in his head started turning. Wait, human troops. He began calculating. Could he use this mess to his advantage? Maybe this was the golden opportunity to stab the demon commander in the back and return to humanity as the Savior One soldier screamed, die. Red Nightmare, and lunged at Reed Run. It was a mistake. Reed Run caught the guy's head like a grape and squeezed, crushing it instantly. Hyun-suk froze, paralyzed by the brutality. Then Reed Run unleashed the 7th movement. He drove that soldier's skull straight into the pavement, chaining it instantly into a massive AoE blast, the explosive destruction wave. The earth cracked open, ragdolling human soldiers through the air like toys. Reed Run spun around to check on Hyun-suk. You good? Hyun-suk snapped a reflex salute, stammering that he was totally fine while mentally plotting his exit strategy. It was a chilling reality check. He was hanging out with a top-tier monster from the Demon King's elite squad. The battlefield was chaotic as human forces locked down the zone, planting 2 massive flags dead center, and started rounding up civilians from the Marie and Drasen territories. Suddenly, a soldier got in the face of Hyun-suk's cellmate, grilling him on if they were fighters. The guy nodded yes. Bad move. They instantly split the warriors from the regular captives and marched them down a separate route until a heavy hitter blocked their path, Olivane Grimier. This middle-aged dude looked intense with striking red hair and a beard. A straight-up Duke of the Drasen Empire and top dog of the Allied forces. A grunt ran up with the sitrep evacuation complete. Olivane gave him props for the hustle. The soldier added that the self-proclaimed warriors had been conscripted. Olivane didn't hesitate. All units battle stations, he barked. Then he dropped the hammer with a ruthless command. Wipe out every single warrior in front of us. Meanwhile, a carriage rattled through the woods carrying a totally defeated Hyun-suk, waving goodbye to his adventure dreams and that sweet second life. Opposite him, Reed Run sat there, stone-faced. Hyun-suk couldn't stop thinking about how Reed Run had absolutely deleted their pursuers. The tale was gone. Rachel tried to hype him up, dropping that classic line about how a crisis is just an opportunity in disguise. She suggested they scope out the Demon King's headquarters to get a read on things, but Hyun-suk wasn't having it, telling her to zip it. Suddenly, Reed Run broke the silence, admitting must have dozed off for a sec. He eyed Hyun-suk. You say something. Hyun-suk panicked and lied, claiming he was just mumbling about how hyped he was. To be rolling with a legend like Reed Run. The demon actually looked touched by the fanboying. He told Hyun-suk they were closing in on the 3rd Corps headquarters and to get excited. Once we touched down, Reed Run added, I'm officially signing you up for the Demon King's army. Hyun-suk went ghost pale but squeaked out, it's an honor. Rachel was silently freaking out too. Moments later, a guard announced Reed Run's arrival, and the massive gates creaked open. Reed Run motioned for Hyun-suk to stick close, saying he was taking him straight to the top. Meeting the commander this fast, that's a rare privilege, Reed Run noted. But his vibe said something else entirely. He warned Hyun-suk to watch his step around the boss. That is, if he wanted to keep breathing. Hyun-suk remembered the old saying about keeping your cool even in a tiger's den, so he locked in, vowing to survive this. Reed Run announced them at the door, and they got the green light. As the doors swung open, a woman's voice drifted out, making Hyun-suk wonder if the commander was actually human. Then he saw her. Long ears, razor-sharp claws, and eyes hidden in shadow. Her jaw and neck were a totally unnatural shade, screaming otherworldly. She was lounging in her chair in killer stilettos, radiating pure boss energy. "Welcome back, Reborn," she smiled, noting he'd packed on even more muscle mass since they last linked up. This was Hemis, the head honcho of the Third Corps. Reborn hit back with a smooth compliment, telling her she was looking more radiant than ever. Hyunsuk felt his face heat up. He couldn't believe this stunner was the commander. Hemis took the compliment gracefully while Hyunsuk was internally screaming, having no clue what to do. Should he tell her she's pretty too? He wrestled with the thought. Until Reborn pivoted the convo, admitting he was ashamed about losing the fortress. Hemis waved it off. She put the blame squarely on the 8th Division commander. "Not your fault," she snapped. "I should have skinned him alive and made a bag out of his hide by now." Hyunsuk stopped breathing. She mentioned the guy had crawled back alive, but as a total disgrace to the army. The pressure radiating off her was insane, crushing anything Hyunsuk had felt before. He clenched his fists to stop the shaking. Then Hemis switched gears and looked right at the human. Reborn introduced him as Hyunsuk, the guy from his report. He announced he was there to officially enlist the kid. Hemi stepped closer, scanning him up and down. "He's cute," she said casually. Since Reborn picked him, she said she was dying to see what he could do. Hyunsuk was sweating bullets, barely managing to stammer out a promise that he'd give it everything he had. But Hemis wasn't buying it. She scanned him like he was a defective product. "With a twig physique like that, you'll be dead meat in the demon army." She shot a look at Reborn. "Right." Reborn didn't hesitate. "Eaten alive. Literally. Though it's not every day a human walks in here," Reborn mused, stroking his chin. "Let me train him personally." But Hemis shut that down faster than a door slam. "Hard pass," she snapped. "I'm not wasting your talent on some fragile human." Then things got straight up nightmare fuel. Hemus's face split open, morphing into a grotesque flower, except instead of petals, it was all razor-sharp teeth and a slithering tongue. Hyunsuk's jaw hit the floor as he watched her shove her entire arm down her own throat. A second later, the horror show ended. Her face snapped back to normal, but now she was cradling a small, pitch-black beast. She dropped the bomb on Hyunsuk. "Congratulations. You're the new babysitter." The thing was small, sure, but it radiated pure malice. "Meet Bobo." Hemus cooed, oblivious to the danger. "Isn't he just precious?" Hyunsuk forced a smile, but internally he was screaming. Precious. That thing looked like a demon spawn crawled straight out of the deepest pit of hell. Plus, the irony wasn't lost on him in his world. The name Bobo meant idiot. But Reborn wasn't laughing. He stared at the creature, eyes narrowing. "That thing, it's leaking immense power, even as a baby." Hemus soaked up the praise, beaming. But when she caught Hyunsuk's hesitation, the temperature in the room dropped below freezing. "Problem," she hissed, leaning in. Hyunsuk realized he was one wrong word away from execution. "No. Nope." He scrambled to save his skin. "It's a huge honor. I love Bobo." "Good." Satisfied, she dumped the beast into his arms. "He's a growing boy, so keep him fed. And trust me," she added darkly, "you don't want to see him hangry." Then came the kicker. Finding a sitter was tough because Bobo had a bad habit of eating the previous ones. Suddenly, Rachel let out a piercing scream, shattering the tension. Her eyes were glued to a notification in the system window. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Hyunsuk practically tackled her. "Shh, you'll wake the beast." He looked up and the quest details hovered in the air. Mission survive by becoming Bobo's bestie. The reward, a massive 200 hero points. Hyunsuk stood there paralyzed. "Seriously, my life depends on winning over a commander's pet." Knock knock. The door creaked open and a goblin waddled in. Hyunsuk played nice greeting it, but his gut was screaming. Being stuck in a room with a goblin didn't feel like teamwork. It felt like he was part of a buffet line. So he whispered what happened to the guy before me. The goblin didn't sugarcoat it. "Dead. Gone. Digested." It pointed a claw at Hyunsuk. "From now on, we're the chefs." Hyunsuk blinked. "That's it. That's it," the goblin confirmed. But before the goblin could bark an order, a shadow swallowed him up. Bobo was there, ominously tasting the goblin's scalp. Panic mode activated. The goblin latched onto Hyunsuk's leg, sobbing and pleading. It even tried to offer Hyunsuk up, as a sacrifice to save its own skin. Hyunsuk's patience snapped like a twig. "Oh hell no," he shouted. The goblin didn't care, it was survival of the fittest. Furious, Hyunsuk grabbed the little traitor and yeeted him straight at Bobo. "You're on the menu, pal," he yelled. Bobo didn't need to be told twice. Crunch. Hyunsuk and Rachel watched in morbid fascination as the goblin became a light snack. Cut to later, Rachel was sprinting for her life, Bobo nipping at her heels. "Help me," she screeched. Hyunsuk leaned back unbothered. "Keep running. Burn those calories. He gets hungry fast." Then ding, a shop item caught his eye. Extra large bone. Effect charms carnage-type monsters. Cost 30 hero points. Hyunsuk whipped it out. "Hey buddy, fetch." He tossed the bone, and Bobo's eyes went wide, pupils dilating like a puppy as he scrambled after the treat. Rachel collapsed, panting. "You couldn't have done that 5 minutes ago." Hyunsuk tapped his temple, grinning. "Work smarter, not harder." He thought he'd hacked the system, but swish, Bobo lunged, barely missing his throat, and shredding his shirt instead. The realization hit him like a truck. The bone was just an appetizer. The beast wanted fresh meat. "Are you crazy? Taking him outside," Rachel yelled. Hyunsuk was sweating, feeling the pressure, as Bobo bared his fangs ready for round 2. In a panic, Hyunsuk shouted, the universal dog command, walk. Instant reset. The killing intent vanished, replaced by a wagging tail and happy yips. Bobo tackled him with a hug. "Oh, thank God," Hyunsuk exhaled. They stepped outside, but now he had a new problem. He was totally lost and couldn't find the kitchen. Bobo is basically a four-legged hurricane, yanking the leash every which way. Rachel scans the perimeter, dropping the bad news. Her nose is picking up 0 cents of food. Then she locks eyes with a goblin nearby. "Ask him," she suggests. Hyunsuk steps up to the creature, trying to play it cool. But the goblin stares back, totally confused, to see a human casually strolling around. The second, Bobo goes feral mode, the guy freezes solid. Pure terror. Hyunsuk tries to de-escalate. "Chill, bro. Just taking the pup for a walk." The goblin isn't buying it. He looks ready to faint. Stammering out, "Why is a human walking that thing?" Suddenly, Bobo slurps the goblin's face with a massive tongue. Hyunsuk yanks the leash, barking, "Bad dog. No eating the locals." Hyunsuk demands directions to the kitchen. Shaking like a leaf, the goblin points left and bolts like his life depends on it. Rachel and Hyunsuk watch the dust settle, totally dumbfounded. Then, they crack up. That reaction was way too dramatic, making them wonder if that guy is really Demon Army material. He's softer than a marshmallow. But once the giggles fade, Hyunsuk locks back in. Mission, find meat in the kitchen. Rachel, though, she's got questions. "You planning to play dog sitter forever?" she teases. Hyunsuk scoffs. "Yeah, right. Obviously not," insisting he's still got big dreams to chase. He turns around to check the leash empty. Color drains from his face. Instant panic mode. He screams, "Where the hell is that dog?" Despair washes over him. Bobo isn't just a pet. He's a walking catastrophe. And blink once. Mistake. Rachel sweeps the area with her eyes and jabs a finger toward the distance. There he is, Bobo trotting back like an innocent puppy. Hyunsuk lets out a massive sigh. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, you menace." Bobo wags his tail happily. Except there's fresh blood dripping from his muzzle. And his belly, suspiciously round. Suddenly, screams erupt nearby. Commander Regis is dead. Vengeful roars shake the air. Hyunsuk freezes. "Oh, no." Rachel points a shaky finger at the dog. "He did it," she whispers. Suddenly, a swarm of goblin soldiers bursts onto the scene. And Hyunsuk and Rachel don't wait, they sprint. Rachel gasps for air. "Are we gonna die here?" "Shut up and run," Hyunsuk snaps. But luck runs out. They hit a dead end. Cornered. The goblins close in, screaming for blood. "I'm gonna rip your arms off like chicken wings," one snarls. Another wails. "The commander. He's already being digested. I bet he tasted delicious." A third one cackles, suggesting they shred both the human and the beast, and split the leftovers. Hyunsuk forces down the panic. He squares his shoulders and bellows, "How dare you, outnumbered." He needs a play. Thinking fast, he hoists Bobo into the air like a trophy. "Do you morons even know who this is?" The goblins pause, confused. They just thought it was some feral stray. Hearing their hesitation, Hyunsuk channels pure rage. "You idiots, this isn't just a dog. This adorable nightmare is Bobo." The name rings a bell. Commander Himus's legendary pet. They hesitate, but then shake it off. Nah, couldn't be. Just a human trying to scam them. But doubt starts creeping in. A few goblins exchange nervous glances, wondering if he's actually telling the truth. Hyunsuk doubles down. "You call yourselves soldiers, and you don't even recognize him. Pathetic." The goblins stare, totally rattled by his confidence. Hyunsuk keeps a poker face and commands Bobo beast mode. Immediately, the cute facade drops. Bobo morphs into a snarling apex predator, drool pooling on the floor. He's hungry. Hyunsuk smirks at the trembling mob. "I told you. This is Bobo." Bobo sickum. A roar shakes the walls. The beast launches at the nearest goblin. Crunch. Blood sprays everywhere as teeth meet flesh. Hyunsuk watches the carnage, leaning back casually. Man, things get messy without a muzzle. In seconds, the goblin is nothing but a pile of clean bones. Hyunsuk turns to the survivors. Any other doubters? The goblins hit the deck, begging for mercy. "We didn't know, we swear." Ding, a blue system window pops up. It seems his insane bluffing skills have dominated the demons. Hidden stat unlocked, charisma increased. Hyunsuk grins. Not bad. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise. Calm. Dangerous. "What is all this ruckus?" Commander Himus. She scans the bloodbath, looking amused. "Well, look at the cute newbie making a scene." Hyunsuk freezes. His blood turns to ice. Meeting her in the office was scary. Meeting her here, terrifying. Himus chuckles. She loves it. The guts on this guy using her name and her dog, just to stay alive. Hyunsuk bows 90 degrees. "I messed up big time." Himus raises a confused eyebrow, because she was actually digging it. She admires the hustle, unlike the brain-dead demons she usually deals with. You've got guts, she smirks. Hyunsuk stammers. Thank you. Totally unsure if he's being praised or threatened. Hemus continues explaining that the demon army is mostly brute force. Raw power. It's just a magnet for mess, she scoffed. When I pressed her on exactly what kind of hell she was talking about, she hit me with that cryptic villain smirk. Oh, you'll see. Clock's ticking. Then total mood switch. She drops a bomb on me. Ever thought about the big leagues? You should run for executive in the demon army. My jaw hit the floor. Me, a boss I'm barely surviving. But Hemus wasn't having my pity party. Wake up. You can't ride my coattails or Bobo's cute face forever. She laid out the rules of this twisted game, the decisive duel system. Basically, you beat the guy above you and you steal his rank. Winner takes all. You've got 1 month to level up, she ordered. Win a battle and I'll keep your sorry hide safe for another 30 days. Keep stacking those wins, and who knows, you might actually make battalion commander and stop being useless. My voice cracked a little. And, if I lose, her eyes went dead cold. Trust me, you'll wish you died in the arena. Translation: failure is a one-way ticket to eternal torment. With my back against the wall, I swallowed hard and nodded. Game on. Hemis didn't waste time, she picked my opponent right then and there. Beside me, Rachel let out the world's heaviest sigh, looking at me like I was already a corpse. Well, guess I'll be planning your funeral in a month, she teased. I shot her a death glare. Excuse me, who was the one hyping up my SSS rank potential? Rachel just shrugged, totally unbothered. Keyword potential. That means maybe not definitely. You're literally a fairy, I snapped. Where's the magic encouragement? But mid-rant, the vibe shifted instantly. Something was wrong. The massive doors ahead were painted with fresh streaks of crimson. Please tell me that's marinara, I muttered, pushing them open with trembling hands. Looming inside was a red-skinned, hulking nightmare. Ah, the monster grunted, looking down at me. The human pet the commander warned us about. He introduced himself as Kulkin, head chef of the demon army. So human. What are you doing in my kitchen? I stayed glued to the threshold. Just grabbing a snack for Bobo. Kulkin narrowed his eyes, realizing I was just the latest sucker on babysitting duty. But instead of handing over a drumstick, he shut me down cold. Not happening. I stood there dumbfounded. Why would I feed a human? He sneered. Commander Hemis said, don't kill you. She didn't say, I had to serve you. Panic set in. Come on, work with me here. It's for Bobo, not me. Can't we make a deal? Kulkin paused, stroking his chin. You want meat? Fine. Go kill it yourself. Just like the goblins do. My blood ran cold. I looked over at the prep station goblins were hacking away at. Wait, are those other goblins? My stomach dropped. When this guy says hunting, he doesn't mean a peaceful trip to the woods. He means a bloodbath. Next thing I knew, I was face to snout with a colossal wild boar that looked like it ate trucks for breakfast. The deal was simple: slay the beast or starve tonight. Frozen in fear, I couldn't help but wonder, how did my life turn into this twisted survival show? This was the same monster that flattened Morgan earlier. They called it a hunt, but the boar was just bulldozing everything in its path. The kitchen crew was screaming for revenge, but watching the chaos, I had my doubts about who was actually winning. At this rate, I quipped nervously, I can't tell if we're making dinner or becoming dinner. Even Rachel looked rattled. Okay, new plan, she whispered. We bail. Now. I shook my head, eyes darting around the swarm of monsters. No way out. We'd be trampled before we made the door. I steeled myself to jump into the fray, but Kulkin's booming voice froze me. Hold it. I'll go next, I blurted out on instinct. Kulkin laughed. Relax, kid. It's already over. My brain short-circuited. 1 second it was a suicide charge, the next. Silence. How did they drop that beast so fast? A goblin ran up with the butcher's bill, 12 dead, dozens mangled. To me, that wasn't a hunt. It was a massacre. But Kulkin, he was beaming. Amazing yield, he roared. Take 5 boys. Then we bagged the next one. It chilled me to the bone. He didn't give a single damn about his fallen soldiers. As the surviving cooks wiped their blades, I whispered to Rachel, see, running isn't an option in this madhouse. So she asked, you gonna join the suicide squad? Hell no, I shot back. I'm not suicidal. But then the gears started turning. I need stats. I need levels. And in this world, that means I need XP. Rachel nodded slowly. Solid logic, genius. But where exactly are you gonna grind XP without getting turned into paste? I gave her a shameless grin. Hypothetically, do I still get the XP if I just swoop in for the last hit? Rachel looked disgusted. That is absolutely pathetic. But yes, it counts. That was all I needed to hear. Thanks, partner, I said, eyes locking on the target. Let's roll. I have 30 days to get strong or get dead. I marched up to Kulkin, feigning confidence. I want in. Let me join the next hunt for the glory of the demon army. The giant chef stared me down, silence hanging heavy in the air. Did I blow it? Then a wicked grin split his face. Kalkan was totally digging the kid's audacity. Hyunsuk let out a breath, thanking his lucky stars, while glazing the demon chef with praise to stay on his good side. Then Kalkan dropped a bombshell. He appointed Hyunsuk as point man for the next raid. Kalkan claimed leading was the MVP spot in their squad, a badge of honor reserved for the elite. Hyunsuk put on his best Humi face and pushed back, claiming he wasn't worthy to lead such noble demons, and that the other chefs would absolutely riot. Kalkan didn't care, he just flashed a thumbs up. But before Hyunsuk could argue, chaos broke out. Kalkan's comms blew up. "What's the sitch?" the chef barked. A frantic sous chef screamed about a breach, IDing the roar as an incoming orc. Hyunsuk looked totally lost, asking if they were about to die. Kalkan waved it off, just griping that orc meat tastes like trash. Whipping a massive cleaver off his back, Kalkan yelled, "Gear up, boys, we're bagging this orc," and putting it on the dinner menu. Hyunsuk's eyes lit up. This was his chance. Stick close, steal the kill. Rachel tossed him an item. Ping A system notification popped up. Health and strength buff active. For 3 minutes. Rachel preened, waiting for a thank you. Instead, Bonk Hyunsuk knuckle sandwiched her head, demanding to know why she didn't buff him sooner. Hype levels rising. Hyunsuk sprinted into position for the kill steal. Laser-focused, he visualized the prize, a hot, blonde, noble wife. At least 5 bunny-eared kids and a chill retirement. No way was he dying a lonely broke loser again. Fueled by desperation, Hyunsuk launched himself into the fray, slamming his fist into the orc with everything he had. The beast crumbled. Ding-ding notifications exploded. Hyunsuk stared, his jaw dropping 4 levels up. From one single kill, he did the math he could hit level 20 before sundown. He felt like a god. Finally, the power grind was working. Then a shaky cook walked up to the corpse, raising a blade to harvest the meat. Whack Hyunsuk accidentally elbowed him out of the way, claiming his hand slipped. He cackled like a maniac, grinning like a total psycho. He looked ready to snap, as he declared that every last hit in this world belonged to him. The grind continued, bodies piling up. Rachel, looking absolutely wrecked, wheezed, "We done." Hyunsuk just smirked, patting his personal buff bot on the back. The field was clear, and it looked like the kitchen crew had finished prep. But zooming in, he saw something wild. The cooks were stuffing their faces with fresh raw meat. "More," one screamed. Hyunsuk was shook. Kalkan caught him staring. "What's the holdup?" Hyunsuk pointed, asking if it was cool for the staff to eat the inventory like that. Kalkan shrugged it off, calling it a chef's perk since monster meat spoils fast. He explained that for the grunts, fresh meat was like winning the lottery. The chef admitted good eats were the only thing keeping him sane. Hyunsuk's brain short-circuited. What kind of twisted benefits package is this? Do they not have a union? Ignoring his confusion, Kalkan handed him a raw chunk, calling it a warrior's share. Hyunsuk stared at the slab, thinking about the cooks dying for this. He took a bite. Not terrible. The funk actually kind of worked, but mostly it was rubbery and bland. Back in Korea, a restaurant serving this would go bankrupt in a week. Then it hit him. They risked death for this garbage. A light bulb went off. If he cooked something actually edible, he could own them. Control the stomach, control the army. He was about to become the kitchen god. He popped open the hero shop, startling Rachel. Points dropped. He flashed his loot. F-rank cooking skill cost 50 points, and a bag of MSG seasoning for 20. Rachel looked ready to scream. "You spent points on salt. Trust the process." He silenced her. He grabbed the meat and made it rain magic powder. Instant magic. The smell went from funk to gourmet, turning the meat juicy and irresistible. Hyunsuk grinned. He was about to revolutionize this world's palate. He offered the upgraded cut to Kalkan, who waved it away saying he was stuffed. But Hyunsuk pushed it. "Chef, I poured my soul into this. One bite, and Kalkan could die a happy man." He hesitates, then commits. Instant teleportation to the good old days. The flavor hits him like a truck, a vivid flashback of his mom asking about dinner. It's so real, the man starts tearing up right there. Mission accomplished. Hyunsuk bounces with a loot bag full of premium meat. The chef warns him, "You've got 48 hours before that spoils, kid." Back at base, Bobo lunges total jump scare. Hyunsuk reflexes kick in, tossing the steak to calm the beast. Instant pacification. Hyunsuk goes full feeder mode, emptying the bag. "Eat up, buddy." Bobo inhales everything like a vacuum cleaner. Hyunsuk promises a refill tomorrow, and boom, affinity points skyrocket. Hero quest. Completed. The system rewards them with 200 hero points exactly according to Hyunsuk's script. Rachel peeps the screen. She points at a flashing icon. "Bro, that item boosts your stats. Why is it sitting unused?" Hyunsuk plays the ignorance card. "I didn't want to break it." He blames the devs and the idiots who skipped the tutorial for his lack of knowledge. Rachel isn't buying the excuses but decides to help. It's never too late to stop being a noob. She starts the stat tutorial. Strength is your raw hitting power. Stamina lets you tank hits. Agility is all about dodging and speed hacks. Mana is your magic fuel. Hyunsuk asks about charisma, and Rachel shakes her head. Hidden stat. Can't buy it with points. You gotta grind for that naturally. She advises a balanced build for survival. Hyunsuk disagrees. He wants to min-max. Dump everything into strength. Rachel is shook by this glass cannon logic. She counters muscle, works early game, but later, you're dead without mana. She explains that a body buffed by mana hits way harder than just gym muscles. Hyunsuk realizes she's right and adjusts the sliders. How's this build, he asks. Rachel checks the distribution. Solid. Then she points him to the cash shop. Buy the mana control skill. Essential purchase. Hyunsuk's curious. What's the meta on that? Rachel explains it's basically the driver's license for using magic efficiently. The price tag, about 100 hero points. Hyunsuk scrolls through the shop and finds absolutely nothing. Rachel is stunned. That's supposed to be a starter item. Hyunsuk's disappointment is immeasurable. And here I thought you were finally useful. He starts roasting her, calling her a total liability. Rachel tries to clap back, swearing it should be there. Cut to 3 weeks later, Hyunsuk hits level 100, but the grind was brutal. Rachel notes the XP curve is getting steeper. Hyunsuk wipes the sweat, wondering if the competition is working this hard. Are other heroes grinding like this? Rachel drops the bomb. Actually, you're kind of a slacker compared to them. Hyunsuk can't believe the audacity. Slacker, I've almost died like 10 times. Rachel clarifies, normal people hit level 100 in 6 months. You're slow. She tries to soften the blow, saying she just wants them to vibe together, but Hyunsuk snaps. You brought this on yourself. Suddenly, a goblin barges in. The commander summons you. Now. Hyunsuk steps into Heima's office. She gives him the once-over. You're looking healthy. Finally, she notices the glow-up. Your mana capacity doubled. Hyunsuk plays innocent. Just working out so I can feed Bobo. Heima isn't buying the humble act. Your growth rate is suspicious. Is the hero leveling system involved? Hyunsuk freezes. Cover blown. She knows. How long have you known? He asks. Heima smirks. Since the moment you walked in. She reveals she has connections with people obsessed with heroes. Then she drops the real question. Why am I helping you? Hyunsuk guesses it's about his combat data. She reminds him of their deal. Remember our promise. Hyunsuk nods. Heima snaps. In a split second, she morphs into a nightmare flower monster. You're leveling too slow, she roars. Work harder or you're dead meat. To her, this is just a reality show. Hyunsuk realizes the truth. Audiences don't want easy wins. They want plot twists and drama. She deliberately matched him against a boss he has zero chance of beating. Rachel is panicking. What's the play here? Hyunsuk stays icy. Chill. I need to think. Intel is king. We need to analyze the enemy before we engage. He needs to see the stats. Rachel argues. We only have a name, how do we scout them? Hyunsuk reveals his ace. He opens the hero shop to buy a specific gadget, the combat power meter. For 50 hero points, this scanner reveals everything. Strength, stamina, agility, and mana. Time to see how screwed they really are. Hyunsuk had a master plan. He was going to use this gear to scan his enemy's power level, then find a sparring partner in the same weight class to grind some XP. Rachel let out a heavy sigh, roasting him for only growing a brain when his life depended on it. Hyunsuk didn't let that slide, shooting back that being clutch in a crisis was way better than being useless 24/7. First test subject Rachel. The meter pinged her combat power at 375. She had no clue if that was god tier or trash, so she told him to measure himself for comparison. Hyunsuk tossed her the device, striking a pose while waiting for the verdict, but Rachel just stared at the screen looking totally lost. Hyunsuk frowned, asking if the display was glitching. She hesitated, then insisted the thing was definitely busted. There was no way, literally no way his stats were higher than hers. But the numbers didn't lie. Hyunsuk's power level locked in at a solid 1,560. He flashed a cocky grin, asking Rachel if she was absolutely positive she wasn't the weak link in this duo. Rachel slumped, whispering that she was rocking a 10,000 power level just last month. Hyunsuk ignored the pity party, wondering if the gear was actually calibrating right. Just to be sure, they scanned Bobo. The result. The damn dog was sitting at an insane 47,422. Rachel looked like her soul just left her body. The realization hit hard. Both of them were officially weaker than the household pet. Hyunsuk cracked up, joking that the devs must have patched Bobo's breed with a massive buff. He stepped outside to scan the local competition. The goblins, looking scrawny as ever, were bottom-tier trash mobs, with stats way lower than the orcs. Most of the regular orcs were hovering around his power level. Suddenly, a voice roared out Captain Bulkman's arrival, and everyone snapped to attention as the boss walked by. Hyunsuk aimed the scanner. Bulkman was walking around with a terrifying 14,300 power level. Okay, mental note, anyone clocking over 10,000 was definitely sitting at a commander tier. He turned to Rachel to double-check the intel. Was his dual opponent really just a platoon leader? Rachel nodded, confirming the target was Kirkin, and word on the street was that the guy had the IQ of a ham sandwich. Hyunsuk did the math. A low-level platoon leader should cap out around 3,000 strength, meaning he actually had a shot if he grinded a few more levels. Eyes locked, he went hunting for Kirkin. When he spotted the target, the scanner screamed the bad news. Kirkin was sitting at 6,671. Rachel didn't sugarcoat it. She basically told him he was walking into his own funeral. Right then, a ding echoed in his head. A Hero Quest window popped up, bluntly stating his win rate was basically 0%, but since diving into suicide missions was apparently his special talent, the system was throwing him a bone. The mission, crank his combat strength up to 3,000. The deadline, 1 week. The payout, 300 hero points. Hyunsuk scoffed, rolling his eyes at the system's impeccable, dramatic timing, wondering if the admins were stream sniping his life. But with death staring him in the face, he smashed the accept button. It was do or die. He vowed to outsmart both the system and his enemy. Cut to the next morning, Hyunsuk strutted into the kitchen ready to make moves. Kalkin looked up immediately, locking onto the weird goggles strapped to Hyunsuk's face. He looked intrigued. He asked where the hell Hyunsuk scored those specs. Hyunsuk shrugged, keeping it casual, claimed he saw the cool kids wearing them, and just had to cop a pair for himself. Kalkin nodded sagely, figuring it was some bizarre Gen Z fashion trend. He quickly dropped the subject and barked at Hyunsuk to gear up for the hunt. Curiosity piqued, Hyunsuk toggled the scanner on Kalkin, and the reading almost broke the lens 35,230. Hyunsuk's jaw dropped, because that was way higher than a combat captain. He glanced around and realized the whole kitchen staff was jacked. Fighting demonic beasts daily had turned these chefs into tanks. A light bulb went on. If he could spar with someone here who matched Kirkin's stats, he could simulate the boss fight before it happened. Hyunsuk turned to Kalkin, pitching his request. He wanted to throw hands with one of the cooks, claiming it would help him build character and work harder. Kalkin waved him off, grumbling that Hyunsuk was already plenty strong for a puny human, so there was no need to sweat. But Hyunsuk played his ace card casually, mentioning he'd just eat all the premium loot meat himself if he didn't get his training arc. Kalkin groaned but caved in, telling him to pick a victim. Later, while prepping for the hunt, the kitchen crew was shook. Hyunsuk had called out Golbashev, a guy packing a combat strength of 2,620. Whispers started circulating that Hyunsuk had a death wish. The goblins started rioting, terrified of losing their favorite human, mostly because he was their plug for delicious meat. Kalkin shut them up and shot a glare at Golbachev. Do not kill the human. He ordered him to keep it light. Golbachev, looking empty-headed as usual, just nodded along. Kalkin didn't look convinced. The tension spiked. The spar was on. Hyunsuk. Hyunsuk didn't hesitate. He launched himself straight at Gorbachev with zero fear. The orc had to check himself mid-swing, remembering Kalkan's strict order: beat the kid but do not flatline him. A massive fist came swinging, but Hyunsuk weaved past it, like he was in the Matrix. He realized instantly, Gorbachev wasn't fighting with technique. The guy was just running on raw beast mode. Spotting the opening, Hyunsuk snapped back with a ruthless counter. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. This rhythm, this intensity, it felt exactly like the battles from his old life, where he never took an L. Then bam, it was over before it even started. Hyunsuk stood tall, winner by total knockout. The goblin spectators were absolutely shook. Jaws on the floor. Most of them didn't even process the hit. 1 second Gorbachev was up, the next he was folded like a lawn chair. Even Hyunsuk stared down at his own legs, stunned. One kick, seriously, that's all it took. The sudden win lit a fire in his gut. If he could drop a massive orc this easily, maybe, just maybe, he actually stood a real chance against the big boss Kalkan. Later, chilling near the Great Forest by the Black Fortress's edge, Hyunsuk couldn't stop rewinding the fight tape in his head. He just one-shotted a guy with twice his strength stats. It was proof that power numbers were total garbage if you didn't have the skills to back them up. Stats weren't the law. He figured if he polished his moves just a little more, his next fight would be an easy W. But the victory lap was cut short. A panicked goblin scrambled up to Kalkan. A massive swarm of Talas was blocking their path. Kalkan groaned, face twisting in irritation. Are we in their turf or something? Hyunsuk, totally out of the loop, piped up. Yo, what's the big deal? They taste nasty or something? Hyunsuk asked. Kalkan shook his head. Nah, the meat's actually decent. Heck, people go crazy for the bone marrow. The problem isn't the flavor, it's the numbers. They roll in massive packs. And the mothers, psychotic about their babies. Hyunsuk connected the dots immediately. Mess with one kid, and you invite the wrath of the entire colony. Most leaders would call it a day, but Kalkan, the guy, was obsessed. He was practically drooling over the thought of that premium monster meat, so he barked out the order to attack. He announced that Talas steaks were on the menu for tonight's munchies and laid down the law. Lock the perimeter. Nothing gets out alive. It was going to be a massacre. These things were straight nightmare fuel, giant spiders rocking literal skulls on their backs like biological armor. Hyunsuk, being the absolute menace he is, accidentally body-checked a goblin out of the way. With the lane clear, he swooped in to snag the kill and farm that sweet XP. Before long, bodies were stacking up. Hyunsuk timed his strike perfectly and sniped the very last one, triggering a beautiful level-up notification. Rachel smirked. You're actually goated at kill-stealing, aren't you? Hyunsuk didn't even deny it. He just shrugged, claiming that working in a kitchen taught him how to finish what others started. But then, the vibe shifted instantly. Heavy, suffocating. It hit Hyunsuk like a truck. He spun around just as a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The boss monster. The Talus Queen was here. She stared at the mountain of her slaughtered kin, and the rage radiating off her was toxic. She let out a guttural roar that shook the ground. Hyunsuk, ever the gamer, snapped his goggles down to check her stats. The reading, immeasurable. Oh, we are so screwed. The reality check hit hard. They had just farmed her entire family tree. Hyunsuk whipped around to ask the chef for orders, only to see the guy's back. He was already booking it. Just survive. Meet up later, the coward yelled over his shoulder. Hyunsuk mentally cursed the guy out. Talk about a toxic leader. A massive crash snapped him back to reality. Scatter, someone screamed. It was total chaos. The weaker goblins were getting shredded like paper as the queen went berserk. Her screech was so high-pitched, Hyunsuk had to clamp his hands over his ears just to keep his eardrums from bursting. Look out behind you, Rachel yelled. He looked back, and his heart stopped. A literal tsunami of spiders was flooding toward him, with the queen surfing the wave. Hyunsuk didn't hesitate. He bolted. Behind him, the screams of slow goblins were getting cut short. Stopping meant game over. Lunging through the brush, he spotted a cave entrance and skidded to a halt. It looked sketchy, but was this a trap? Rachel urged him on. It's clear, I scouted this spot earlier. It's totally empty. Hyunsuk was skeptical, but the open forest was a death trap right now. He dove in, trading 360-degree danger for a single choke point. The tunnel went deep. Is this natural? He asked, his voice echoing. Rachel shrugged, pointing out the sheer size of the place, noting it was wide enough for a semi-truck. Or a Talus Queen. Hyunsuk noticed some gross sticky sludge on the walls. Gears started turning in his head. Rachel waved off his worry. It's not a nest. The chef explicitly said this zone was clear of monster groups. Yeah, well, the chef lied. That residue was webbing. And nestled in the shadows, round pulsing shapes, eggs. They had run straight into the nursery. This wasn't a shelter. It was a buffet. He spun around to bail, but two glowing green orbs lit up the dark. An adult Talus lunged. Hyunsuk took off, sprinting deeper into the abyss. With Rachel screaming, "Is this the right way? I have literally zero clue," Hyunsuk shouted back. He was flying blind. Suddenly, his foot caught on something slick. He wiped out hard, scrambling in panic. He grabbed a loose rock, no, a sphere, and yeeted it at the monster. The Talus snatched it out of the air instantly. Wait, that was an egg. The beast froze. It was cradling the thing like a baby, completely ignoring them. Hyunsuk looked at Rachel, eyes wide. Explanation. It likes the texture, Rachel guessed. Round, smooth, squishy. It thinks it's its own kid. A light bulb went off. Hyunsuk snatched up another egg and held it hostage. Hey, ugly, you want this. Back off, or the omelet gets it. The spider monster twitched nervously. Oh yeah, he had leverage now. Hyunsuk wound up and pitched the egg like a baseball. The Talus dove for it, desperate to save its precious cargo. Look at that agility, Rachel noted, sounding way too calm. It's buffed by nature. So what's the plan, genius? The plan is to keep throwing, Hyunsuk panted. We've got over 100 rounds of ammo lying around here. He grabbed another one, grinning like a maniac. But then he squeezed a little too hard. Crack. He flinched, then looked at the monster. Oops. Butterfingers. Bet you could have caught that, huh? Rachel, reload me, he shouted. That was the last one, she yelled back. Hyunsuk's face went ghost white. He definitely pushed his luck too far. The Talus roared, realizing it had been played, and pounced. Buff me now, Hyunsuk screamed. The queen was furious, but Hyunsuk noticed something. She was panting. Playing fetch had completely drained her stamina bar. He locked in. This was the opening. As the monstrosity closed the distance, jaws snapping, Hyunsuk charged his ult, Paradise Reincarnation shot. He didn't back down. He met the monster head-on, delivering a massive strike that crumpled the beast. A glorious cascade of system windows popped up. Level up. Rachel scrambled over. You good? Nope, Hyunsuk wheezed, forcing a laugh. I think my soul just left my body. He stood up shakily. Let's find a spot that isn't a death trap. But then, Rachel drops a bombshell. She's actually got healing capabilities in her kit. Hyunsuk hypes her up, noting that dumping points into mana was a clutch investment. She plays it humble, though admitting her heals are pretty low tier, mostly just patching up bleeds rather than full restoration. Hyunsuk dumps his fresh stat points and decides it's time to bounce. Sitting at level 108, his build is looking stacked: strength, hitting 56 plus 2, agility at 53 plus 2, stamina clocked in at 55 plus 2, and mana sitting at 53 plus 2. With charisma holding steady at 27, he vibes with the satisfaction of a perfectly balanced character build. Even if he doesn't know the meta for all these stats, yet he counts it as banking power for future boss fights. Suddenly, a voice bounces off the cave walls. It's Kalkan, acting like he just saw a ghost, absolutely thrilled. Hyunsuk is still breathing. Hyunsuk hits him with a, "Yo, why are you here?" Kalkan explains he stumbled into this cave while running for his life and figures they used up all their luck just surviving this far. But then Kalkan freezes cold. Realization hits this is a Talos nest. He clocks the scattered items on the floor, and Hyunsuk confirms the bad news, those are Talos eggs. He explains, this is the spawning ground. Hearing this, Kalkan's eyes basically turn into dollar signs. He starts raving that Talos eggs are S-tier gourmet ingredients reserved only for the VIPs and top brass. Hyunsuk is losing it, screaming at Kalkan to lock in so they can escape. But Kalkan is dooming, claiming the Talos queen is definitely home, and admits you'd need a division commander or higher to even scratch her. He gives up deciding that eating this egg will be his last supper. Suddenly, voices drift from the entrance. The goblin survivors roll up, with the head chef in tow. Kalkan greets the stragglers and offers them a bite of the forbidden egg, fully accepting their grim fate. Hyunsuk silently swears this isn't his game over screen. No way is he checking out before he gets to taste his wife's legendary 5-dish spread. Fueled by hunger and spite, he refuses to die in a dump like this. Meanwhile, back at Hemus's office, a voice breaks the silence, commenting on the commander's usual icy vibe. She asks if he completed the main quest. Reedrun reports success. He bagged the Holy Empire's next saint exactly as ordered. Impressed. Hemus gives Reedrun props for infiltrating a fanatic cult in just 3 weeks. She gives him a head pat, and the guy turns bright red. Their moment gets crashed by a knock at the door. Annoyed, Hemus snaps at the interruption. A goblin stammers out an urgent report regarding the kitchen crew sent to farm ingredients. Hemus waves it off initially, thinking it's just standard drama. But the goblin clarifies it's a disaster. The Talos queen pulled up, leaving most of the cooks, Kalkan included, either dead or MIA. Hemus asks about Hyunsuk's status, and the goblin confirms he's off the grid too. Hearing that name drop, Reedrun's face goes pitch black. Back in the cave, the goblins are holding a toast with the Talos eggs. Resigned to death, Kalkan starts his goodbye speech, but Hyunsuk cuts him off with a crisp smack to the back of the head, yelling at him to snap out of it. Kalkan looks at him totally bewildered, like, "What was that for?" Hyunsuk improvises, claiming Kalkan looked possessed by some wicked debuff, and says he used a secret technique to cleanse him. With a confident smirk, Hyunsuk whips out a new item. The Beast Encyclopedia Demonic Beast Edition. This bad boy holds the tea on every monster out there, and cost a hefty 50 hero points to unlock. He scans the data on the Talos. These spider-like nightmares live in colonies, and possess legs that hit like trucks. To drop one, you have to target the weak points, the torso, and the head. Here's the kicker. Talos fluids are basically gasoline, and their eggs are volatile, little bombs. Plus, the caves built from their saliva are highly flammable, making fire magic in here a suicide mission. Hyunsuk turns to Kalkan, asking if he's got any fire spells in his loadout. Kalkan nods, but admits he's only got basic flamethrower skills. With a heavy sigh, Kalkan tells Hyunsuk to give it up, warning that the Talos' armor is way too tanky for his weak flames. Hyunsuk brushes off the doubt, clarifying he has no intention of fighting the Talos head on. Rallying the squad, he lays out the master plan. He emphasizes that survival is the priority, so they can keep feasting on high-tier loot like these eggs. The goblins, however, think he's delusional. Hyunsuk flips the script, tempting them with a promise, an unlimited all-you-can-eat buffet of premium demon meat, if they make it out alive. Their eyes light up with savage determination, and Kalkan, practically drooling, begs for the strategy. Seeing their morale bar refill, Hyunsuk breaks down the play, stressing that once they start, it's a full sprint to the exit, no stopping. Plan locked, they move out. Immediately, they run into a swarm of Talos. Hyunsuk signals Kalkan to prep the heat. Perfectly timed, Kalkan unleashes the fire, triggering a massive chain reaction that blows part of the cave sky high. Rachel watches the destruction and asks Hyunsuk what he just did. He explains the play by letting the fire spread the eggs deeper in the cave, turn into explosives, creating the ultimate distraction. That distraction was their golden ticket, just enough chaos to buy them a few precious seconds to bolt. Hyunsuk barked orders at the goblins, eyes on the prize, just survive. If things got hairy, they needed to toss a decoy egg. But checking his inventory, he was down to his last round. One shot left, he couldn't waste it until they found the exit. Suddenly, Rachel pointed a shaking finger. Light Hyunsuk didn't hesitate, shoving the squad toward that glimmer of hope. "Go, go, go," he screamed. They burst toward the opening, adrenaline pumping, ready to celebrate. But that relief, it lasted about half a second. Blocking their path was a nightmare in the flesh, the Talos Queen. A shadow fell over Hyunsuk's face as the Colossus towered over them. This wasn't just an enemy, it was a wall of death. Kolkan went pale, trembling as he whispered, "She's back. We're cooked." Total despair mode. But Hyunsuk, he wasn't ready to fold just yet. He realized the queen was stalling, she wasn't striking immediately. That was his opening. He locked eyes with the beast and signaled Kolkan. "Light it up." Hyunsuk raised the final egg like a grenade finger on the trigger. He shouted up at the monster, voice steady. "You see this, if I drop it, We all turned to ash, including your babies. The queen froze, her terrifying eyes locking onto the explosive. Hyunsuk doubled down, pushing his luck. Move. Now, the queen let out a bone-chilling screech that rattled their teeth. Rachel was vibrating with panic. Hyunsuk, what's the plan? Plan B. There was no plan B. Hyunsuk lit the fuse and yeeted the egg straight at the cavern wall. Boom. The explosion ripped through the dark, starting a raging inferno instantly. The whole mountain groaned. Rocks started raining down. It was total mayhem, goblins screaming, scrambling, tripping over each other to get out. Run, don't look back, Hyunsuk roared. He was sprinting for his life. When ding, he stopped dead in his tracks. A blue system window popped up. Level up. Now Rachel was losing her mind. Hyunsuk, move your butt, or you're gonna be pancake mix. He glanced over his shoulder just in time to see the Talos Queen get flattened by a massive boulder. Then came the dopamine rush notifications flooded his vision. Ding ding ding. It clicked. The collapse killed the queen and her minions. And the system was giving him the credit. Every single kill. Talk about efficiency. He wasn't just surviving. He was speed-running an XP farm like a pro. He stood there, jaw on the floor, until the falling rocks reminded him he was mortal. Rachel hit me with a speed buff. Magic enveloped him, and they bolted. They burst out of the dust cloud only to find… Seriously, the queen was still there, battered, broken, but blocking the exit. Kolkan went full hero mode. Desperate to buy time, he whipped out an egg and screamed, "Hey, ugly catch!" He was trying to bribe her for a path out. It was a long shot, but Hyunsuk saw the gap. He put his head down and sprinted like his life depended on it because it did. Splat. The queen hawked a glob of green goo that hit like a net. Hyunsuk struggled, stuck fast. Game over, he thought. This is actually it. Out of nowhere, massive red hands gripped a huge tree trunk. A deep voice rumbled, "You good kid." Suddenly, Hyunsuk felt himself being yanked to safety. He looked up, stunned. "Read run." The big guy grinned, looking genuinely hyped to see Hyunsuk breathing. "Knew you'd make it." "I got this," Read run announced. He swung that tree trunk like a baseball bat, crack delivering a home run hit straight to the queen's face. The queen shrieked as she recoiled from the impact. Read run settled into a battle stance, looking like a total war god. Hyunsuk watched, eyes wide. That was awesome. He couldn't process the power gap. Fast forward to the Demon King's Black Castle, where the mood was heavy. The headcount came in. Out of 105 goblin squads, only 6 made it back. 99 squads wiped out, MIA or Kia Kolkan included. Later in Bobo's room, the giant beast was acting like a terrified puppy clinging to Hyunsuk. He was practically sitting on Hyunsuk's lap. Hyunsuk patted the big guy, joking, "Hey, easy. I literally clawed my way back from hell just to see you, buddy." Rachel sighed, leaning back against the wall. "We got lucky. If that cow-headed tank hadn't shown up, we'd be toast." Bobo responded by slobbering all over Hyunsuk's face. Wiping off the drool, Hyunsuk turned serious. "Enjoy the downtime while it lasts," he muttered. "The finals are coming, and that's a whole new level of danger." Rachel raised an eyebrow. "Meaning, time is running out," Hyunsuk said. Rachel looked at him. He seemed different, harder, more mature. And she was right. That cave disaster. It gifted him 75 levels in one shot. He was sitting pretty at level 200 now. "It's not enough," Rachel said bluntly. Hyunsuk nodded. Against the real monsters out there, level 200 was rookie numbers. Especially against someone with over 6,000 battle power. Rachel threw a curveball question. "Say you hit 6,000 BP. Would that actually make you as tough as an orc?" Hyunsuk shook his head. "It's not just about the raw numbers." "Exactly," Rachel said. "Real power needs magic. You need to stop swinging swords and start casting spells if you want to survive the big leagues." Hyunsuk sighed. Easier said than done. But Rachel cut him off. "Remember that one time? You used magic before without even trying." Hyunsuk blinked, totally lost. Again, when… It was primitive, barely counted, Rachel admitted. But it was there. It clicked for Hyunsuk, that weird surge of energy he felt before. That was it. Magic. Pure and simple. Bam. The door flew open, cutting the lesson short. They both jumped as Read Run stomped in. "Yo, Read Run," Hyunsuk asked. "What's a high roller like you doing in a dump like this?" Read Run crossed his arms. "I'm here to fetch you. The great commander wants a word." In Hemus's office. Now. Later, when Hemus spotted the giant warrior, she tilted her head. "Read Run, this is… unexpected." Read Run stepped up with a serious agenda, asking the boss for a huge favor. He wanted permission to personally train Hyunsuk in the art of war. Hyunsuk's jaw hit the floor. Hemus, skeptical, demanded to know the logic behind this sudden request. Read Run didn't sugarcoat it. Orc Harkin, that platoon leader, was showing insane potential lately. The guy was practically built for the deputy battalion commander role, totally overpowered. If they let things slide, Hyunsuk was guaranteed to take a massive L. But Read Run argued that Hyunsuk was a diamond in the rough, and he was dying to see just how OP the kid could become with the right guidance. Hyunsuk stood there dumbfounded, 100% sure the commander would shut this down. But then plot twist, Hemus actually gave the green light. Read-Run thanked her profusely before Hemus waved them off, claiming she had a mountain of paperwork to crush. But as they walked away, she couldn't help but notice Hyunsuk's aura. He was leveled up significantly since their last encounter. While she respected the hustle, it also annoyed her. He was becoming a legit threat to Kirkin. She decided right then to gift Kirkin a little power-up to balance the scales. Read-Run dragged Hyunsuk to his private training dojo, a massive arena that left Hyunsuk completely shook. It was clear Hemus had mad respect for Read-Run to give him this much space. Read-Run just stared at him, analyzing. He saw a body overflowing with mana, but the kid had zero clue how to tap into the tank. The problem was Hyunsuk's speedrun growth. He skipped the tutorial levels. With the big showdown only 4 days away, conventional training was off the table. Read-Run realized there was only one way to fast-track this. He clenched his fist tight, declaring that pain is the best teacher. Telling Hyunsuk to keep his guard up, he didn't wait. He launched a fist straight into the kid's face. As Hyunsuk slammed into the dirt, his brain scrambled. Is this guy actually psycho? Some training, he was just getting beaten to a pulp. Read-Run screamed at him to focus, warning him that without mana reinforcement, the next hit would be lethal. Desperate to survive, Hyunsuk scrambled to shield himself from a ferocious kick, throwing up his forearm just in time before leaping back to create some breathing room. He gathered every ounce of strength and fired back a counterkick. Read-Run was intrigued. Hyunsuk's physical stats were mid at best, but his reaction time and instincts, those were top tier, rivaling a veteran knight. Read-Run realized this fighting spirit wasn't fake. And that kick he failed to dodge earlier, that wasn't luck. Hyunsuk's combat senses were sharp as a razor. Deciding to bet everything on the kid's natural talent, Read-Run plotted his next attack. He reminded Hyunsuk of the high-stakes bet with the commander. If he didn't master mana right now, he had 0% chance of beating Kirkin. With ice-cold eyes, he told the kid it was better to die right here than get humiliated in front of the whole army. Then with a savage uppercut, Read-Run launched Hyunsuk sky-high. Mid-air, it clicked for Hyunsuk, this guy wasn't bluffing. Another hit like that would actually delete him. His life flashed before his eyes, the dream wedding, the cute kids, but Read-Run wasn't letting him vibe on nostalgia. The instructor was already chasing him into the air. 2 options left, block or game over. Sending a quick prayer to God. Hyunsuk clenched his fist, ready to clap back. A split second later, the entire arena shook as someone cratered into the ground. That someone was Hyunsuk. The impact was so heavy it shattered the terrain. Rachel, watching from the sidelines, looked absolutely terrified. Read-Run walked over to Hyunsuk's motionless body, scanning for life signs. He dropped the bombshell. Hyunsuk had just successfully controlled his mana for the first time. Did you feel that? He asked. Weakly raising a hand, Hyunsuk gave a shaky thumbs up, joking that the big man upstairs heard his prayer. His goofy face made Read-Run crack a smile. Read-Run hyped him up, saying victory was in the bag if he kept this momentum. He grabbed Hyunsuk's arm, telling him to freeze so he could heal the damage. But the second Read-Run started channeling, Hyunsuk screamed in agony. Clutching his throat, Read-Run had forgotten a critical detail. Dark mana is basically toxic waste to humans. Panic mode activated. Read-Run apologized frantically, scooping Hyunsuk up like a baby and begging him not to die on him. See, in this universe, powers work like a rock-paper-scissors game. Dark mana beats regular mana. Mana beats divine power, and divine power crushes dark mana. Regular mana is the human standard. Dark mana is demon territory, while divine power is exclusive to the hardcore believers of God. The Church of Tusis, the heavy hitters of religion, had started massive crusades to force all other faiths to bend the knee. Now rebranded as the Divine Empire of Gatorin, they selected a chosen one, who could supposedly hear God's DMs, revering her as the saintess. But deep in the Demon King's fortress, rumors were flying about a captured saintess locked in a cell, the future face of the Divine Empire. Abelson Marriott was now a hostage of the demon army, and the demons were whispering something was off. She hadn't prayed once in days. Shadows of doubt still hung over her claim as the saintess, but the crew trusted Read-Run's gut enough to lock her up. Abelson. She wasn't about to waste breath praying. Honestly, chilling in this cell was a 5-star vacation compared to the nightmare of the church. Bang. The door flew off its hinges. Read-Run stormed in, cradling Hyunsuk like a rag doll. Abelson immediately snapped at him for the rude entrance. Ignoring her sass, Read-Run barked, "Fix him. Now." Hyunsuk's skull felt like it was being split open with an axe. Seriously, what kind of voodoo did Read-Run pull on him? It was twisted comedy at its finest. As consciousness faded, his final tragic regret was that the last hand he held belonged to a dude, not his beloved Rachel. His eyes fluttered open to a vision of silver-haired perfection. Great, he thought. Dead again. Did I just respawn in a new lobby? Hyunsuk started wailing like a banshee, swearing he'd never forgive the angel for glitching his afterlife like this. He screamed that he'd rather stay single until 30 and become a wizard than deal with this hero respawn nonsense ever again. Going full drama queen, he cursed Rachel out, accusing her of being a demon, catfishing him as an angel, and demanded she send him to hell. Then came the ultimate ultimatum. If you're gonna force-feed me this hero destiny, you better put a ring on it first. Abelson stared down, totally unamused. Pathetic, she scoffed. Hyunsuk froze, eyes popping. But Reedrun, he was hyped. Relieved his toy wasn't broken, Reedrun grabbed Hyunsuk's shirt, yanking him into a bone-crushing bear hug. Hyunsuk was still buffering. Let go. You trying to finish the job, Hyunsuk screeched. That rib-cracking pain was the reality check he was definitely not dead. The gears turned. He slowly looked at Abelson, mentally replaying the absolutely unhinged rant he just delivered in 4K audio. Oblivious to the awkwardness, Reedrun turned to the Saintess. Is he fixed? 100%? Hardly. The Saintess replied coldly. Look closely. That dark mana is clinging to his insides like a parasite. She shrugged, no clue what happens next. Reedrun frowned. Can't you just wholly light it away with your powers? One wrong move and he drops dead, Abelson warned. We wait. Let it fade naturally. Reedrun looked genuinely guilty. My bad, he said, dead serious. I'll make it up to you. Get ready for hell training to buff your stats. Gasping for air in the demon's grip, Hyunsuk wheezed, bro. Really, I'm trash, don't waste the effort. Ignored. Reedrun started dragging him off like a sack of potatoes. Wait, chill, Hyunsuk yelled, digging his heels in. Watching them leave, Abelson tilted her head. Why was a high-tier demon investing so much in a squishy human? Hours later, Hyunsuk stumbled back to his room looking like a zombie. Bobo was waiting, and immediately started gnawing on Hyunsuk's skull. Thanks, buddy, Hyunsuk sighed. Apparently, the little beast had wrecked the place, and eaten a guard just to find him. Hyunsuk patted the monster, grateful. If not for Bobo's severe separation anxiety, Reedrun would still be torture training him right now. Hyunsuk slumped down and started venting. He spilled his guts to the monster, listing every disaster of the day until tears streamed down his face. The dark mana buzzed under his skin, a constant reminder. He looked at the ceiling. Hey Rachel, am I gonna die? Bobo just kept licking the tears away. Silence, then sobbing. Rachel wasn't answering. She was having a breakdown. My hero. Ruined. Corrupted, she wailed. You're not the same anymore, she cried. Hyunsuk paused mid-pity party. Hold up. I'm the victim here. Why is the voice inside my head crying louder than me? Finally she sniffled and dropped the bomb. It's all my fault. The mana, the near-death. All on me. Then her voice dripped with icy sarcasm. Because apparently, I'm just a demon in an angel's face. A deranged maniac destined for hell. Right. Hyunsuk froze solid. Oops. Those were his exact words to the Saintess earlier. Busted. Panic mode activated. He scrambled to fix it. No. You're the best. You're the MVP. Best buff item in the game. Rachel wasn't having it. Shut up. You don't mean a word of it. She ghosted him. Now he was stuck in the doghouse, racking his brain for a way to apologize to a goddess. 3 days of Reedrun's training felt like a death sentence. Hyunsuk lay face down in the dirt, completely broken. Abelson arrived for her daily healing shift. Even half-dead Hyunsuk couldn't help himself. You look like an angel today, he wheezed. Abelson looked like she wanted to puke. This guy was unreal. She patched him up anyway. Hyunsuk awkwardly scratched his head. Hey, weird ask. For the big fight tomorrow, could you pray I don't get flattened? And maybe, come watch. Abelson blinked, totally thrown off. Then the sun rose on Judgment Day. The arena was set. Hyunsuk's fate hung in the balance. The stands were buzzing. Who challenges a commander? Is this human suicidal? High above, the heavy hitters watched. Himas soaked in the chaos, grinning at Reedrun. So he drawled, placing any bets on the winner. Reedrun didn't hesitate, guaranteeing Hyunsuk was taking the W. The kid had been grinding non-stop, and his potential was off the charts. Intrigued by the confidence, Hemis leaned in to spice things up with a wager. If the kid won, the training arc continued. Reedrun raised an eyebrow at the setup, asking the stakes for a loss. Hemis flashed a twisted smile and dropped the bomb. If the kid lost, Reedrun would have to end Hyunsuk's life personally. That was the price for running his mouth. A cold sweat hit Reedrun, but he was backed into a corner, deal accepted. Glancing over at Hyunsuk, Hemis admitted she hadn't felt this kind of rush in ages. Then the announcer's voice boomed, calling out the fighters. Hyunsuk stood locked in mind, sharp and physique absolutely shredded. The nerves were gone. He was ready for war. He stepped into the spotlight, radiating main character energy. The growth was real. His stats had skyrocketed. New skills, new traits, the hellish training montage had worked. Reedrun's signature combat style. A legendary kit of 10 distinct forms was now part of Hyunsuk's loadout. Even though his mastery was sitting at a lowly 8%, he bet everything it would be enough. Our boy was desperate for this dub, mostly because he was fantasizing about a post-fight date with the silver-haired Saintess. But that daydream got shattered when Rachel screamed at him to get his head in the game. Across the ring, the boss monster arrived. Korkin, a total beast, was here to humble Hyunsuk, but instantly both Hyunsuk and Rachel clocked it. Something was seriously wrong with Corkin. He looked mutated compared to their last encounter. Reedrun froze, blindsided by the change. Hemis immediately chimed in, coldly reminding him that the bet was locked, no backing out now. Corkin unleashed a roar that literally shook the stadium. His combat power had spiked to 10,573, a number Hyunsuk verified with his goggles. Hyunsuk was shook. Corkin had broken the 10 to 1,000 barrier in days. Rachel was equally horrified, convinced the guy had used some dirty cheat codes to power level that fast. But Hyunsuk just tightened his fist and smirked. Of course, nothing comes easy for the protagonist. The bell rang, and Hyunsuk blitzed forward. Corkin, reading the trajectory, hoisted his weapon ready to crush him. Hyunsuk knew one clean hit from that club meant game over. The weapon swung, but Hyunsuk weaved through it. The attack was heavy and telegraphed. All he had to do was keep his cool, abuse the iframes, and punish the opening. Hyunsuk connected with a heavy hit, the announcer shouting that one had to hurt. Hyunsuk doubled down, landing another massive blow. The impact was solid, but Corkin didn't even flinch. That's when Hyunsuk realized he'd miscalculated. A blur rushed his vision. Something slammed into his ribs like a freight train. He scrambled back to reset, only to realize his left arm was snapped like a twig from a single hit. Corkin, meanwhile, looked completely unbothered by the damage he took. Hyunsuk analyzed the enemy movement's predictable form standard. In his head, Hyunsuk told himself he'd survived worse hells than this. He locked in, banning fear from his mind, and pulled up the archives of his training. Combat arts weren't just punches. They were mana-infused strikes capable of shattering the earth, or pulping rocks instantly. Reedrun had drilled this into him. He emphasized that it wasn't about gym strength. The core of combat arts was simple techniques designed solely to delete your opponent. Back in the dojo, he was told he couldn't beat Corkin as he was. The missing piece, killing intent. Without the genuine desire to slaughter, his attacks were just love taps. Back in the arena, the lesson clicked. Corkin winded up for another smash, but Hyunsuk didn't retreat. He dashed right into the danger zone, fueled by pure, unadulterated murder. Hyunsuk's fist connected as he screamed, "Fucking die." This wasn't a sparring match anymore. The strike pierced right through Corkin's muscle armor. This was Reedrun's first form instant obliteration. True to the name, the impact nuked the entire arena floor. Dust swallowed the stage, leaving Abelson questioning the outcome. When the smoke finally cleared, Corkin was standing there with a gaping hole through his chest. "Welcome to the Donut Club, you ugly mess," Hyunsuk thought, raising a fist in triumph. The underdog, the weak human. Choi Hyunsuk had secured the W, but as the adrenaline faded, his body convulsed. If he spammed that move again, the recoil might actually kill him. Rachel was losing her mind, screaming that he'd punched straight through the beast's heart. Hyunsuk was ready to pop the champagne, but suddenly a sinister crimson aura erupted around Kirkane's body. The vibe check failed instantly. The announcer was screaming miracle at the top of his lungs, but Hyunsuk knew better. This wasn't divine intervention, it was a nightmare. He watched in horror as a blood-red mass clawed its way out of Kirkane's flesh, the body convulsing in pure agony. That finishing blow clearly didn't finish the job. Something twisted is happening to his biology, and Kirkane is still standing, defying all logic. Despite having a ventilation shaft where his heart used to be, Kirkane has literally transformed into a walking, breathing meat donut. Let's call him Mr. Donut. Choi is shook. How is this guy throwing hands with a hollow chest? Then it clicks. This reeks of the commander's dirty work. While he stares into the abyss of Mr. Donut's gaping wound, the commander sits back, grinning like she's watching her favorite reality TV show. Next to her, Reedrun is sweating bullets, wondering what possessed her to pump dark mana into Mr. Donut. She triggered a curse that flips the undead switch the second he hits critical health. Talk about a toxic backup plan. The commander is low-key impressed by Choi's learning curve, but that smirk hides some annoyance that he didn't show this kind of elite potential back on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Choi is eyeing the enemy, wondering, is this thing even alive? He's staring down a heartless monster. Rachel pipes up with the lore drop, "He's dead, fam. It's just a curse puppeting the body." However, she notes the battery on that curse is running low. Suddenly, Mr. Donut goes feral, locking onto the hero with murder in his eyes. Choi actually laughs. He mocks the attack as basic and easy to dodge. Famous last words, bro. Before he can blink, he gets folded. Mr. Donut's fist teleports to his throat. Turns out that predictable move wasn't so predictable after all. Mr. Donut grips the hero's neck like a stress ball, with one hand while turning his face into hamburger meat with the other. He only stops when Choi, in a panic, clamps his limbs around the monster's arm, triggering a massive energy spike. Donut reacts by tossing him like a sack of potatoes, introducing Choi's face to the wall at Mach speed. As he contemplates the intimate relationship between his spine and the brickwork, he flashes back to that "I'm about to die" feeling. Judging by the pain, every bone in his body just turned to dust. No time for a pity party, though. He senses eyes on him. It's Abelson practically willing him to get back up. She's gesturing wildly, screaming that he's got this. The hero hesitates for a split second, but the doubt evaporates. He forces himself up. The bell hasn't rung until the fat lady sings. And honestly, his sudden burst of courage comes from one very specific motivation: the absolute terror of looking like a scrub in front of a girl. That is how you cheat death, folks, even with a shattered skeleton. He wraps his broken body in a layer of mana armor. A brilliant blue aura explodes around him. Choi is ready for round 2. As he stalks toward Mr. Donut, the system goes crazy. 2 notifications pop up back to back. His mana control levels up from F to E, and instantly jumps from E to D. He charges up a nuke of an attack and screams, "Wait for it," asking Abelson on a date. Nothing says romance like screaming "hang out with me" while smashing a goblin's thinking box. The impact drives Mr. Donut's head straight into the dirt. It was a devastating hit, but the zombie is still twitching. It was close though. Realizing the strategy works, Choi doubles down, raining hammer blows on Mr. Donut's meat coconut. The crowd is dead, silent jaws on the floor, their brains unable to process the violence unfolding in the arena. Meanwhile, in the VIP box with Reidrun and the commander, she asks if Reidrun was the sensei behind those killer moves. Reidrun shakes his head. "Not me, boss." He emphasizes that he's never seen a fighting style like that in his entire life. Back in the ring, the fight is wrapping up, but Choi's brain is fully occupied with date logistics. We're talking 1 night, 2 days. Fancy dinner, maybe a hotel. You know, the absolute most critical thoughts when fighting a zombie. However, he knows he has to stay sharp as his body finally gives out. Seeing this, the commander shoots Reidrun a warning look. "Be careful. Choi is a monster." She thinks having a hero in the demon army is going to be a riot, even if Choi's face reminds her of someone she really hates. Fade to black. Later, the hero jolts awake in his cabin wrapped like a mummy, with Dog and Rachel looming over him. Before he can hit them with the "Where am I?" Rachel snaps that he's obviously in his room. Duh. Choi is panic-checking the fight results, but they calm him down. He caught the dub and Abelson patched him up personally. Time to check the scoreboard. He pulls up his stats. Hero candidate Choi now, level 212, has seen massive gains. Stamina, mana, charisma, everything skyrocketed. Plus, he finally unlocked the mana control skill. While he's geeking out over the numbers, Rachel mutters that she could have healed him too. Choi completely leaves her on red, focused solely on the absurd amount of levels he just grinded. But when Rachel spots mana control, her eyes bug out. She gets defensive. "I'm right to freak out. Do you know how rare mana control is?" She starts hyping it up. But Choi cuts her off. He spots a weirdly folded piece of paper. "What is that?" Cut to Abelson's prison cell. She is staring up at the night sky, whispering that it was total overkill. In her head, this hero is a complete weirdo. Mastering mana and combat in just 3 days, that is not just fast, that is practically unnatural. The guy has got god-tier potential, sure. Too bad his personality is absolute garbage compared to his stats. Divine intervention or just a freak of nature, Abelson doesn't care. Results are results. He is the weapon she has been waiting for. She raps on a door needing a favor, and Reidrun slides it open. Whatever she needs, he has got it. She asks for a simple stroll. Meanwhile, back in his quarters, Choi stares at a letter in disbelief. He actually scored the date. Abelson said yes. She wants to link up at the courtyard right now. This is it, the hero's big moment. But as the clock ticks down, the panic sets in hard. He is spiraling. Does he ask for her digits? Oh wait, smartphones don't exist here. He is totally clueless. Rachel tells him to bail and go back to bed, sick of him ignoring her solid advice. She doesn't get to finish that thought because Choi snatches her up, ready to yeet her across the room. He is mid-wind-up when he freezes. Abelson is standing right there, flanked by 2 goons. Choi, looking guilty as hell, stammers out a greeting while eyeing the extra muscle. Just her security detail. Obviously, she can't be wandering around solo in her state. Reality hits Choi like a truck, right? She is a hostage of the demon army. The mood instantly tanks. Abelson suggests a walk to break the ice. Choi nods, but inside he is screaming. Having an audience kills the vibe. Zero chance for romance with these guards breathing down their necks. He is grasping for a conversation starter, but Abelson, she knows exactly where she is going with this. She drops the bomb without flinching. "Are you a hero, Mr. Choi Hyan Siak?" Choi freezes. How did she make him? Then she points it out. In this world, only heroes and demons rock black hair. He is shook. Before he can recover, she asks if he has any questions for her. "Go ahead, ask," she says. Nervous but thankful for the opening, Choi opens his mouth to speak. But the words never come out. Reidrun crashes the party, scaring the life out of Choi. Reidrun storms over, looking totally annoyed, and drops the news. The commander wants Choi. "Now, you need to come with me," he barks. Choi's stomach drops. Date over. Abelson looks ticked off too, but definitely not for the same reasons as our love-struck hero. As he leaves, Abelson eyes him suspiciously. Is this guy actually legit? Cut to Hemus's chambers. Hemus reveals she has been watching his fight tapes. She is impressed by how he stubbornly refuses to die. "Remember our little deal," she purrs. Choi swallows hard and nods. He remembers. She promised him protection. The price, fight whoever she points at. What else she prompts? Choi recites the clause he gets promoted to executive. Himu smirks. Honestly, she didn't think he would survive long enough to collect on that promise. But things change. She glances at Redrun. Even he admitted Choi has got raw talent. He is prime material for a leadership spot in the Demon King's army. He is too good to be a grunt. But the Cook's company has been taking heavy losses. They are running low on meat. If this keeps up, they will be eating each other. Choi hears the words, but the logic isn't clicking yet. Why is she telling him this? Then she drops the hammer. You are the new leader of the Cook squad. He has got full clearance. Do whatever it takes to fix that kitchen. Think you can handle it? She asks. Choi hesitates, then nods. He will give it his best shot. Cut scene. Now he is alone with Rachel and she is roasting him. A hero leading a demon squad, that is rich. Choi matches her energy. Yeah, I'm so thrilled I could just drop dead. He trudges toward his new office. He calls out her salty attitude, but Rachel just grunts, switching up her vibe. He steps into the kitchen and immediately locks eyes with a sketchy-looking creature. It is one of the servants, and he has got zero respect. He sneers, calling Choi a slave. Time to show them who is boss. Choi gets right in his face and screams. The servant just blinks, totally confused. Bam! Choi lands a wicked uppercut right to the chin. Lights out, buddy. As the guy hits the floor, Choi stands tall and drops the bomb. I'm the captain now. Choi barks orders to assemble in the mess hall immediately. Scanning the room with his interface, the hero clocks the toughest guy there. Power level, 3,500. Not bad, but looking around the squad is looking pathetic. It's a ghost town. Where the hell is everyone else? Roster says 300, but only 20 showed up. That is a 90% drop. Choi's gut sinks. This is an absolute disaster. Fail here and he is dead meat. High stakes, low odds. He steps up to the ragtag crew and asks, all right, who here knows my name? Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Barbecue Master 1 whispers. Then some idiot yells, a tasty snack, big mistake. Before he finishes the sentence, Choi's foot connects with his face. Dude gets launched into the wall. Total cartoon splat. Silence falls. Choi dusts himself off icy cold. Let's get one thing straight. I am the commander. He demands respect. From now on, you address me as the rightful commander of the cooking unit. Period. He glares at the empty seats. Now why is my squad so empty? A nervous grunt speaks up. The others went hunting unauthorized. And got wiped by demon beasts. Classic. Unauthorized, away from keyboard, resulting in a total party wipe. Choi rubs his temples. Who is the best chef left standing, he demands. The crowd points to Galtum. Congrats, Galtum. You are vice commander now. Instant promotion. No one dares argue. After dismissing the crew, the reality hits. He needs 200 bodies to fill the ranks. How is he going to pull that off? Lightbulb moment. He has got a scheme. The next morning, it is go time. The squad, Choi, the fairy, and the dog rolls out on a headhunting mission. Choi has a strategy locked and loaded. Scouring the area, he muses on the grind. Some minions are NPCs, but he needs main characters. Target acquired, Choi finds a guy and introduces himself with a savage kick. Hey, want a job as a chef? The guy, clearly not vibing with the violent hello, gets salty. He tries to swing back, but Choi plants him into the dirt before he can blink. Time for the aggressive sales pitch while the guy eats dust. Congrats, you are recruit number 1. Choi grins. Join up, and you get a high rank. Being a senior means you get to chill while the noobs work. You don't get bullied, you do the bullying. The guy's eyes light up. He is listening. Then Choi drops the catch regarding his first quest. Bring me 5 juniors, and you are golden. Oh yeah, it is not just recruitment, it is a straight-up pyramid scheme. Plan A is in full effect. Meanwhile, cut to a fancy dining room. A massive juicy steak is getting devoured. Meet Doris, the big bad commander of the 3rd Battalion, within the Demon King's army. Savoring every bite, he sighs happily. It is quiet today, peaceful. This steak tastes like victory and silence. Crash! A goblin kicks the door down in a panic. Doris dabs his mouth with a napkin unbothered. What is the meaning of this interruption? Try a little elegance next time. The goblin gasps for air, face pale. Sir Disaster. Most of the battalion. They are gone. Doris raises an eyebrow. Gone, like AWOL. Their only job is to serve me. The goblin is shaking like a leaf. No sir, not AWOL. They got drafted. 2. The cooking division. Doris keeps chewing unfazed. Cooking division. Ah yes. The new head chef is that human Himus is so fond of. He swallows. Well, tell them to watch their step next time. The goblin screams, Sir, you do not understand. We cannot let this slide. He is losing it. They poached 200 of your soldiers. 200. Doris freezes. Fork drops. His brain short circuits. My entire battalion. Jump ship. Just like that, his ego takes a massive hit. Cut to the outside. Choi Hyun-suk's new recruits are swarming the yard. Rachel reports, in boss count is over 200. We are packed. Choi strikes a pose chin high. All thanks to my genius brain. He smirks. Looks like we have got enough kitchen staff. Mission accomplished. Recruiting is over. Suddenly, rumble. A noise cuts through the celebration. Choi whips his head around. There stands the panicked goblin perched on Doris's massive shoulder, pointing a shaky finger at the traitorous soldiers. Choi's stomach drops. Bad vibes detected. He pushes up his glasses. I have zero clue what is happening, or who big guy is, but he looks ticked off. He activates his scanner glasses to get a read on the threat. Beep warning. The system screams error. Cannot measure power levels exceeding 50,000. Choi's eyes bug out. Over 50,000. The interface flashes red. System overload imminent. Shutdown recommended. Choi mutters, nope. Time to bail. Abort mission. He turns to bolt. But Doris roars, Choi Yoon Seok. Are you the human babysitting? Bobo Choi is halfway into a stealth exit trying to ghost the scene. Betrayal Bobo pops out and barks happily at Doris. Busted. Choi freezes mid-step. No escape now. He forces a smile and turns around. Sup. I am Choi. To what do I owe the pleasure, he asks, sweating bullets. Doris steps forward, looming over him. I am Commander Doris. 3rd Battalion. His eyes narrow. Now who the hell do you think you are? Questioning my presence, he jabs a finger at his defected soldiers. You think I would not notice my army standing in your yard? You think I am here for a stroll? Choi gulps. He did not realize his pyramid scheme had accidentally cannibalized an entire active combat unit. Those recruits dragged their whole squad with them. Oops, Doris glares. We need to talk. In my office. Now. Cornered. Choi nods. Sure thing. As he follows, he thinks, it was going too well. I knew karma was going to bite me. Back in the office, the tension is thick. The commander presses him, asking if this setup was truly unintentional. Choi plays the innocent card, swearing he'd never pull a stunt like that. He spins a smooth narrative, claiming he simply handpicked the absolute bravest warriors. It's just a total coincidence that every single one hails from the 3rd Battalion. Doris blinks, stunned. He realizes the army commander must have a serious soft spot for this human to let him get away with this. Deciding peace is the best play, Doris drops it. His face shifts instantly, plastering on a much friendlier diplomatic vibe. He shrugs, what's done is done. He tells Choi to just take his squad of hand-picked soldiers and use them however he sees fit. Hyansiak lights up instantly, eyes widening as he asks if this is for real. He's riding high, thinking this is a total win. But right as the euphoria hits, Doris drops the bomb. There's a condition. Choi's stomach knots up immediately. Playing the gentleman card, Doris explains that since Choi has already swiped 200 of his troops, there is one specific soldier he's obligated to take as a bonus. Choi goes on high alert, his brain racing. Even after looting so many men, Doris is pushing one more on him. That screams trap. This guy must be a total useless lemon, a walking disaster magnet. Seeing the hesitation, Doris narrows his eyes, asking if Choi is refusing, and if he's got a problem with that, especially after gutting his 3rd Battalion. Under the crushing pressure, Choi's knees turn to jelly, and he frantically denies it's an issue. He stammers that he's just so overwhelmed with joy, he literally can't find the words to express his gratitude. The door creaks open. Doris grins, declaring the deal is sealed, and prepares to introduce Choi to his new recruit. A colossal hand grips the frame. Doris drops the name of the new unit, Yuzaru, adding that he's a lovable hybrid, half-ogre and half-orc. Yuzaru booms out an introduction. Speaking in the 3rd person, Yuzaru is here, Commander. Since Choi is still rocking his analysis glasses, he realizes Yuzaru's combat stats are glitching out. They're unmeasurable. Choi freezes, terrified by the sheer power standing in front of him. Doris chuckles, admitting Yuzaru's got one tiny flaw. He's dumb as a rock. But he's strong. Put him to good use, he says. As Yuzaru tries to squeeze into the room, he smacks his head on the doorframe and literally announces, he hit his head. Choi stares, wondering just how low this guy's IQ really is. Cut to the recruitment site, Choi steps up to reintroduce himself. He addresses the entire squad. I'm Choi Hyansiak, tamer of Bobo, and your new head chef. A grunt whispers that this is the first time he's actually seen Bobo. Choi holds up a bone, cooing, Bobo is a good boy, isn't he? Bobo's eyes glow drool, pooling on the floor at the sight of the treat. Choi pivots back to the troops, declaring it's time to get organized. He slaps a roster up on the board for everyone to see. He explains it's a fresh lineup drafted by him. Find your name, check the list, and move to your spot. Rachel is shook that he actually did the paperwork. What criteria did you even use, she asks. Choi tells her that he figures. They all share the same brain cell count, so he ranked them purely by raw combat power. He breaks it down further, explaining that he assigned the weaker soldiers with cooking skills to kitchen duty. He smirks at Rachel. Genius idea, right? Moments later, a soldier shouts out, "We're set, boss. Everyone is sorted." Choi beams, saying he'll verify it. The army is split into 2 massive groups. Choi points to the squad on the right. You guys are the culinary unit, left side combat unit. He pauses, anticipating the pushback, admitting some people are probably salty about their roles. If you're dissatisfied, step up now. A green hand shoots up instantly, confirming the drama. It's a goblin with a center part haircut, one of the scrawniest guys in the battalion. He steps out, whining that he wants to hunt and gorge on fresh meat immediately, not cook. Choi flashes a creepy smile. What a headache. He beckons the goblin. Come here, buddy. The goblin creeps forward, confused about his fate. The second he's in range, Bomb Choi delivers a brutal kick right to the groin, making him screech, eyes popping out of his skull. Consider that your entrance exam, Choi announces. The poor guy hits the dirt, realizing his future bloodline just got cancelled. He writhes in agony, totally unmoved. Choi shrugs. Since you couldn't tank the hit, you fail the test. Ding, the hero system interface finally pops up. Thanks to his excellent leadership and command skills, a notification scrolls by, confirming Choi successfully stabilized the unit. The system rewards him with the hidden skill Charisma, level up, plus a sweet upgrade to his leadership skill. Feeling the power boost, Choi scans the silent crowd. Any other candidates have a complaint. Dead silence. Choi clenches his fist, sensing the moment is right. He roars out so the whole camp can hear. It's official. He turns to the combat unit, ready to give the marching order. Weapons drawn, vibes check passed. It is officially hunting season. Deep in the Great Forest, just north of the Black Fortress, Choi rallies the entire combat unit for a raid. Choi side-eyes Rachel, noting the atmosphere is weirdly chill today. Like not a single beast is spawning in the area. Rachel shrugs, pointing out the obvious. The local wildlife probably senses the overwhelming aura coming from Bobo and Yuzuru. Pure intimidation tactics. Choi nods, realizing his pets are basically walking repel sprays for monsters. It makes total sense. We cut to Bobo and Yuzuru, looking absolutely adorable, but don't let the cuteness fool you. Choi sighs, admitting these two are his MVP soldiers, and there is no way he is grinding this dungeon without them. Rachel proposes a strategy: use bait to aggro the monsters. Choi looks at her like she is crazy. If they had spare meat, he wouldn't be out here hunting in the first place. Rachel smirks, clarifying the plan. She isn't talking about steak. She gestures to the squad of nervous goblins. She means live bait, cannon fodder to lure the demonic beasts out of hiding. Choi's main character energy fades instantly. He looks up, asking the universe why his karma is so trash, then accepting his villain arc. He barks out specific numbers: 14, 3, 1, 43, and 7. Step forward, volunteers. Rachel is confused by the random selection. Choi stares into the distance, the pain visible in his eyes. Those were his lottery numbers back on Earth. The jackpot he almost won. He is literally gambling with their lives now. Wiping away a salty tear, Choi initiates the operation. It is go time. He commands Yuzuru to grab recruit number 14. The giant beast gets hyped, ready to launch. The poor goblin panics, screaming, "You crazy," just as Yuzuru turns him into an intercontinental ballistic goblin, yeeting him across the map. Choi strokes his chin, big brain mode activated. He realizes tossing these weaklings is actually genius, because the commotion will definitely pull monster aggro. He signals a fox soldier to light a signal fire, giving the bait a beacon to run back to. Rachel, however, is worried the impact damage alone will delete them. Choi waves it off, estimating a solid 1 in 6 survival rate. Good enough odds for him. He tells Yuzuru to keep launching the lottery losers. The rest of the battalion watches in horror, whispering, that head chef Choi has officially lost his marbles. They value their HP bars too much for this. One terrified goblin decides he is done with this toxic workplace and tries to desert the mission. But as he spins around, he runs straight into Bobo, whose eyes are sparkling with menacing cuteness. The goblin stammers, swearing loyalty to the Demon King, forever pleading for his life. Bobo isn't buying the act. Choi checks his watch. The first wave of bait is lagging. They should have kited the mobs back by now. Suddenly screams echo from the distance. One battered goblin comes sprinting back, trailing a massive horde of monsters behind him. It is a perfect pull. Choi grins, finally some loot. He tells the squad to prep, but emphasizes that he needs the last hit on the boss to secure the XP drop. But before Choi can even ready his weapon, Yuzuru charges in. Too overpowered to care about kill stealing, the giant beast starts wrecking everything, shouting about how much he loves violence, obliterating every target. Rachel stares at Choi, asking what last hit he was planning, because there is literally nothing left alive. Yuzuru and Bobo high-five while Choi collapses, weeping over his lost experience points. Even worse, the monsters are so mangled, they are useless as ingredients. Total waste of a run. Rachel points out the obvious: his pets are one-hit quitters. They are too strong for farming resources. Choi, traumatized, decides tomorrow's raid is a solo mission. No pets allowed. Rachel questions the logic, reminding him they are on a tight deadline before the commander returns. Back at base, Choi calls the retreat, scheduling an early morning grind for tomorrow. Later in the kitchen, Rachel asks why he rushed back. Choi mutters that he needs to see if this pulverized monster mush is salvageable. He kicks the door down, screaming for his lazy kitchen staff to assemble immediately. A nervous soldier sprints over, asking what the emergency is. Choi demands a status report on the meat. It is Galam, the vice chef. Galam admits he tried to cook it, but the texture is garbage. Choi glares, reminding him that their customers have low standards, asking if he gets the picture. Galam, sweating bullets, nods in terror. Choi switches to savage mode, asking how a vice chef with his tenure still doesn't know how to handle minced meat. Galam tries to defend himself, noting the kitchen's role. Galum is stressing out, whining that he's a supply runner, not a personal 5-star chef for the brass. He grumbles that the commanders are obsessed with gourmet dining, while the grunts in the trenches would eat mud if it was warm. They just want calories. Choi cuts him off, reminding him the squad is starving too, and snaps an order for Galum to pick up the pace. Galum scrambles away, yelling at the others to get that firewood blazing immediately. That conversation sparks something in Choi's brain. He realizes that everyone below commander rank is surviving on tasteless slop. A devious smirk spreads across his face. This game just got a whole lot easier to manipulate. Later, he decides to slide by an old friend's place. He taps on Abelson's door, announcing himself as Hyonksik. She recognizes the voice instantly and tells the hero to enter. The vibe is heavy. He's flushing red, stammering that it's no big deal, he just wanted to check on her. Rachel, or rather Abelson, sees right through him teasing that now. She knows why he was really lurking around the kitchen. It wasn't for the food. It was to see her. Smoothly, he reveals a plate of steaming top-tier steak, asking if she's eaten yet. Choi keeps talking, admitting he only survived that duel because she had his back. And this meal is just a small token of thanks. Abelson smiles, gracious but hesitant, saying she'll only take a tiny bite. She slices a perfect cube of meat, lifts the fork, and the aroma hits her like a truck. It smells incredible. She takes a bite, chews, pauses. Her face goes blank, then, triggering a full-blown Food Wars reaction. Her eyes light up. It's divine. Miles better than the royal garbage she ate at the castle. An absolute flavor explosion. A few minutes later, Choi looks at the clean plate with a satisfied grin. Looks like she didn't just taste it, she demolished it. Still playing the shy boy, he grabs the empty dish, saying his mission is done, so he'll head out. But just as he turns to the door, she drops his name. Abelson gets serious, asking what Choi plans to do once he finally escapes this hellhole. Choi, acting like a man completely down bad, doesn't hesitate. He hits her with, "I'm gonna marry you." Abelson's eyes go wide, total shock washing over her. She realizes he missed the point of the question, but his intentions are crystal clear. Flustered, she tells him to get out, but he pauses at the threshold, dropping his voice to say there is one other thing he wants, besides putting a ring on it. That piques her interest. But he flips the script, asking her what she wants to do when she's free. The light dies in her eyes. She stares at nothing, whispering that she doesn't know. If she ever leaves, she doesn't have the will to do anything at all. Meanwhile, in Gartrun, the Holy Empire of the capital Gracium, where the Pope of the Church of Dionysus pulls the strings, a messenger kneels before the throne, addressing His Holiness. He drops a bombshell. They've located Abelson Marriott, the designated saintess. The intel suggests she's locked up in the Black Fortress, the domain of the glutton. The man on the throne frowns, demanding to know how their precious saint ended up in the worst possible dungeon. Fingers drumming nervously on the armrest, he asks if the Demon King has sent a ransom note. The messenger shakes his head, radio silence. No demands, no threats, just silence. Rising from his seat, the Pope grimly notes that, throughout the bloody history of human-demon warfare, breaching the Black Fortress is nearly impossible. The few times humans succeeded, the glutton Hemus wasn't home. Launching a full-scale assault now would be suicide. He rips open the curtains, staring out the window. A secret rescue op is their only play. Pope Orvan IV barks a command, summon the hero. Back at the hunting grounds, Choi is splitting the kitchen battalion into 2 distinct blocks. But his mind is elsewhere. He can't shake the memory of Abelson's dead-eyed confession about having no future. He shakes it off, walking to the front of the formation, deciding it's time to focus. He stops, digs into his inventory, and calls the platoon commander front and center. He tells the guy to step up, pulls an item from his bag, and orders him to eat. It's 2 premium steaks. The soldiers stare, jaws on the floor, thinking this is some twisted bribe, or maybe poisoned leftovers. Choi asks if they're hungry or not. The soldiers snap out of it, apologize, and dive in. The moment the meat hits their tongues, their eyes roll back. They enter a state of pure culinary euphoria, enslaved by the flavor. The 3 platoon leaders drop to their knees, swearing eternal loyalty to Choi, begging for just one more bite. But Choi pulls out more steaks and shuts them down. Free samples are over. He lays down the new law, start running. Only the platoon that captures the most live demon beasts gets a seat at the dinner table. The leaders scramble, screaming at their squads to move out immediately. Watching the chaos, Choi smirks. Success. They are slaves to their stomachs now. The plan to bring monsters back alive is simple. He needs to land the killing blow to farm the XP. He glances at his system interface, checking his level. It's grinding time. Stats popping off. Charisma, through the roof. Choi flexes that while he was slicing and dicing those mobs, he speedran 10 levels in a heartbeat. The tension is high as a squad leader steps up, dying to know who took the crown. Choi spins around and drops the verdict. Wolf Ken takes the big W. their prize. A legendary feast alongside the boss himself. But the vibes instantly shift when the other squads start asking about their cut. Choi yawns, hitting them with the cold, hard truth. You guys get the leftovers. Then he flips the switch to drill sergeant mode, barking orders to haul every ounce of that monster meat to the kitchen. Nothing goes to waste. Smash cut to the Black Forest. It's a straight-up graveyard soldier, bodies piled up, and a mysterious figure in a black cloak standing over them, blade drawn. Back at base, a shadow looms outside a door, whispering that the wait is finally over. Inside the room, Abelson is pacing, guilt-tripping herself for not coming clean to Choi sooner. Secrets don't stay buried. Suddenly, the door creaks open, revealing that hooded stranger, dropping her full government name. The hood comes down and plot twist. It isn't Choi. It's a blonde guy with piercing green eyes. He claims he's her extraction team. Abelson's eyes go wide. She knows him. Sir Guffin, she gasps, asking if the Pope called in the hit. He gives a vague pretty sure yeah, but Abelson leans back against the table, shaking her head. She hits him with a hard pass. She isn't going anywhere. She politely tells him to get lost. He throws a curveball, admitting he'd love nothing more than to bail right now. But orders are orders, and he doesn't fail missions. Abelson's face hardens. She reminds him exactly where he's standing. This is Glutton Himus's turf. She warns him that if he tries to snatch her, the consequences won't be pretty. We're talking worst-case scenario. He steps into her personal space, smirk playing on his lips, daring her to try. Abelson doesn't blink. She'll trigger her holy power and summon Hemisphere right here. The smile vanishes. In a blur, he's got his hand crushed around her throat. He growls that he's done playing nice. Because he ain't some charming prince. He's a soldier built for war. Eyes ice cold, he commands her to sleep. By the time she wakes up, she'll be back in the capital. His grip tightens like a vice, and as her vision starts to swim, she senses it. Holy power, from him. Her mind reels at the sheer impossibility as everything fades to black. Her vision fades to black. She knows there's no respawning from this trauma. Suddenly, a sleep hex launches straight at the blonde villain. It's Choi. He screams for the guy to get his hands off Abelson. He throws a haymaker right at the enemy's jaw, but the dude tanks it like it's nothing. A single drop of blood rolls down the villain's cheek. He smirks, noting that the punch was definitely laced with mana. What even are you, he scoffs, admitting that Choi's agility stats are surprisingly high for a magic user. Choi doesn't care about the analysis. He swings again, shouting, I said get the hell away from her right now. The blonde intercepts with a brutal kick. Not part of the main quest, but hey, bonus loot is always nice. He decides he's taking Choi as a souvenir too. That kick to the gut, it absolutely folded him. With the hero's dirt napping, the villain sighs about dealing with irrelevant NPCs. Rachel watches from the sidelines, terrified. She just saw him one-shot Choi. She's shaking. Is it time to summon Bobo or just freeze in panic? Suddenly, the air gets heavy. A terrifying aura floods the room. The intruder glances nervously at his escape scroll. He realizes he's trapped and needs a hostage to bail. Time to rewrite the exit strategy. Trouble in paradise, a voice whispers right behind his ear. Is that? Himu's grinning, need a hand. He spins around, eyes popping out of his skull. It's really her. His brain glitches. He locked down the saint's powers. So how is she here? Himus leans in. You can call me Gourmet. The guy starts vibrating with pure terror. He can't sense a single drop of mana radiating from her. Is the level gap really that massive? He shoves the contract into his mouth, panic rising in his throat. Suddenly, those urban legends about Himus, the glutton soloing an army of thousands, don't sound like myths anymore. Himus flares her power. A blinding pink aura lights up the scene. Let's see what you've got, little guest. The gravity in the room doubles. He's frozen stiff. Don't choke, he tells himself. Stay calm. Just dodge the ult, grab the girl, and get out. But then vertigo hits. The world spins. It's the aftershock from Choi's punch, earlier finally kicking in. Lag effect. Now, serious bad timing. While he stumbles, Himus makes her move. Rip. Literally. She tears his arm clean off. I like you, the glutton purrs. Play with me a little longer. He looks at his missing limb. Nope. Mission abort. He needs to despawn immediately. He triggers the teleport. A golden flash erupts and he tactically retreats into thin air. Rude Himus pouts, disappointed he dipped after she asked nicely. Then her face twists into a nightmare smile. Whatever, she laughs. The real party starts now. Cue the character profile. The glutton, ancient horror, ageless witch, or as her resume says, commander of the Demon King's Third Corps. Eons pass, countless demons spawn and die in the endless grind of history. But two figures remain absolute unmovable monoliths, the Demon King and Himus. Immortality is a cruel bore. Cut to a few days later, Choi is back on the grind. Whack, he takes a hit to the exact same bruise. He's on the floor, literally sobbing, sparring with Reedrun. You're too obvious, Reedrun scolds. You're telegraphing every move. Stop being so rigid. Flow with it. Choi, still leaking tears, nods. Got it. Flow. Sure. Reedrun smirks. One more thing, kid. Doesn't matter how OP you think you are. There's always a bigger fish. He hauls Choi off the dirt. Fighting fair, that's a luxury for the winners. He looks Choi Hyun-siak dead in the eye. Good session today. Reedrun walks off into the sunset, leaving Choi standing there feeling totally awkward. Our hero collapses, spiraling into depression. Rachel floats over. You good, bro? No, he groans. HP is critical. Heal me, please. Rachel casts a restore spell. Better, Choi sighs. Am I just a walking health potion to you? She snaps. As the magic stitches him up, Choi zones out. He flashes back to Abelson's warning. Only absolute confidence in your own power will keep you alive. He mutters. Abelson said, I need to level up. Rachel triggers instantly. Oh, we're talking about her again. That girl nearly got you deleted. Is she a saint, a witch? Who cares? Choi warns. Careful, or karma's gonna smack you. Even while popping heals, Rachel connects the dots that Assassin was using sacred power, making her question if the chick is actually a legit saint. But since he attacked her, Choi starts mental gymnastics, claiming she's gotta be right, because the next saint is basically a VIP asset they can't afford to lose. Except, that's not what went down. Choi gets visibly frustrated replaying the scene and decides to cut the chatter, declaring he is absolutely done overthinking it. Rachel instantly presses him on why he's simping so hard, but Choi dodges the question, accusing her of being jealous. Rachel snaps, screaming that he's a thirsty maniac with a death wish. Cut to the aftermath. Choi is slumped over, head down, radiating pure depression. With Rachel and Bobo staring daggers at him, Choi admits defeat, muttering that it's game over and praying to be reincarnated as a rich family's spoiled cat in his next run. Leaving the squad totally confused, Rachel turns to Bobo, asking if he's even worried about accepting a master this pathetic. Bobo looks blank, so Rachel decides to spill the tea on exactly what went down. Flashback to 30 minutes ago in Hemus's office. Hemus summons Choi, looking dead serious about a massive dilemma she's facing. Then she drops the bomb. She's just been bored out of her mind. The sudden vibe shift leaves both Rachel and Choi completely shook. Lounging on her throne, Hemus decides she needs some entertainment, and Choi, reading the room, just nods along like a bobblehead. Then comes the nightmare. Hemus declares he has exactly 1 month to train and clap the battalion commander. Choi's soul leaves his body. He's incredulous, stuttering to ask if she's for real. Dark aura flares around her claws as she asks if he's got a problem, or if he's too weak to handle it. She sweetly asks if he needs her help, reminding him of how she turned Mr. Donut into a literal donut during their last brawl. The flashback hits him hard. Choi instantly kowtows, smashing his forehead into the table, screaming that he absolutely does not need that kind of help, and will handle business himself. Back in the present, Rachel wraps up the story, while Choi weeps audibly in the background. The fairy grimly tells Bobo to say his goodbyes because his master is as good as dead. Finally, Bobo grasps the gravity of the L they are about to take. Rachel pivots to the hero, telling him to stop coping and accept his reality, asking if he seriously plans to solo a battalion commander with a measly power level of 9,000. Choi wails that he's already crying enough, asking if Rachel wants him to drop dead right now. As he spirals, Rachel admits that, yeah, Choi leveled up fast. But it's nowhere near enough. The battalion commander is built different. Choi starts crunching numbers, recalling that an average commander flexes a combat power over 40,000. He sinks into despair, because there is zero chance he can grind that high in 1 month. He glances at Bobo, fantasizing about how awesome it would be if Bobo just tagged in, since the little guy could probably fight on equal terms, or even wipe the floor with the commander. As Bobo pats him in comfort, Rachel points out the fight is supposed to be a duel, and Choi nods. But then, a light bulb goes off. He rewinds the memory of Hemus's exact words and frantically asks Rachel to repeat the order. And Rachel confirms, you have 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. Choi's depression instantly flips to hype because he realizes Hemus never actually said the words duel or fair fight. Rachel is left speechless, eyes wide as the realization hits. Choi starts scheming, deciding that a win is a win no matter how dirty he has to play. The new strat is to use absolutely anything to take the commander down, solo run or not. Rachel asks if he's sure about exploiting that loophole, nervously biting his nails. Choi declares the only play is to bait the commander out and jump him with a surprise ambush alongside Bobo. Hearing this, Rachel stares at him, unsure if she's looking at a tactical genius or a shameless coward. She asks how exactly he plans to lure a commander. Does a hero this reckless actually have a persuasion stat? Holding up a spice jar with a smirk, Choi says bet. He met the commander recently and knows the guy is a total foodie who loves elegant meals. Cue the cooking montage. Choi starts prepping the ultimate grilled rib recipe. He handpicks the top-tier ribs and treats them like gold, soaking them in honey water to drain the blood and tenderize the meat. Once prep is done, they go into the pot for a rapid sear. As the broth boils, Choi chops mushrooms and scallions with precision splashes in fish sauce for umami and dumps the whole mix in with the meat to let the flavors marry. After 30 minutes of simmering, cut to Bobo dragging Choi through the fortress hallways. At Mach, speed moving so fast, Choi's spirit looks like it's lagging behind his body. When they arrive, Choi collapses, gasping, wondering how a human is losing the stamina battle to his own pet. Suddenly, Rachel shouts that the food is burning, sending Choi into full panic mode. We cut to the final product, a perfect plate of ribs and stew, looking absolutely Michelin star worthy. With steady hands, Choi plates the dish, and with a confident grin, he garnishes it with chopped scallions, declaring this stew is the master key to unlocking Commander Doris's heart. The table is loaded with a feast, and we see Doris leaning back, totally satisfied, letting a rare moment of peace wash over him. He inhaled deeply, soaking up the atmosphere. Moments of peace like this, rare drops in his high-level grind. Dumping Yuzuru on Choi total 200 IQ play. It lifted a massive weight he hadn't realized was crushing his vibe. Just as he was chilling, a minion slid in bowing low. The room's energy shifted instantly. The servant cleared his throat to drop the news the cooking squad was in the house. Doris was already stuffed, but curiosity hit different. He waved the guy on, let him cook. He figured they were here to beg him to take Yuzuru back. Hard pass. The lackey hesitated, then clarified. Actually, Choi's here to drop a loot box, a special dish, as a thank you. Doris's eyes went wide. He'd heard the whispers Choi wasn't just a cook. Rumors painted him as a culinary god. Finally, he'd get to test the hype. He straightened up, ready for the main event. Send him in. The door flew open. Boom. Choi strutted in like he owned the place. Tray in hand, mischievous sparkle in his eyes and a rose between his teeth. The man was serving full drama. Doris blinked, totally shook. He recovered fast. Choi dropped the tray with a theatrical bow, spinning some flowery speech about his new kitchen rank. Doris wasn't here for the yap session. He wanted the food to do the talking. Choi got the memo. With a humble nod, he whipped off the lid. Bam. Steaming spare ribs. The scent hit Doris like a truck. His mouth watered instantly. The presentation S-tier. Absolute perfection. Doris inhaled the fumes, mind reeling. Opposite him, Choi watched like a predator, knowing the trap was set. One bite. That's all it took to send Doris straight to Flavortown. Disbelief hit him. Eyes popping, leaning forward, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. This dish was beyond human stats. It was perfection. Seeing the hook sink in Choi smoothly suggested he could keep the menu coming. Deal. Doris didn't hesitate. He was down to eat anything this wizard cooked up. As Choi walked out, Rachel stood by the door, fighting the urge to gag. Doris, still high on ribs, mumbled about how Choi was his new favorite. The second they got outside, Choi grabbed the doorknob, shaking. He and Rachel locked eyes and immediately puked their guts out. Rachel wiped her mouth, staring at him. Bro, really? Choi nodded. He knew exactly what he'd done. When she pressed him, he went dark. I'm feeding him until he's nothing but a pig fattened up for the slaughter. Meanwhile, inside, Doris was still chowing down, blissfully unaware he was the main course. Fast forward 1 week. Another massive feast, but Doris looked meh. His appetite was tanking. He sighed, poking at his food. Real-world drama was creeping in. The battalion commander duel was looming. His rising clout had put a target on his back. If he flopped this fight, it was game over for his title. He accepted the challenge with dignity. Choi, however, was sweating. His master plan hadn't accounted for outside beef. Choi forced a smile. You got this, boss. Doris invited him to watch the showdown the next day. At the arena, Rachel tried to hype Choi up with some snark. Choi wasn't having it. He was convinced Doris was cooked too heavy and sluggish from the food to win. Roger, the Demon King's 3rd Army commander, kicked things off. The challenger stepped up some horned skull freak. Doris wheezed his way up the stairs, clearly out of shape. But when he spotted Choi, he smirked. Fight on. Doris stood there looking bored, barely reacting until the last millisecond. Wham. One move. He snatched the opponent's weapon. A shockwave blasted the audience back. Dust cleared. The challenger was out cold. Roger stood there, stunned, then called the match. Doris wins. The crowd scattered. Choi was left standing there like, okay, new plan. That night at Bobo's place, he analyzed a monster map. Rachel peeked over his shoulder. What's the play? Simple. We make the monsters kill each other. Let the trash take out the trash. Rachel nodded. She saw the genius in it. 3 days later, deep forest. Rachel groaned, exhausted after memorizing a dictionary of monster stats. Choi offered to split the work, but she'd played hero. Now she was regretting it. The bushes rustled. Invisible threats moved in the underbrush. The air felt heavy, loaded with danger. The night was alive with roars and the sound of massive feet snapping branches. So who's the target? Choi pointed ahead. That guy. Rachel clocked it instantly, a surfib. A massive forest worm, absolute nightmare fuel. She waved the idea off as total trash. Passive, useless. She puffed out her chest, absolutely glowing with pride over her big brain moment. She fished for a compliment. Choi stayed stone-faced, muttering that even idiots have their uses. Suddenly, a grunt walked up, asking where the next hunt was going down. Choi held up a hand hold-up. He turned to Rachel, drilling her about monsters built like dragons, specifically ones rocking scales hard as steel. Rachel shrugged. That describes a bunch of them. She'd need to lay eyes on the beast personally, to ID it for sure. Great. Now they had to confront the nightmare face to face. Choi spun around addressing the cooking squadron, telling them it was time to scrub this zone clean. Forget capturing anything. This is a free-for-all. Kill everything that moves. He even greenlit an immediate feast on the prey. The troops went wild. Finally, their boss had woken up and chosen violence. Hyped for the buffet, they tore through the monster hordes like a scythe through grass, stacking up mountains of fresh meat. Choi watched the carnage, but his eyes were scanning for something bigger. The real landlord of this turf was still hiding. A seed of doubt sprouted. Was this all a waste? He made the call to kill the engines. Weapons down, he barked. The platoon leader made sure the squad fell in line instantly, but just as the dust settled, crack. A noise snagged Choi's ear. His gut instinct screamed. It was here. Birds exploded from the trees in panic. The air grew heavy. From high above, a massive reptilian eye locked onto them. Nidrak, a beast with power levels off the charts. The soldiers looked up, saw a literal dragon, and completely lost it. They scrambled like rats. Nidrak didn't hesitate. He torched the whole zone, inferno mode. But Choi, he was grinning. A monster this cracked was exactly the weapon he needed to crush Darius. Meanwhile, back at Hemus's HQ, she was venting to Reed Run. 3 weeks of total radio silence from Choi. She figured Reed Run must have the guy running some insane Black Ops training drill. Reed Run waved it off. Nah, just the standard routine. Nothing special. Hemus cut to the chase. What are Choi's odds against the battalion commander? Reed Run didn't even blink. 0. He gets stomped. But then he paused. He mentioned Choi had been getting cozy with Darius lately. That threw Hemus for a loop. She remembered Choi bragging that he'd take down the commander. Now they're besties. The math wasn't mathing. What was his real angle? Cut to Darius's office guy is stuffing his face loving Choi's top-tier BBQ. He praised the chef. Choi let out a heavy, calculated sigh. Darius paused mid-chew. The vibe shifted. "What's up?" Darius asked. Choi cranked up the drama, putting on his best puppy dog face. "Big trouble in the squadron," he mumbled. He dropped the bomb. This might be the last feast he could ever serve Darius. Darius looked horrified. "No more food." He demanded answers immediately. Choi spun his web, claiming the corps commander ordered a specific exotic meat. Problem was, the monster was way too OP for them to scratch. Choi kept lying through his teeth, painting a picture of his squad getting wrecked, trying to hunt this beast. He called it marbling. Darius frowned, never heard of it. All he knew was the cooks were getting injured left and right. Choi swore it was real, hyping up the danger. Sending normal grunts is suicide, he insisted. Then the pitch. Only a powerhouse like Darius could solo this thing. And hey, the corps commander would definitely notice a flex like that. Recognition from Hemus. That hit the spot. Darius's imagination went wild. He pictured her gazing at him, seeing a hero instead of a walking stomach. He actually blushed. Choi, seeing the hook set, deep reeled him in. "I'll make sure she knows exactly who the hero is," he promised, playing the loyal best friend perfectly. Darius pretended to think it over, but he was already in. He agreed to help his buddy. Choi thanked him profusely. But the second Darius looked away, Choi's face morphed into a wicked, predatory grin. Next day, it's go time. At the drop zone, Choi rallied the troops. Every move was calculated to the millimeter. Rachel checked him. "You got the map down," Choi scoffed. "I am the map. Living GPS, baby." He leaned in, whispering to Bobo. "Remember, the real prey is Darius." Yuzaru, simple as ever. Just prepped his gear, head empty, ready to smash. Pieces set. The game began deep in the Great Forest. The grunts were clueless. They thought they were just hunting some big bad monster. Darius was already complaining about the bugs and dirt. How much farther, he whined. Choi kept it smooth, promising they were stepping right into Marbling's yard. He stayed on high alert. The trap was set. Darius looked tough, a total tank, but I was betting on Nidhogg to take the W. Then the whole vibe shifted instantly. Birds scattered in a panic, nature's way of screaming. Incoming Choi shouted a heads up to Darius that trouble was knocking. Darius locked in, battle ready. Then, boom, Nidhogg stepped out of the darkness, radiating absolute nightmare fuel. Darius hesitated, looking genuinely confused. "Wait, this is the legendary monster. Seriously." It looked kinda familiar, but Choi waved off the suspicion. "Relax, bro. All these ugly critters look the same." Darius shrugged it off. "Fine. Just another trophy for the collection." With an ego the size of a planet, he barked orders at his squad to charge, convinced Choi would hype up his victory to the big bosses later. His grunts rushed in with zero chill, reckless as hell. Darius dove straight into the mosh pit, dropping insane combat techniques. Nidhogg was overpowered, but Darius's savage fighting style kept him pushing the line. Choi watched, sweating bullets. This guy wasn't just a brute, he was actually smart. That was a problem. Instead of tanking hits, Darius was tossing his own men into the meat grinder, sacrificing them, just to create openings for cheap shots. Choi wanted Darius crushed, but the demon's cold-blooded tactics were wrecking the script. Just as Darius wound up for a finisher, a terrified soldier screamed, warning about a new player entering the game. Choi's face fell. He messed up the math. This was Nidhogg's turf period. A third party wasn't part of the heist. Fallback was the call. But before they could bail, a colossal worm burst from the ground. The serpent. Choi had ignored it before, thinking it was chill. Big mistake. It saw the brawl and decided to defend its block. The serpent coiled to strike. Darius yelled for a full retreat, but Rachel knew letting him walk now would ruin the whole operation. Choi had to act fast. No hesitation. He triggered the Red Run combat style's first form. Bam, he sucker punched Darius, leaving him zero time to process the betrayal. Choi roared over the noise. Cancel the retreat. Fight. He gaslit the demons, screaming about their honor and guts. The scene went from chaotic to absolute bedlam, as the fight spiraled out of control. In the middle of the madness, Darius finally registered the pain and the deafening noise. Pure fury hit him. Was this primitive human actually backstabbing him? Blind with rage, he screamed Choi's name, ready to burn it all down just to confront him. He triggered his ultimate, full bloom, unleashing a shockwave of destruction. Choi didn't see it coming. He was a sitting duck. Move, Rachel screamed, but too late. It hit him like a literal lightning strike. The impact nearly deleted him, leaving him dazed and wondering what truck just hit him. Through the smoke and debris, Choi saw Darius standing tall, promising to rip him apart limb from limb before he died. This was bad. Choi quickly scanned for options, wondering where the heck Bobo and Yuzaru were hiding. Rachel checked the field. The serpent's area of effect attack had tagged absolutely everyone. It felt like a one-on-one showdown now. Darius was radiating murder intent, but even with that terrifying aura, Choi noticed him hacking up blood. The guy was redlining, pushing past his breaking point. Time to kite. Choi took off sprinting, yelling at Rachel to ping the monster hotspots. From the map she hacked earlier, she started reading coordinates. Keep straight, she directed. That leads to the warhounds. Darius didn't care about the scenery. He was chasing Choi down like a Terminator, ignoring every beast in his way. Choi knew most monsters wouldn't mess with a high-level demon, but a nest with puppies, that equals instant aggro. Darius scoffed at Choi's running, calling it a cheap trick, dead set on finishing the job. He powered up again, unleashing a level 3 technique, falling flowers. Energy flared around him, driven by his obsession that rank and power were everything. Totally sure of his victory, he swung to end Choi's life. But then, glitch. His knees buckled and he puked a massive amount of blood. Choi skidded to a halt, watching. He's gassed out, Rachel noted. His demonic energy was tanking. Darius realized too late he'd hit the wall. Wasting mana on those earlier beasts had drained his battery. He gritted his teeth and turned around. Swallowing his pride to bail, Choi shouted, "Going somewhere." Darius glared back, admitting he needed to recover, but swore he'd be back for blood. Darius swears he'll make Choi pay for this humiliation before trying to flee, but Choi shuts that exit down fast. Calling out with ice in his veins, Choi taunts the demon. "You walked in here on your own terms, but you ain't leaving until I say so." Darius just laughs, roasting Choi for thinking a human with bare fists can actually scratch a demon. Big mistake. Choi triggers the redrawn combat art 7th movement and blasts him with the explosive destruction wave. Dust clears, and Darius is still standing. The demon smirks, wiping off the dirt like, "Is that all you got? You underestimated me, kid." But before round 2 can start, the air gets heavy. A chilling voice cuts right through the battlefield noise. It's Hemis. The Corps commander is watching from above, looking like she just found a new reality show right outside her castle. Boom. A sudden shockwave launches Choi into a tree. Vision, blurry ears ringing, he clutches his head, trying to reboot his brain. Darius scrambles toward the Corps commander, desperate. He's begging, swearing he hasn't taken the L yet. He screams that the battle isn't over. But Hemis, she's bored. She silences him cold, mocking his absolute trash performance. She can't believe a puny human wrecked him this bad. In the middle of a war against humanity, it's embarrassing. The fact that a clown like Darius holds the title of battalion commander, it literally makes her skin crawl. She decides to delete him right there, but Choi Hee sees an opening and sprints forward like a madman. He gets right in the Corps commander's face, boldly declaring victory. "I beat him. Fair and square. Zero hesitation." Thwack. He kicks Darius, spraying demon blood all over Hemis's cheek. "Remember our bet." She pauses, wipes the blood, and considers the audacity. Then she invites Choi inside. "We need to talk." While they chat, Hemis realizes even a survivor jumped into that mosh pit at the very end. Choi admits that part was a wild card he didn't see coming. Hemis tilts her head, wondering if cracking his skull open might reveal how his brain works. She knows what's up. Choi played the situation like a fiddle, manipulating everything to go his way. She finds his methods cunning but totally distasteful. She respects the win, but she drops a warning that chills the room. "This is a one-time offer. You ever try to hustle me or cause trouble like this again, the consequences will be lethal." Cut to Bobo's place. Choi is passed out on the floor, absolutely running on fumes, just glad to be alive. Once he reboots, he asks about Darius's polymorph ability and that weird promotion thing. Rachel guesses it's some exclusive demon tech, Maybe ask the cow-headed guy. He might have the intel. Bobo barks in agreement. Choi sighs, admitting the Corps commander really cleaned up that mess fast. Looking back on the brawl, Choi actually feels a tiny shred of pity for Darius. He wasn't total trash, he muses. Rachel rolls her eyes. Please, you only delivered the final blow to steal all the XP. Choi mumbles a hollow, my bad, but under the hand covering his face, he's grinning like a straight-up villain. Time to check the gains. He pulls up his stats and realizes he leveled up big time. But wait, the status window is glitching with question marks. Choi panics, thinking it's a bug, but Rachel shuts him down. The hero system doesn't glitch, idiot. She thinks he's just trolling her. He's dead serious, but decides to let it slide. He hit level 48. That's a major milestone. Rachel suggests a power level check to celebrate. She scans the readings and her jaw drops. 13,936. Choi puffs his chest out, proud of that massive jump. Not long ago, a basic goblin was a boss fight for him. Rachel pulls out a cold beer surprise. They clink glasses, chugging down the victory. Good vibes only. But even with the buzz, I can sense the impending danger. Cut to later, Choi is back on the inevitable grind. Sleep, prep, hunt, eat, cook, train, repeat. It's an infinite loop, getting stronger every day. He's wrapping bandages around his hands, getting in the zone. He wonders if he should track down Abelson after this session to clear up some cold cases. Redron walks in, shocked to see his student early. Look who's eager today. Redron's beaming. He heard about the Darius fight and he's acting like a proud dad. Choi gets all bashful. But Choi flips the switch. He takes advantage of the mood to ask Redron something specific. Master during the fight. Darius used something called promote. Do you know it? Redron strokes, his chin digging through memories. Ah, that. It's an informal style of ancient combat. Choi freezes. The word informal triggers something in his brain. Lauterin breaks it down. Combat has two modes. First, there's formal. That's the standard stuff. Choreographed movement, rigid structure. Then, there's informal. It's the Wild West, completely detached from the rules. Compared to the rigid stuff, informal combat is raw and unpredictable. Since formal style is already rare, the informal arts are practically ghost stories passed down in the shadows. Choi connects the dots immediately. In gaming terms, it's the difference between raw attack damage and complex skill damage. Lauterin gets serious. Formless isn't just a style, it's an ancient legacy that refused to die. Technically, any demon carrying demonic chi can learn it. But here's the catch, it's insanely volatile. Few dare to touch it because the side effects are absolute nightmares. Choi doesn't flinch. He shoots his shot. Can I learn Formless? I mean, he does have a trace of demonic chi. Lauterin practically laughs in his face, roasting the pathetic amount of energy Choi is flexing. It's barely a drop, Lauterin scoffs. It's not natural, and it's definitely not the real deal. But Choi, he completely glosses over the extremely dangerous part. He flips the logic. If my chi is weak, then the backlash should be weak too, right? And if I crash and burn, Abelson can just heal me. Lauterin isn't buying it. He digs his heels in, refusing to teach a human something that lethal. Choi snaps. He's done with the hesitation. Desperate for a power-up, he literally drops to his knees. He latches onto Lauterin's leg, swallowing his pride. It's pathetic, but he's fighting for his life here. Without Formless, I'm dead meat. He pours his heart out. I'm sick of being an NPC. I'm just a fragile ant with an expiration date to the commander. All these fights mean nothing if I can't survive. He swears on his life. One bad rep and I quit. Just let me try. Lauterin stares at him, realizing the kid is serious. The desperation hits home. Lauterin sighs, defeated by Choi's logic, and agrees to the training. He's definitely uneasy. But a promise is a promise, and he's stuck now. Choi exhales relieved. Lauterin switches into instructor mode immediately. Listen up, kid. No mistakes. Smash cut to the darkest corner of the Guard-run empire, the underground dungeon. A shackled prisoner sits in the gloom, until a man in pristine white robes steps into the light. The visitor offers a greeting. It's Geffen. He barely looks up. I was wondering who'd show up, he mutters. Didn't expect the Pope himself. Geffen cuts the pleasantries. What do you want? You said we were done. The Pope smiles, a cold, calculated expression. I'm here to offer a truce, the Pope says smoothly. Geffen raises an eyebrow. What's the price? The Pope's eyes narrow with malice. Eliminate Abelson. Geffen is floored. Kill her. Why aren't we rescuing her? Why did the script change? Geffen presses. And what does the church get out of a dead goddess? The Pope smirks. That's above your pay grade, Geffen. Geffen hesitates, visibly worried. There's a glutton guarding that place. Relax, the Pope assures him. I'm sending a 4-man squad with you. And the glutton, he's going to be occupied. The Pope leans in with a final chilling warning. Do not fail me. Mistakes are not an option. Back at the training grounds, it's a horror show. Choi is convulsing red energy, ripping out of his skin, foam bubbling at his mouth. Abelson is freaking out, hovering over him. Choi, control it. Lauterin just stands there watching the chaos like a statue. Abelson turns on them, furious. This is insanity. He's human, you idiots. You can't just teach him demonic arts. Lauterin defends himself. He said he was fine, and honestly he shouldn't have enough demonic chi left to cause this kind of reaction. Abelson looks like she wants to strangle him. Are you a healer? No. Then shut up. You have no idea what's happening inside him, Abelson explains. She had that demonic chi on lockdown, sealed tight. But this reckless training shattered the seal because they thought they could play God. Lauterin finally looks worried. What happens now? Abelson grimaces. I can't hold it back. The seal is broken. It's too late to bottle this up again. She makes a split-second decision. We have to force his body to evolve. She's going to make him adapt to the flow, whether he likes it or not. She starts compressing the demonic chi, using her divine energy to dilute it, spreading it thin, so it doesn't nuke Choi's internal organs. Lauterin is stunned. Is that actually possible? Abelson grits her teeth. I don't know. I've never done this. No deity has ever tried mixing these energies. There's a massive risk. The demonic chi will react violently to the divine power and explode. But she's doubling down. It's a Hail Mary play. Time is running out, and this is the only card they have left to play. Fade to black. Sometime later, Choi gasps awake in his room, heart pounding. He looks around disoriented. How long was he out? Boom, Rachel and Bobo tackle him out of nowhere, crying tears of relief. Rachel is practically vibrating with joy. You're alive. You've been in a coma for 3 whole days. Choi blinks shocked. 3 days. Rachel hits him with the million-dollar question. Is his memory completely wiped? Choi shoots back that he definitely recalls trying to unlock, promote, and immediately pulls up his HUD to see if the glitch fixed itself. And wouldn't you know it, something in the system window looks different. There's a brand new stat blinking at him, demonic chi, followed by a string of ominous question marks. But before he can even process this new power-up, the door bursts open. Reborn and the commander stride in, owning the room, with the commander dropping a snarky comment about how she knew he wouldn't stay down forever. Choi attempts to scramble to his feet to salute, but his legs turn to jelly. The commander waves him off, telling him to chill. He's barely keeping it together on his knees as it is. Then she drops the bomb she knows. Reborn already spilled the tea about Choi experimenting with demonic chi. Choi freezes, sweat beading on his forehead, as she demands to know why he kept that little secret to himself. She steps into his personal space, scanning him, noting that the goddess herself patched him up. She muses that being worshipped as a saint clearly comes with some elite perks. Honestly, the healer did a stellar job. Choi looks bewildered at the mention of a saint, completely out of the loop. The commander leans in, dark energy literally dripping from her lips as she whispers that his training is far from over. In fact, she's about to give him a hands-on tutorial. She reminds him of his place. He's just a little ant in her colony. Suddenly, she blasts his neck with magic, striking fast as a viper, sending his system into instant shock. Reborn panics, demanding to know what she just did. The commander brushes it off. No big deal. The kid just needs a forced reboot. Choi's vision blurs, watching them walk away to meet the Demon King as he fades into the black. Flash forward days later, at Bobo's place, and the saint is wrapping up another healing session. Abelson has been keeping Choi alive since the training accident. As she packs up, Choi thanks her for being his lifeline. Internally, he's just hyped. He gets to see her face every day. Total simp move. Abelson dismisses the gratitude, insisting it was Choi's own grit and willpower that pulled him back from the brink. Then she murmurs something super quiet that he doesn't need to thank her because he is her hope. Choi completely misses the lore drop and asks her to repeat it. She ignores him, deflecting with a quick goodbye, claiming her shift is over. Choi is left sitting there totally confused, trying to decode her cryptic words, wondering why this world is so weird and full of unanswered questions. All he can do is sit tight and wait for the plot to progress. Later that night, it's study hall with Reborn. The hero is getting a crash course in demonic chi theory. Reborn warns him not to go try-hard mode. Choi brushes it off confident, saying it's been 3 whole days since he woke up, and he'll be fine, as long as he doesn't spam that specific magic again. Reborn realizes it has been exactly 3 days since the commander dipped. As Choi keeps rambling, Reborn zones out. He's thinking about the annual meeting, usually routine. But this year, the vibes are definitely off. Choi notices his mentor dissociating and snaps him out of it. Choi points out that Reborn has been grinding non-stop lately and offers to take some of the load off, seeing as Reborn is running the show solo. Reborn insists everything is under control and the boss will be back soon. Even if she got summoned early, the routine shouldn't break. He tells Choi to just focus on his own leveling up, and Choi takes the order. Reborn studies him, realizing the kid is getting buffed at an insane rate. With demonic chi unlocked, his potential is about to skyrocket. If Choi can just stabilize his current build, he's going to be unstoppable. But mid-thought, Reborn senses a disturbance in the force. He realizes it's divine power and snaps to his feet, startling Choi with the sudden mood switch. Reborn explains he feels a signature of holy energy inside the castle, and it definitely isn't the saint. Before Choi can react, Reborn confirms we've got rats. He orders Choi to stay put and goes to hunt down the intruders. Cut to the castle hallways, where 4 cloaked figures are lurking. They're bragging about how easy it was to breach the defenses. One guy notes, "It was a cakewalk because the commander is AWOL." Geffen shuts him up immediately. He warns them not to get cocky. Even without the boss, there's a monster guarding this place. The second Geffen whispers the name Red Nightmare. Riadarun materializes in front of them, demanding to know how they got intel on Commander Himus's schedule. The goons panic, realizing the urban legend is real. One guy freaks out, confirming it's the Red Nightmare, while Geffen tries to keep the squad focused. They shift into combat stance. Geffen orders 2 guys to rush Abelson's location, while he and the other guy stall Riadrun. Riadrun realizes their target is the Saint, and his blood runs cold because her holding cell is way too close for comfort. He clenches his fists, furious. Taking out these 4 would be a joke, but he can't be in 2 places at once. Juggling 2 enemies while 2 others slip away, that's a nightmare scenario. Suddenly, a voice booms down the hall. It's Choi. He bursts onto the scene, breathless and panicked, asking if Riadrun is okay after seeing that intense exit earlier. Riadrun snaps, barking that he gave a crystal-clear order for Choi to stay put in the room. But inside, he's relieved Choi showed up. He switches gears fast. "Listen to me, the intruders are hunting Abelson. Get to her first and get her out." Riadrun rips off his necklace and tosses it to Choi, leaving the kid totally confused by the jewelry. Geffen lunges at Riadrun before he can explain, even while blocking the strike. Riadrun shouts, "That chain proves you speak for me. Show it to the brass." Choi doesn't hesitate, he sprints away. Geffen, ticked off, screams at his partner to chase the kid and end him. Riadrun stops playing defense. She doesn't leave this castle unless the commander says so. And definitely not with you. Riadrun unleashes his 7th movement style, hammering Geffen with heavy strikes. He follows up with the explosive destruction, wave eyes glowing, a menacing red. Meanwhile, Choi is tearing through the halls to Abelson's quarters. Mid-sprint, a system window pops up. Mission update. Vicious humans are out for Abelson's blood, and it's up to Choi to save her. Bonus objective. Maybe spark a little romance along the way. The reward is a massive 1,000 points, but realizing these humans are actively trying to assassinate a saint, that sends a chill down Choi's spine. And that huge point payout, it's suspicious. It screams high danger. Choi crashes into Abelson's room, yelling, "We gotta go! Right now, humans are raiding the place." Abelson just stares completely blindsided, having no clue what's going on. Choi breaks it down fast. It's the same crew from before. They're back. Outside, Riadrun's squad is fighting tooth and nail to slow the intruders down. The soldiers scream at Choi, "Don't waste time, save." The Saint Choi grabs her hand. "Actually, screw that." He scoops her up onto his shoulder in one smooth motion. Zero time for apologies, he bolts. Cut to the war room. Third Commander Roger is leading a snooze fest of a meeting. He's roasting Doris for losing to a low-level human sounding like a disappointed dad. He remembers the commander, telling him to fix this mess while she's away. Roger sighs, wondering why he always gets stuck with the cleanup. He wraps up the meeting basically saying, "We're done here. Just do your jobs." Suddenly, a goblin bursts in with urgent news. Choi is here, and he's got Riadrun's necklace. Roger's trying to process this when the goblin drops the bomb. Humans are attacking the castle. They're hunting the saint. Roger hears this and looks more annoyed than worried. Just then, he spots Choi, running down the hall with Abelson. Choi starts explaining. Riadrun sensed a massive holy energy spike and went to investigate. Turns out it's a human hit squad, and they're here to execute Abelson. Roger scoffs. "Humans, trying to kill a saint. Chill out, kid," Roger says, thinking it's a misunderstanding. But then the vibe changes. Roger feels a dark pressure approaching. He barely has time to react, shouting, "Take cover," just as a devastating blast shatters the windows. Another enemy has arrived. Okay, no more doubts. Roger is stunned as reality hits hard. He sees the assassins lunging for the saint, and fires off a binding spell to freeze them. But the range is too far. It's not enough to stop both attackers. Choi steps up. He channels Riadrun's 7th movement. Just before an enemy can grab Abelson, Choi lands a brutal sucker punch from behind. Wham! Instant knockout. Choi roars, making a vow, "I will protect her." Back at Riadrun's fight, one invader is already down for the count, and Geffen is laughing about it, having used his own buddy as a meat shield. Riadrun knew this guy was strong, but this is insanity. Geffen's power level is straight up commander tier. It's the classic clash, divine power versus demonic ki. That's the trademark of a so-called hero like Geffen. Geffen sneers, mocking Riadrun. "You struggled against 2. Proof you're just a basic demon." Riadrun stays ice cold. "You're pretty arrogant for a guy with 0 chance of winning." Geffen smirks. "Oh yeah, who's gonna stop me? Daddy Commander isn't home." The so-called Red Nightmare turns out to be all hype. Geffen is feeling cocky. His only job is to keep Riadrun busy, and he's got this. While the squad mops up, the fodder henchman, Riadrun, shifts gears. This isn't a game. The enemy knows the castle's defense playbook inside out. Sick of the stalling, Riadrun decides to shut it down. No more talking, he's wrapping this up right now. Geffen just smirks, taunting him. How exactly does he plan to end this fast when their powers are a total mismatch? Reedrun's answer is simple, pure, unadulterated violence. Who needs compatibility when you have overwhelming brute force? Meanwhile, Choi is cleaning house. He drops one invader cold, but the other guy starts running his mouth. He's shook, he had no clue the Demon King was stacking heroes. He laments the reality, 3 corrupted humans fighting for the wrong side. Choi brushes off the drama. He hits the guy with the hard truth: their invasion plan is already toast. Backup is en route, and the castle's heavy hitters are closing in. Choi lays it out. It doesn't matter how cracked this guy is, he can't solo an entire army. The only smart play: surrender. The invader laughs in his face. Failed. Hardly. Nearby, Roger is stunned by Choi's moves. When did the kid pick up Reedrun's combat style? Whatever works, they bagged a prisoner. But then the captive starts mumbling some creepy, inaudible incantation. It's a suicide pact. He triggers a spell to sacrifice his own flesh, sparking a massive inferno. Sacred magic consumes him, turning his body into kindling for a desperate, scorching wall of fire. It creates a flaming death match. One touch from this blaze, and you are ash. Confidence restored, the invader raises his blade. He claims not even the Demon King's elites can breach this firewall. That leaves the hero with one option: hand over Abelson. Choi starts spiraling, he's cornered and confused. He's desperate, mind racing. Why are humans hunting their own saint? It makes zero sense. Why target an ally? The killer stays silent, ignoring the logic, so Abelson steps up to drop the bombshell herself. The Empire turned its back on God ages ago. Choi is absolutely floored by the revelation. Abelson explains the dark truth: the Empire doesn't need a saint. They just need a puppet to pull the strings. Real or fake, it makes no difference to them. The assassin sighs, clearly bored of the exposition dump. He slams his sword into the earth. Drama's over. He gives the hero a generous 10-second countdown before the slaughter begins. The pressure is crushing. Choi runs the numbers, but there is no safe strategy to survive this clash. Only one option left, and it is absolute suicide. As the countdown ticks away, Choi makes his move. He triggers Promote. The second that first stage activates, Abelson realizes what he is doing and panics. She screams a warning: his human body will tear itself apart. She pleads with him to stop, but the clock is hitting 0. There is no talking him down. Choi's mind is made up. They are dead meat anyway, so why hold back? It's all or nothing. He pushes the technique past the red line, smashing straight into stage 2. But he isn't stopping there. Reedrun's voice echoes in his head, explaining the 3 stages: bloom, full bloom, and the deadly falling flowers. Each step is a gamble with his life. Reedrun warned him, never go this deep. You have to master the basics before ascending. Rushing it is a death sentence. Stage 3 is way too risky. But staring death in the face, Choi decides this is his one and only shot. 7 seconds in, he hits the peak. His heart hammers like a piston ready to blow. Every nerve is screaming for him to quit. Rachel watches in horror. She can't believe he is resorting to Promote in this state. But Choi is in the zone. He blocks out the pain, the doubt, and the contradictions. Only one thing left to do. He pulls the trigger. Promote level 3 engaged. Transformation complete. Crimson eyes, dark aura oozing off him. He barks a command to Rachel: use her buffs. Time's up. The assassin's eyes go wide, a human using Promote. This kid isn't just some random grunt. Choi skips the banter. He launches his offensive, blurring forward at breakneck speed. The enemy turtles up. He recognizes the power of level 3 and knows the weakness: a human body will gas out fast. Choi doesn't care. He hammers the blade, raining down blow after blow with reckless abandon. The killer thinks he just has to wait out the storm, but suddenly Choi's bare fists knock the blade aside. Wide open, disarmed. Before the invader can even blink, Choi lands a precise, devastating strike. A bone-shattering haymaker slams right into the enemy's chest. The blow leaves the guy stumbling, whining about Choi's so-called cheap tricks. The villain stares in total disbelief. He can't wrap his head around a mere human, corrupting himself with dark demon arts just for a power boost. Choi feels his body screaming. He is redlining, hitting the absolute limit of what his physique can handle. But collapsing isn't an option. He is the final wall standing between this assassin and Abelson. He knows Promote is a double-edged sword. Push it too far, and the damage is permanent. But then he sees it, a beautiful woman in tears right in front of him. And that is unacceptable. If dying stops those tears, that is a trade he is willing to make. With his body basically a ticking time bomb, Choi decides to go full throttle. No brakes, no turning back. He dedicates every last ounce of life force to protecting Abelson. The saint watches this display of sheer will. She wants to help, but neutralizing the threat comes with a catch: using holy power on Choi right now. Since he is overflowing with demonic chi, holy magic would make him explode like a grenade. All Abelson can do is pray for a miracle. Eyes locked on the target, Choi surges forward. activating his combat arts for one final clash. The villain realizes Choi is stacking multiple attack types and laughs, calling it suicide. Choi ignores the trash talk, launching into the air. He unleashes the instant obliteration strike. The enemy keeps yapping, swearing. Choi will regret this the moment he faces death. As the blow lands, the enemy parries with his sword, sneering. He calls the attack pathetic and weak. Big mistake. Choi wasn't done. He charges up a strike way deadlier than the last, a full combo wombo. This time the invader doesn't get a chance to speak. The sheer pressure of Choi's simultaneous strikes leaves him paralyzed. He can only watch as the barrage annihilates him. The impact is so violent, it obliterates part of the castle structure, sending debris flying. A massive beam of crimson energy pierces the sky. The enemy is finally toasted. Choi takes a split second to admire his handiwork before releasing the promote state. Rachel instantly sees the crash coming. Abelson panics, rushing in to help, but the saint catches him. She holds Choi up, keeping him seated, while frantically checking his vitals. It is bad. Abelson sees Choi is barely gasping for air and tries to talk him back from the edge. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream. The defeated enemy stands up, running on pure rage, screaming that Choi is a threat to the Empire. He summons the last of his strength to finish Choi off, but then wham, a massive hand crushes his skull. Plot twist denied. Reedrun arrives casually, apologizing for being late while squashing the invader like a bug. The saint tends to Choi, while Reedrun wipes the gore off his hands. He realizes Choi broke his promise and used the forbidden arts they trained. He asks the saint to fix him up, and she vows to do her absolute best. Abelson is a mess, praying that the hero who sacrificed everything for her doesn't die. Cut to the waiting room in the Demon King's castle. It is day 5 of the Commander's Summit. Himus is whining about the cafeteria food until a woman tells him to shut his trap and eat what he is given. She calls him a loudmouth. That is Park Hyuna, the fierce 4th commander of the Demon King's army. Himus sneers, calling her a fake and disrespectful. He points out the only reason she is breathing is the non-aggression pact. Without it, he claims she would have been dead 10 times over at his hands. Hyuna is visibly triggered, but before they can throw hands, the door bursts open. A humanoid hamster rushes in, screaming about urgent news for Himus. Something big is going down at the Black Fortress. Himus demands answers, and the hamster drops the bomb. The Gartrun Empire launched a raid. 4 knights, including a hero-level threat. It is a massacre with heavy casualties. Himus absorbs the intel, then slowly turns his gaze to Hyuna. He smiles sarcastically, noting how convenient the change in the meeting schedule was, lining up perfectly with the attack. Hyuna freezes, caught in an awkward spot while trying to enjoy her meal. Himus lets the implication hang there, thinking of the Demon King. Meanwhile, back in the recovery room, Choi wakes up. He is shocked he actually survived the promote backlash. Rachel immediately storms over and yanks him by the hair. She is absolutely livid at his reckless heroics that almost got him killed. Choi begs for mercy, crying that he is still a patient. He jokes that if Rachel's grip hurts this much, he is definitely alive. He thought he won, but Rachel drops a reality check. He lost. Even after emptying his tank and landing that direct hit, the villain was still standing, while Choi was out cold. If Reedrun hadn't shown up to clutch the round, it would have been game over. The ox-headed beast ended the nightmare with a single earth-shattering strike. Choi watches jaw on the floor, while Rachel breaks down the play-by-play. She explains that once the dust settled, Reedrun and Abelson scrambled to patch him up, basically pulling him back from the brink of death. Even she and Bobo jumped into the triage. Both Reedrun and Abelson called his survival a 1-in-a-million miracle. They begged him to stop having a death wish so they wouldn't lose their minds worrying. That's when Choi points a finger right at Rachel. She instantly bristles, bracing herself for a fight. But instead of shouting, he reaches out and gently cups her cheek. He whispers a soft apology for the scare and thanks her for saving his skin. Rachel's anger melts away, and just like that, they're back in sync. A few hours later, Reedrun and Commander Himus swing by to check on the patient while the commander gets distracted playing with Bobo. Reedrun keeps harping on the fact that the only reason Choi could pull off that insane move was because of the dark demonic chi Himus pumped into him. He asks if Choi thinks he has 9 lives to be acting so reckless. He reminds Choi again that he owes his heartbeat to Himus. Choi sighs, confirming he reads them loud and clear. Himus, still busy with Bobo, looks totally over their lecturing. Choi changes the subject, asking how her big meeting went. She shrugs it off, saying she couldn't care less about the summit. What actually matters to her is keeping this fortress standing, so she just straight up ditched the meeting to come back home. Choi is floored. She walked out on the Demon King. Himus flashes a grin, admitting the big boss might be a little salty about it. Meanwhile, the thought of the king's potential rage sends shivers down both Choi and Reedrun's spines. But Himus finds things way more interesting here. She's fascinated that after she injected her own demonic chi into Choi, he wielded it like it was his own natural power. While she's intrigued, the guys are just terrified of the blowback. Himus is absolutely tickled by how unique Choi is. The scene shifts, flashing back to the moment she faced the Demon King. In the memory, she stands her ground, claiming she's been by his side through every bloodbath since day one. She followed blindly, believing every move the king made was to protect their world. Tigrad interrupts, demanding she cut the crap. So Hemus lays it all out on the table. She states clearly, if the Demon King's schemes start crossing her line, they're going to have a serious problem. Tigrad snaps back, calling her disrespectful and realizing she's basically declaring she's going rogue. He sneers, asking if immortality has made her so bored she's just stirring up trouble to kill time. Hemus replies coolly that she predicted exactly this kind of reaction from him. She's not here to start a war, so she's walking away. But before she makes her exit, she locks eyes with Tigrad and asks who's the one actually getting bored with eternity. She tells him to think hard about it. It's her final warning as an old ally. With that farewell, the flashback ends and we're back to Hemus leaving Choi's room. Choi pays his respects as the duo walks out. Suddenly, Hemus turns to Riadrun and drops a compliment. Confused, Riadrun asks what for. Hemus points out that he soloed a hero-class human and asks if maybe it's time for him to level up and climb the hierarchical ladder. Riadrun thanks her for the praise but politely shuts it down. When she asks why he doesn't hesitate, he's still focused on his training and watching Choi's development. Plus, he wants to soak up more of Hemus's teachings to sharpen his own skills. Hemus cracks a small smile. Then her tone shifts, and she asks if the castle really got sliced into 3 chunks during the invasion. Riadrun confirms the damage, offering 0 excuses for the failure. Hemus scoffs, thinking everyone's gotten soft since she hasn't been on the front lines. She decides to launch a tournament to find a commander for the Third Army. Cut back to Choi, who is scrolling through his system interface. He notices that even after upgrading the hero shop to intermediate, he's still got 950 points, burning a hole in his pocket. He thinks it's a waste to let them sit there and starts scouting for some cool gear to buy. Rachel chimes in, noting that since he crushed another quest and bagged 1,000 points, he's flush with cash. Choi is hyped now that the shop leveled up. The inventory is absolutely stacked with new items. He sees everything from weapons to cosmetics. Rachel asks if he's actually going to pull the trigger on anything. Choi sighs. Despite the endless options, most of this stuff is basic tier, and way too overpriced for items that don't even offer stat boosts. Rachel nods in agreement. Realizing all that shop gear is flimsy trash he could crush like wet tissue, Choi scans the inventory again. He spots some accessories with customizable specs, but the descriptions are absolute gibberish. Figuring he needs to buff his combat stats first, his eyes lock onto a weird listing. Wrath and magic creation, he asks. Rachel chimes in. It's not loot. It's way cooler. It's a creation system perk. Basically, he can take a basic move like a kick, register it as a skill, and grind levels on it. Same motion but with nuclear impact. Choi digests the info. Sold. He drops 500 hero points. Ping. The system starts scanning his mana flow and muscle mechanics. It's analyzing everything in real time. A blizzard of data floods his vision, nearly frying his brain. Once the logic clicks, his jaw drops. This tech is insane. He scrambles to his feet, hyped to record. System ready. Check. He decides to open with his signature kick. He snaps the leg out, perfect form. The system captures the frame data, preparing to optimize the output. It's tweaking his balance, calibrating mana efficiency. Choi watches mesmerized until beep. A red alert flashes. Just when he thought he was living the ultimate isekai fantasy, the system slaps him with a notification. Creation failed. The prompt suggests he tries actually doing the move correctly. The audacity. Choi's eye twitches. Excuse me, he followed the instructions to the letter. What is this garbage? He's fuming, confused. Rachel chimes in with a theory. The system might be ghosting him. Since he's running on demonic chi, he's technically a bug user. The hero security system is too high tier to let that slide. So it wasn't user error. It was the system being a snob. That realization just throws gas on Choi's fire. He snatches Rachel out of the air and shakes her like a maraca. She's screaming for mercy. I'm already tilted and you're making it worse, he yells, until a glowing icon interrupts his rage. New hero quest. He doesn't even read the text before groaning. Great, more work. He wasted points for 0 results. Refund now. But the mission text basically mocks him. Stop crying over spent points, it says. You can always farm more. Move on, loser. The objective? Create a skill using his own raw power. Cut to Readrun's training grounds. Choi is on his knees, literally begging. Readrun looks down at him. So you need guidance developing your personalized wrath. Choi nods frantically. Readrun strokes his chin, mulling it over, then gives a curt nod. Fine, I'll help. Choi's eyes well up with anime tears. He's too choked up to speak. I was planning to drill you today anyway, Readrun adds, casually turning his back. Class is in session. Choi scrambles to his feet and trails behind him. Moments later, they're both seated in lotus position, deep in concentration. The real training begins now. The grind doesn't stop. More brutal strikes, grueling physical drills. Choi is absolutely wrecked by the session. Cut to the sidelines. Riadrun and the Saint watch silently as Choi collapses in his room again. Covered in bandages, feet twisted in agony, he marks day 1 on the wall and cracks a smile. He drags his broken body up, just grateful to be alive, and checks the status window. Mission complete. His combat power spikes, but he's already thinking about the bigger picture. He's forged his own path, a personalized remix of Riadrun's martial arts. He dubs this new style Noblesse. Tournament day hits, host Jark takes the mic, announcing the prize one coveted seat as company commander, plus 13 battalion spots. The arena is packed, over 1,000 fighters are ready to throw down. Camera pans to Himus and Hyuna, watching from the VIP shadows. The host drops the info, 3 rounds to decide it all. And these aren't your standard duels. Expect the unexpected new battle styles only. 60 minutes on the clock for prep. The tension is already suffocating. The crowd is a total freak show, including one guy rocking a goat head and a seriously disturbing grin. Choi just smirks. The host drops a knife, oops, but it's not a mistake, it's a metaphor. Welcome to round 1, the killer run. Setting the outlaw highway. Cut to Choi, getting loose muscles primed for action. Enter the 4th commander. She slides up to him casually, admitting she's been stalking his progress. Are you even human? She asks. Choi is caught off guard. Who is this stunner? He's totally floored by her visuals. But she keeps dissecting him like a science experiment. Black hair, a combat gauge. She figures he's just your basic starter pack hero. Choi tries to play it cool, but she cuts him off. She smells the demonic chi on him. You a spy, she muses. Before she can dig deeper, Riadrun crashes the party. Back off. Riadrun barks until he realizes who he's checking. It's the 4th commander. He pivots instantly, claiming he has a message from Himus for the cooking squad boss. Hyuna is shook orders directly from Himus. She wisely decides to step aside. She retreats but glances back. Riadrun isn't hunting Choi, he's standing beside him. Not predator and prey. Allies. Now she's intrigued. This just got way more interesting. Riadrun sighs, explaining to Choi, she's wild but she's a squad commander. You gotta respect the rank. Dropping the lore, she's a hero too, watching the games on the Demon King's dime. But Himus said surveil, not watch. Stay away from her. Choi instantly senses the bad vibes. The tension between these commanders is thick. Choi nods and asks about the mission specifics. The deal, place rank 8 or higher. Anything less is a total failure. Fail and your lab rat material for research squad 2. Cost protection. Choi shudders at the thought. 2 hours later, showtime. Host Jark lays down the law. Round 1 is a straight sprint. Get to the finish line. Simple. That's it. No other rules apply. Total anarchy. Accidental murder. Totally legal today. Goatface locks eyes with Choi. If I accidentally flatline you, I walk free, he sneers. Stay out of my lane. Choi doesn't flinch. Heard you loud and clear. The starting gun fires. Explosion of movement. Choi fronts a pack, but the elites are already dusting them. Some flyer looks down, mocking the groundwalkers, and unleashes a magic barrage. Incoming. Choi calls it out. Rachel shields up. He keeps sprinting through the chaos. Give me a sit rep on the leaders, he yells. Rachel crunches the numbers. At this speed, you're barely cracking top 100. Boom. Goatface is back, shocked. Choi is still breathing. You survived the air raid. Goat charges a massive energy blast. Take this. Impact. The shield holds strong. Choi grins. Nice save, Rachel. The goat isn't having it. He charges up a massive energy spike, looking to flatten our hero instantly. But wait. Just before impact, the blast shatters. It fractures into 1,000 shards, raining down like a meteor shower and tagging every runner in the vicinity. Choi's confused. Why nerf the attack? Splitting the power seems like a total rookie move that just dilutes the damage. Then, the realization hits. The goat puts on an Oscar-worthy performance, acting like Choi was the one who fired the shot. It's a setup. He intentionally spread the damage to aggro the mob. Now, every runner is staring daggers at Choi, ready to rip his head off for the false accusation. Fueled by spite, the goat kicks into high gear, shooting Choi a smug grin as he leaves our hero in the dust to deal with the angry mob. Watching that arrogant jerk pull ahead, Choi snaps. He swears on his life that the second he catches up, the goat is dead meat. He barks at Rachel for a status report. She crunches the numbers. He's passed 76 runners, but there are still 24 obstacles between him and the lead. But the moment she speaks, disaster strikes. Choi gets blindsided by a heavy hit from the rear, shattering Rachel's barrier into nothing. The impact sends him reeling. As he teeters on the edge of collapse, a flashback triggers a memory of his brutal training days with Riadrun. He remembers the frustrations, confusion of trying to wield multiple combat styles that were designed exclusively for demon physiology. They were toxic to humans. He realized that both the Promote and Adrun's techniques had to be stripped down and rebuilt as a foundation for something new, something perfectly tailored to him, and that's how Noblesse was born. Snapping back to reality, he triggers the skill. The system goes crazy. Notifications pop up. Magic power has leveled up from rank D to C in his. Demonic chi just jumped from rank E to C. The Noblesse skill card flashes on the HUD, revealing its origin. a perfect fusion of two opposing forces. This unique style erupts in a blazing purple aura, mixing magical and demonic energy, currently sitting at a raw proficiency of 0.06%. He fully charges the aura while parrying incoming attacks, then explodes into a sprint, roaring for everyone to get the hell out of his way. It's barely a contest. To the other runners, he's nothing but a violet blur, tearing past them at Mach speed. He's dropping competitors left and right, but a warning flashes 95 runners have already crossed the finish line. That leaves only 5 slots open. It's do or die. Choi pushes his engine to the red line, accelerating violently. He's moving so fast, Rachel is barely hanging on. Up ahead, the goat glances back, and his eyes nearly pop out of his skull. Choi is closing in. The goat is shook, but Choi he's grinning. He's absolutely loving the fact that he caught up right at the finish line. It's payback time. He activates Rachel's third combat form, charging a devastating finisher as he pulls up right on the goat's tail. The second he's in range, he slams into the goat from behind, whispering for him to go ahead and have a little accident. The goat becomes a human missile launching forward at absurd speed and smashing face first into the wall, obliterating the structure. Amidst the dust and chaos, the announcer calls it the 99th and 100th spots go to Choi, and the goat Choi collapses. Just grateful to have made the cut, while the goat lies unconscious behind him. But not for long, the goat wakes up seeing red, screaming curses and vowing to murder Choi right there. But the host steps in, shutting it down immediately. The race is over. The host lays out the roadmap. The 100 survivors get a 3-day break before the second stage begins. Everyone else, dismissed. Cut to black. Later that night, deep in the forest near the Dark Fortress, we find Themis and Park Hyuna lurking in the shadows. The fourth commander presses Themis, asking if she's seriously planning to unleash that thing inside the tournament. Themis ignores the question completely. She's focused on the creature in front of her greeting modem, like an old friend she hasn't seen in ages. The beast, glowing with a sinister red aura, corrects her. It's been exactly 97 years, 3 months and 11 days. This is Modem Themis's familiar, and he asks what his mistress desires. This thing is a monster with a power level of 198,532. Themis gives the order. His mission is to hunt down and capture every single participant's flag. Modem nods, confirming the objective. But there's a catch. Themis warns him not to go full nuclear. If he finds a participant with actual potential, he needs to handle them with kid gloves. Hyuna scoffs at this calling. Themis soft. She thinks the big mouth is losing her edge. Themis shoots back, asking the commander why she thinks demons are currently catching L's against humans. She doesn't wait for a reply. She drops the hard truth demons are losing because they play too fair. They rely on brute strength, refusing to retreat even when outmatched, and they die for it with some twisted sense of honor. Humans are different. If they're losing, they run. They regroup. They come back with dirty tricks, traps, and schemes to tilt the battlefield in their favor. That cunning is exactly why the Demon King's army keeps getting folded by weak humans. She punctuates her lecture by pointing a finger right in Hyuna's face, leaving the commander completely stunned by the reality check. To shatter the awkward tension, Hyunas throws some serious shade, telling the fourth commander he needs to hit the books and study up. Hyuna is left absolutely fuming at the insult. Then the announcer drops the brutal rules for the tournament's next phase. It is Battle Royale-style random squads of 4 hours on the clock, and every team spawns with just 2 flags. Only the squads hoarding the most flags snatch one of the 10 qualifying spots. But if your stash hits 0, you are eliminated instantly. Rank doesn't matter. As the teams lock in, the GOAT is hyped about his lineup, planning to use Choi as a meat shield to bait enemies and steal their loot. Choi plays along, calling the strategy genius, but internally, he is screaming. He wonders what kind of cosmic bad luck stuck him on a team with this guy. Rounding out the squad, standing completely silent, are a Hawk hybrid and a guy looking like a straight-up Arbok. Welcome to Team 9. Cocky as ever, the GOAT claims they can just camp out, convinced their current flag count guarantees an easy win. Choi side-eyes him, realizing just how insufferable this guy is going to be. Then the leaderboard glitches. Team 9 is sitting in 4th with 4 flags, but that wasn't there a second ago. Suddenly their rank skyrockets again, jumping straight to 3rd place. Without them lifting a finger, the whole squad freezes, totally confused by the free rank boost. Clank. A massive steel foot stomps into the zone. Choi spins around to see Moton, a walking tank, radiating pure power. The GOAT's eyes light up when he sees the mountain of flags on Moton's back. He realizes this guy is the reason the rankings are going crazy. The GOAT grins, thinking he just found a golden goblin loot box, and launches a suicide charge. Choi screams for him to stop, warning that this guy is out of their league. The GOAT ignores him, calling Choi a coward and winding up for a kill shot. He vows to scrap the tin monster and take the stash. Big mistake. Moton barely moves, backhanding the GOAT, and sending him crashing into the Hawk and Arbok like human bowling pins, stripping their flag instantly. High above, Moton's handlers are watching. Hyuna winces, wondering if this massacre was necessary. Against a monster, like Moton, Choi's team has 0 win condition. Himus watches silently, eyes on the clock as time ticks away. Team 9 has now plummeted to rank 25. With 60 seconds left, Choi initiates a desperate Hail Mary play, ordering everyone to move on his signal. They intercept Moton again, who has been busy farming flags from other teams. The metal giant spots them and sighs, expecting another primitive low IQ rush. Choi signals the attack. The goat, swallowing his pride, unleashes a blast of magic, furious at taking orders from a human. Boom, direct hit. But as the smoke clears, Moton is standing there completely unscratched amidst the flames. Choi triggers Phase 2. The hawk dives from the stratosphere, screaming toward Moton like a heat-seeking missile. Moton nods. He sees the combo now. It is the first time a team has actually used a brain cell against him. He braces for impact. Just as the hawk is about to connect, Moton snatches him out of the air by the throat, stopping the dive dead. He mocks the attack, saying the shockwave felt like a nice refreshing breeze, but he spots Choi sprinting in. Moton shakes his head, muttering that the whole team is moving in slow motion and mocks how pathetically weak Choi's demonic chi feels. Suddenly, the Arbok guy bursts from underground. It is a pincer attack. Choi is already in Moton's face. He tries to slip past the defense to snatch a flag. With pure desperation, Choi activates his ultimate skill. Cloaked in the noblesse aura, he surges forward, and with just inches between his fingers and the flag, Moton grabs him. He compliments the hustle, admitting it wasn't a bad plan. But that's it. Game over. Moton has already caught the snake, the hawk, and Choi. 15 seconds on the clock. The entire squad is helpless in Moton's grip. The metal titan pauses, asking Choi what that strange purple energy was. Choi ignores the question, eyes locked on the countdown. Pushed to the brink, he tells Moton he is about to find out the hard way and clamps his hand onto the enemy's wrist. Choi triggers his ultimate card, the Chi Explosion. A wave of violet energy rips through the air, and in a blink, Choi vanishes from the strike zone. But the shockwave hits like a freight train, rocking Moton's balance until he crashes hard into the dirt. The clock hits 0 as both fighters drift to opposite ends of the arena. Moton barely finds his footing at the buzzer, finally realizing the mechanic behind that attack. Was it a self-destruct move? Nah, too weak for that. But Choi catches wind of his confusion and shouts, "Hey Tin Can, watch your 6." Moton spins around and there it is, the goat chilling on his back, clutching the flag. Moton's brain practically short-circuits. Choi starts roasting him. "You really think I'd just blow myself up without a master plan?" He reveals the 4D chess move. The explosion was just smoke and mirrors. The perfect distraction for the goat to snag the flag right under his nose. Choi wraps it up with one final jab. "Meeting you was an absolute nightmare." As the rankings light up the screen, Choi vows he's done dealing with this scrap metal, throwing up a crisp middle finger to seal the deal. Ding system notification. New ability unlocked. Chi Explosion proficiency, sitting at a humble 0.11%. Later, after the second round, dust settles. The vibe shifts to a heavy, quiet showdown between Himus and Moton. Himus wants the tea on Choi. Cool as ice, Moton drops his assessment. That human, he's a unicorn. A hybrid running on both demonic ki and mana. Unheard of. He admits it's a total anomaly, something he hasn't seen in centuries. Himus doesn't even blink. "Tell me something I don't know." She pushes for more intel. Moton nods, adding, "The kid's not just gifted. His reflexes are insane. His battle instincts are razor sharp. Honestly, he outclasses plenty of elite demons I've worked with." That lands heavy. Himus goes silent, the gears in her head turning as she weighs the implications. Maybe it's time the demon army evolved, she starts thinking. If she decides to play by her own rules, the future might just get a whole lot more interesting. Smash cut to a totally different vibe. The divine empire of Gartrum. The air is thick with gloom. The Pope is mourning Geffen, a hero-tier legend wiped out on a mission. A warrior of promise taken out in the most humiliating way possible. The room is suffocating, a mix of funeral tears and cold calculation. A guy in the corner breaks the silence. "What's the play with Abelson?" The Pope lets the silence hang for a second before his voice drops to sub-zero. "Popularity means nothing. She's just a princess of some dirt-poor no-name kingdom." He slams the mental gavel down. "She is stripped of her sainthood candidacy. Brand her a heretic. Tell the world she's sleeping with the Demon King's army." Then the Pope pivots. "Is Himus acting up again?" The advisor nods, confirming she's overhauling the military command, setting up a skill-based tournament to handpick new officers. The Pope's eyes narrow. "Can we wreck it?" The man finally revealed as Elrond. Admits he tried hitting up the Demon King for leverage but got stonewalled. Messing with Himus right now. It might poke the bear, the Demon King himself. So, the Pope changes tactics. Send a hero. Break their structure from the inside. He nominates Kinley. Elrond hesitates. "Sir, remember Huna, the traitor. She's at the Black Fortress. If Kinley goes there, she's walking into a slaughter against those two. Facing two powerhouses like that is suicide." But the Pope catches a detail. Huna, at the fortress. That means the Demon King and Himus aren't exactly holding hands. Elrond almost scraps the plan, but the Pope cuts him off with a raised hand. Gartram and Drayson, we thrive on chaos. Our power is built on the holy war against demon scum. We need the dark to make our righteous light blind them. That contrast, it feeds the people's faith. And that faith, it's the engine of this empire. So the war never stops. We've been faking nice with the Demon King to steer the ship, he confesses. But these demons are evolving too fast. We're losing our grip on the leash. He barks an order. Check the spy's report. Where's this tournament happening? Elrond flips through his notes and unfurls a map. Target location in Amazit. A remote hellhole crawling with monsters. They both clock the most important detail. It's miles away from the Black Fortress. The Pope smiles like it's divine intervention. Perfect. Summon the heroes. We start by watching the Empire's schemes cook, using this chaos to gauge everyone's power levels. Cut to Choi. He's chilling in his quarters, actually smirking at the absolute mess of his system interface. Fusing demonic chi with mana wasn't just a power-up. It turned his energy control into a nightmare of complexity. Rachel stares at him, totally shook. She's remembering that not long ago, this guy was a one-trick pony, barely surviving Hydra's hellish boot camp. But now Choi is laser-focused on his stats. Hydra's moves just hit the official skill tree. Noblesse and Magic Explosion are finally live and registered. That bumps his total arsenal up to 5 unique skills, huge for his build. It's a major level-up moment. Rachel peeks at the update, asking if his command rank spiked too, because those new status effects are insane. She can't believe how fast he's speedrunning the executive ladder of the Demon King's army. While she's fangirling, Choi is doom-scrolling through his system menu, wondering aloud if there's any gear he can buy to buff his stats. Suddenly, boom, a voice cuts through the air. Nothing is going to save you at your trash level. Wake up from the dream, kid. It's Hyuna, cold as ice, appearing out of nowhere and scaring the living daylights out of him. Choi scrambles backward like a frightened crab. Then it clicks. His surprise guest is the 4th commander. She rolls her eyes at his panic. Zip it. She demands the numbers. Hero points. How many? Choi stammers out. 1,000. 300 points. She presses him. Shop rank. He squeaks intermediate. Hyuna literally scoffs. Intermediate. That's pathetic. She calls his progress straight garbage. But Choi smells an opportunity. He quietly asks, what did you buy at my level? He's practically begging for the meta strategy. Hyuna cracks a grin, knowing he's trying to farm her for veteran intel. Fine, I'll throw you a bone, but only if you answer every single question I ask. No lies. Choi takes the deal in a heartbeat. Hyuna drops the knowledge, since you've already got aura. Upgrade that shop, and grab a dimensional pocket. It's basically infinite inventory space. Bang for your buck is insane. Choi mulls it over, wondering if the RNG will spawn it in the next shop rotation. Hyuna nods, then flips the script. My turn. Question 1. Are you actually a hero? Choi shrugs. Sort of. Somehow. Yeah, I guess. Question 2. Then why the hell are you serving the demon army? I just kinda ended up here. Question 3. How are you dual-wielding demonic chi and mana? Choi gives the same non-answer. It just happened. Hyuna snaps. So, you're somehow a hero who somehow joined the demons and somehow broke the magic system. Choi nods like a bobblehead. Big mistake. Hyuna launches a boot straight to his face, sending him flying across the room. Dizzy, he yells back. Hey, you're in the demon army too. Cut to Choi face down on the floor, totally owned, pinned under Hyuna's legs. As she chills on top of him like he's a beanbag chair, she makes an offer. Be my direct subordinate. I'll train you. Choi, muffled by the floor. Hard pass, thanks. He tries to be polite, but Hyuna's mood tanks. She grinds her heel into his spine, making him groan. Why stay here then? She demands. Choi gasps out the cold, hard truth. If I bounce, Hemus will literally murder me. Hyuna rolls her eyes. Okay, besides not dying, what's the goal? Choi doesn't stutter. I want to marry a rich, blonde noblewoman and be the proud father of exactly 5 children. The answer is so unhinged it short-circuits Hyuna's brain. She freezes. Then she scrambles off him, looking actually disturbed by his honesty. She waves him off. We are never speaking of this again. Pretend this conversation never happened. She fixes her composure. You know what? Go chase that weird-as-hell dream. She sighs, begrudgingly admitting that the kid is one of a kind. One thing she got right, Hemis isn't the type to just let a guy walk away clean. She turns ready to bounce, throwing a warning over her shoulder. Enjoy the downtime while you can, kid. Silence swallows the room as she vanishes. Choi lays back, eyes glued to the ceiling, drifting into the void, and gets real with himself. Deep down, he knows it's not just fear of Hemis or some wild personal quest keeping him here. It's the grind. His evolution from fighter to survivor to maybe something more is fused to this chaotic nightmare inside the Demon King's army. And the crazy part, he's not scared. He's actually thriving on the madness. Fast forward, tournament round 3 is finally here. The air is thick, crackling with hype. Choi locks in, prepping his loadout with laser focus. Checking his gear and grabbing the essentials, he flashes a grin. telling Bobo to hold down the fort. "I'll be back, buddy." With that first-place trophy in hand, Bobo barks once a canine fist bump. As Choi and Rachel gear up to roll out, Rachel checks the GPS. "We hitting Lee Dongjin before we crash the arena." Choi nods, scanning the map one last time. Locked and loaded. They step out the door, the static between them buzzing, total main character energy. They march forward with zero hesitation, hungry to snatch that top prize, and etch their names into the history books. Legends in the making. Cut to day 3. Choi is out in the wild, absolutely destroying monsters. But the stats are broken. 1 kill, 1 level up. He's already pinged 4 times. And he's starting to think it's a glitch. He's farming dryads, plant-type ladies of the forest. Usually they're just support units spreading pollen to help other monsters breed. Choi grips a defeated dryad, baffled by the insane XP drop. Why is this so easy? Above him, a purple orb hovers like a silent drone. Welcome to the Battle Royale. The mission: survive the nightmare of the demonic beast forest. The game won't stop until the herd thins out, specifically until 10 of the 24 challengers are kicked out of the competition. To spice things up, everyone was gifted a daily magical item. Today's loot, this identical purple sphere. It's military-grade tracking tech cooked up by Hemis using pure demonic energy. Basically, it's a snitch. It broadcasts every player's location straight to the organizers. Big Brother is watching. Rachel eyes the orb, shook by the army's high-tier magic. The spell work is next level. But Choi's got no time to geek out. He decides to move before some killstealer shows up to jack his loot. Suddenly, bam, something clocks him right in the dome. He hits the dirt, dropping his haul. "Gotcha," screams the ambusher, while Choi shakes off the stars. It's the goat, and wow is he salty. He's here to settle the score permanently. Meanwhile, the tournament host is snoozing on the job. Total mood killer. "Why am I stuck babysitting a doghouse while the cool kids guard the Inamazet portal?" His buddy cuts in. "Bro, chill. That portal is the real deal. It links to the main gate. If that breaks, we're all toast." The host shrugs. "Yeah, but who's gonna raid this boondock spot?" Just then, a vibe shift. The portal guard stiffens. Something's out there. He scans the area with his energy and pings a squad of humans. Monster hunters, probably. But, meh. No special magic signatures. Not worth the paperwork to engage. Attacking them might just lead them right to the portal. Better to play it cool. Inamazet is massive. Odds are they'll never cross paths with the tournament crew. He shrugs off the bad feeling. Back to the main event. Choi versus Goat. The enemy flexes hard, claiming he's got god-tier power. "Beg for mercy, kid. Last chance." Choi looks bored. Goat sneers. "Too proud. Then run. Ain't no shame and scars on your back." For the brawlers in the chat, Choi's patience is officially cooked. He glares at Rachel, practically twitching, and snaps. "Why don't we just flatline this goat right now?" Sensing the sudden spike in killer intent, the goat pulls a total 180. His arrogant posture collapses into pathetic, trembling submission. He's literally on his knees, bleeding desperately. "Don't do it. I swear on my life, you'll regret it." Choi pauses, brow furrowed. "Regret it? Why?" Seeing the hesitation, the goat drops a bomb. He is sitting on some S-tier intel. Choi bites. Spill. The goat nervous explains that literally every demon in the bracket has Choi marked as public enemy number 1. Choi scoffs, skeptical. "Cap, if I'm the main target, why isn't there a mob swarming us right now? I'm supposed to be the raid boss, right?" The goat just smirks, a creepy sight, and starts a countdown. 3, 2, 1, boom. As the timer hits 0, a massive horde of competitors swarms the clearing to gank Choi. He freezes eyes wide, while that treacherous goat cackles like a maniac. Cut to the Black Fortress. A magical livestream projects the chaos in high definition to Himus and Hyuna. They're spectating day 3 of the tournament. Himus raises an eyebrow, genuinely shocked that everyone decided to gang up on our boy. She bursts into laughter, calling the display absolutely shameless. Hyuna isn't amused, snapping back. "This isn't a joke, Himus." Suddenly, the feed glitches. The Guardian bursts in with a code red: "Intruders. Humans are breaching the perimeter. They're hammering the gate," he yells. And these aren't random scrubs, they're rocking high-end stealth gear. They knew exactly where to hit. The stream cuts. Himus doesn't hesitate, barking an order for Riadrun to handle the mess. Riadrun reads the room instantly. "Consider it done," she vows, eyes narrowing as she prepares to intercept. Himus paces, analyzing the data. They're too prepared. Someone on the inside is spilling secrets. As she speaks, Hyuna stiffens face, draining of color. Himus's voice booms, shaking the walls. "Find me the rat, now." Hyuna flinches, visibly rattled. Smash, cut back to the forest. Choi is running for his life, totally stressing out after ditching the mob. "Where are the refs?" he yells internally. "They're breaking every rule in the book. Why isn't anyone stopping this madness?" "Zip it," Rachel hisses. "You'll blow our cover." Nearby, 2 hunters prowl the bushes, scanning for a target. They sniff around, pause, then shrug. "He's gone. Let's wait for the next tracking ping," they mutter, moving on. Choi holds his breath until they're gone, then slumps against a tree. The adrenaline crash hits hard. He's terrified he won't make it. I'm actually going to die here, he whispers. Rachel floats closer, trying to hype him up. Look at your stats, she insists. You're leveling up fast. We just need to grind on some local mobs to boost your power. Check the item shop, she suggests. Got any pay-to-win gear? Choi nods frantically, scrolling through his inventory. It looks bleak. Wait, he spots something. But before he can buy it, a shadow falls over him. A cloaked figure looms nearby. You the hero, everyone's whispering about the stranger asks, interrupting the shopping spree. Choi jumps, caught off guard. The figure throws back his hood. Fiery red hair, human features. Choi's jaw drops. Another human here. His crew unmasks too. They look human, sure, but their eyes. They're staring at Choi like he's a rare loot drop. It's totally unsettling. My bad, the leader says, smoothing his hair with an eerie calm. I'm Andrew Taylor. I'm a hero just like you. Ding. A system window pops up in Choi's face. Mission survive. Kill all villains. The reward, a massive 1,000 hero points. Choi swallows hard and activates his poker face, deciding to bluff his way out. Oh wow, Choi beams, playing the wide-eyed rookie card. I'm Choi Brand, new to the hero biz. Super nice to meet ya. So, what brings pros like you to a dump like this? Andrew smiles coldly. We're exterminating demons. Right on, Choi nods vigorously. Demons are the worst. Justice and all that. Totally agree. Well, I'm gonna go smash some baddies too. Good luck. Choi turns to bail. Swish. Andrew draws his blade in a blur. The steel slices the air inches from Choi's neck. Whoa, Choi stumbles back. Andrew's eyes go dark. We also hunt traitorous humans. Andrew raises his sword for the kill shot. But suddenly crash, the tournament mob bursts into the clearing, hunting for Choi. Nowhere left to run, Kid the Goat sneers. But the demon competitors pause, spotting Andrew's squad. Is that another him? One whispers. Does he have a cloning skill? Andrew frowns, momentarily thrown off by the chaos. Choi's brain goes into overdrive. One chance. He initiates emergency protocol chaos. He throws his hands up. Everyone, repeat after me. The Demon King's third commandment. The demons blink. Andrew freezes. What? Even Andrew looks baffled. Choi ignores the awkwardness and launches into a passionate sermon, shouting at the top of his lungs. We are the Demon King's elite. A mesmerizing blue aura flares around him. The goat and the mob stop dead in their tracks, entranced. Confused but swayed by the aura, the demons growl. So, we eat the humans ahead. Choi points a finger at Andrew's group. Feast. Listen up. Let's slaughter these invaders for our father, the Demon King. Show them no mercy. Right on cue, the system pings. Hidden stats, charisma, and leadership just unlocked, and the ally morale bar skyrockets. Choi screams, ordering the mob to dive in. The crowd starts buzzing, hyping each other up. Even the goat guy admits Choi is spitting facts. Another grunt agrees, shouting, they're an army no matter what. The goat doubles down, backing Choi's play, screaming for everyone to push forward and crush the humans. Powered up by Choi's blue aura buff, the mob goes berserk and charges. In the middle of the chaos, Choi is grinning ear to ear. The plan is working perfectly. He vows to remember their sacrifice as they sprint toward death. Then Choi spins 180 degrees and sprints the other way, laughing. Catch you guys in Valhalla. As he books it, he figures those guys won't last 10 seconds. Running away is literally the only play here. Suddenly, a hand snags his scarf. It's the commander who was supposed to be guarding the gate. Choi stares at him. Yo, what's the situation? The commander is shaking. He explains the gate connected to the castle just got obliterated during the human ambush. Choi asks about the gate guards, and the commander grimaces. They were wiped out. He barely made it out with his life. Choi can't believe it. How? There were only like 40 enemies. The commander cuts him off. Every single one was at least battalion commander tier. We're talking 3 regimental commanders and 1 monster pushing division commander power levels. Choi asks for a survival strategy. The commander looks hopeless. There might not be one. Plus, he drops a bombshell. Choi has a tracking spell on him. Since Choi is a high-ranking officer in the Demon King's army, they're both walking targets with 0 stealth. Choi asks if they can scrub the tracking spell. The commander shakes his head negative. The dispelling ritual takes way too long, and time is a luxury they don't have. Suddenly, the tracking spell pings a massive signal nearby. It's something huge, Demon Beast class. Choi's gears start turning. This monster. He can work with this. He looks at the commander who's waiting for orders. Choi grins. He's got a crazy idea. A scheme that just might get them out of this mess. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the hero army has already deleted every tournament participant. They realize the traitor hero bailed and launch a full-scale manhunt using the tracking spell. Andrew pauses. His radar is picking up something else besides Choi. He wonders if it's Flowclad. He explains to his team that Flowclad isn't just a monster. It's the apex predator of Inamazet, rocking a combat power between 250,000 and 300,000. A massive plant-type nightmare classified as high risk. Usually you need a fighter-class hero just to keep it in check. Andrew notes that killing it isn't impossible, but the collateral damage would be nasty. It doesn't take long before all hell breaks loose as the monster clashes with the hero squad. Andrew orders his team to draw the monster's aggro while he hunts down the traitor hero. Just then, the system notifies Choi of an item usage. Pheromone perfume. It mimics the scent of a demon beast, but the wider the spray, the weaker the effect. It tricks beasts into thinking humans are friendly, but it costs a steep 10 hero points. Choi combines the item with Promote to execute his survival plan, even if it means disguising himself as a seductive female tree. Andrew spots the duo in their bizarre outfits and freezes, totally confused. He shakes it off and lunges, but Choi sees the kill shot coming. He yells for the commander to step in. The commander parries Andrew's strike perfectly, and both swordsmen reset their stance. It's go time. Andrew powers up his sword to its advanced form and strikes again, sparking a high-octane duel. It's a clash of titans. While the commander gets swarmed from all sides, Choi steps up, sniping the peripheral attackers. He drops them one by one. He tells the commander to focus, promising to handle the trash mobs while urging him to stick to the script. They just need to hold the line. Andrew realizes what's happening and scoffs, asking if their grand strategy is just stalling. Playing for time. He gets zero response. We flash back to Choi, breaking down the plan to the commander. The core concept: use the demon beast as their tank against the heroes. The commander's job is just to dodge Andrew. Evasion is key. Tire him out and use the beast as a living shield against his attacks. Meanwhile, Choi cleans up the rest. By exploiting the demon beast's chaos, the golden rule of this operation: never engage in a fair fight. Choi dubs the mission Operation You Come At Me. Back in the present, Andrew is getting tilted by the commander's slippery moves. He demands to know how long they plan to keep running. The commander stays dead silent. Internally, he thinks the human fighting style is cowardly trash, but he has to admit this hit-and-run tactic is the only reason they're still breathing. The camera shifts to Choi. He's staring down a cloaked enemy. Battered but focused, the opponent stands up with one obsession: kill the traitor. The guy rushes in, but Choi weaves through the onslaught like it's nothing. Still, he can feel the terrifying torque behind every swing. One clean hit would slice him in two. But the guy's telegraphing everything: zero finesse, just brute force. He slashes with robotic stiffness. Choi sees the opening and snaps a low kick right into the guy's knee, wrecking his balance. The dude eats dirt chin first. Before he can blink, Choi delivers a ruthless soccer kick to the skull. Lights out. Ping, multiple level-ups flood the screen. Choi stands there, baffled by the cakewalk. Are these things even human? They fight like glitched NPCs. But just as he's worrying about his stamina draining from spamming Promote, a gnarly side effect blindsides him. Something's wrong with his forehead. It's mutating. System alert: demonic chi just jumped from rank C to rank B. The physical toll: a literal horn tearing its way out of his skull. Choi's freaking out. He looks full-blown demon now. The system chimes in. His body is temporarily syncing with that dark energy, forcing an instant metamorphosis. Meanwhile, the commander, decked out in living armor of vines and roots, observes from the sidelines. His gaze locks onto the hero, Andrew, who's gripping his blade with scary intensity. The commander's tank is running on empty. He's nearing his breaking point, eyeing his enemy with pure dread. His meat shield, a massive pale behemoth with claws like steak knives, is chopped to ribbons. It's wheezing hard, legs wobbling like jelly. They're running out of time. Andrew, stone cold with that sword, shatters the forest silence. His tone is chill but dripping with venom. He roasts the commander, saying his only talent is running away like a coward. But the chase stops here. A twisted smirk plays on Andrew's lips as he starts monologuing about his win, flexing that heroes like him get buffed every time they slay a monster. He drops the mic with a cocky fact. He's sitting at level 983. The second he slaughters that beast, shielding the commander, he'll hit the legendary level 1000 cap. Boom. No warning. Andrew strikes, a lightning-fast lunge straight for the throat. The commander barely scraps together a defense, deflecting the blade with his coiled whip. You can see the panic written all over his face. He is completely outmatched by this OP hero. If he doesn't cook up a strategy fast, it's game over. Instantly, the commander starts tapping pressure points on the giant white beast. His fingers are flying precision perfect. Every touch sends red sparks exploding like tiny fireworks. Those sparks sear into the skin, forming glowing arcane runes. He keeps the combo going. Even with Andrew raining down heavy, calculated strikes, the pressure is insane, but the commander stays locked in. He's betting it all on this one seal he's about to trigger. Andrew smells blood and pushes forward, while the commander barely deflects the impacts, scrambling over the beast's body to stay alive. Every hit pushes him closer to the edge, his guard crumbling. Bam! A massive hit sends him skidding across the forest floor, dirt flying. Andrew grips the hilt with both hands, hoisting the blade high. His eyes are wild with hype, ready to skewer the weakened beast. He taunts the commander, voice dripping with ego, bragging that once he farms the beast for the stat boost, deleting a weakling, and desperate scrub like him will be a joke. But right before the kill shot connects, the commander, gasping for air, drops a hard truth. He wasn't just running around for cardio. That line hits harder than the sword. Suddenly those weird runes on the beast's skin light up, blasting out beams of crimson light. The symbols pulse and clank, thick metal chains burst from the skin, snaking out everywhere. The air crackles with red energy swarming around the beast like electric fireflies. It's a high-tier bind skill. The commander ignores his wounds, channels his mana, and snaps his fingers into a circle, the final trigger. Those glowing red chains whip forward, coiling around Andrew from the blind spot, stopping his blade inches from the beast. Flashback. We cut to a memory of the commander and Choi, plotting phase 2 right before the brawl. Choi is vibrating with excitement, pitching the operation name Kill Steel. The commander just crosses his arms, raising a skeptical brow. Skepticism written all over his face. He asked if that was some kind of secret hero code. Choi just flashed a grin and laid out the playbook, explaining he'd wipe out the mob of enemies first, before taking down the main boss, the demon beast. The commander, playing it safe, as always, pressed for the endgame. With a cocky smirk, Choi dropped the final piece of the strategy. The commander would need to stall and buy time, exactly like he was doing right now. And the second the window opened, Choi would circle back to deliver the kill shot. They swapped a look, an unspoken agreement, acknowledging the deadly risks involved. Without needing to say a word, the commander scratches the back of his head with a nervous chuckle, realizing they're out of better options. But he holds up 2 fingers, pointing out 2 massive holes in the plan. 1, could Choi actually make it back in time? And 2, even if he did, could he really take down that guy fresh off a level-up? Choi, serving his usual brutal honesty, admits the odds of a perfect run are sitting at less than 1%. But then his eyes sharpen with intensity. If they fold now, the chance is exactly 0. Choi clenches his fist, locking in. With those cards on the table, he's pushing all his chips in on that 1%. Fear is gone. Now it's just execution. Smash. Cut to the turning point. Andrew gets completely shut down, snagged by luminous magical chains binding his ankles, wrists, and even the blade he was about to swing. Frozen midair, his face twists into pure frustration. Eyes blazing with fury, he demands to know what the hell the commander is thinking, resorting to such cheap parlor tricks to hold him back. His voice rumbles across the battlefield like thunder. Totally unbothered, the commander continues weaving hand signs, micromanaging the chains with surgical precision. His face is stone cold. He simply tells Andrew to sit tight and watch, because they've got a hero who can level up too. Right on cue, Choi bursts onto the scene, fully awakened in demonic form. He's radiating pure menace, dark horns crowning his head muscles coiled with raw, explosive energy. The atmosphere literally crackles around him. Andrew's expression morphs from rage to total shock. He can't process the visual. His voice cracks as he stammers, asking what that monstrosity is, and if Choi is actually a demon. Choi doesn't waste breath on words. He rushes the demon beast, armed with nothing but bare hands, and lands a haymaker so brutal it sends a shockwave ripping through the dirt. The impact is devastating, so powerful that the chains binding both the monster and Andrew shatter instantly. The hero system interface pings bright gold, confirming Choi's successful level up just as the beast exhales its last breath and hits the ground with a massive earth-shaking thud. The commander, kneeling and panting for air, lets out a weary laugh. He quips that Choi's timing couldn't have been more dramatic, even if he was definitely cutting it way too close. Choi, fist still slick with the blood of the monster he just annihilated, gives a sharp nod, thanking the commander for holding the line. His voice is rock steady, but there's a genuine layer of respect underneath. Without missing a beat, Choi spins around and snaps his arm up, pointing a finger dead at Andrew. Bursting with confidence, he declares, "The hero is going down, by my hand." Andrew hoists his sword, his face shadowing over. He scoffs at the audacity, dismissing the threat as nothing but an ego trip. In his head, there's no way he loses just because they managed to finish off a weakened mini-boss. He tightens his death grip on the hilt, ready to crush Choi's delusion with absolute force. Cut to the next scene. The air hums with pressure as Andrew unveils his newest ability, a high-tier sword art form 3, ominously named Dragon Slayer. Blue energy arcs wildly around the steel as the hero steps up, every motion heavy with the swagger of someone undefeated. With a primal roar, he swings. Choi doesn't even blink. He braces for impact, crossing his wrists overhead to catch the blade. The massive sword slams down, but Choi is an immovable object, tanking the hit with pure strength. The ground beneath his boots spiderwebs from the force, but he doesn't buckle. Andrew's eyes narrow. It clicks instantly. This isn't just some brawler. Choi is a close-quarters specialist with terrifying physical stats. If Andrew lets him close the gap again, his reach advantage means nothing. Across from him, Choi's eyes burn with a piercing white light, sharp, calm, and terrifyingly composed. He looks right through Andrew, completely void of fear. The glowing sword, the hero title, none of it impresses him. He's here to end this. Andrew unleashes a flurry of strikes, spamming his sword skill one after another, relentlessly carving blue arcs of energy around his target. but Choi parries every single one like it's child's play, panicking that Form 3 isn't cutting it. Andrew cranks the skill all the way to level 7. He lunges for a killing blow, but before he can connect, Choi claps back with insane force, unleashing violet lightning that sends Andrew flying. The guy gets launched off the demon beast, smashing into a rock wall hard enough to crack the stone. Andrew hits the dirt, blood dripping everywhere. Teeth gritted, eyes popping out in a desperate scream. He stares at Choi like, "What are you?" A literal demon. Choi lands on the forest floor, radiating that menacing violet aura. He stalks toward where Andrew crashed and drops a cold fact: every single enemy he's fought before this, way stronger than him. Bam! A brutal kick to the gut leaves the hero gasping for air. Before Andrew can recover, Choi snatches his face and drives his skull into the ground. Keeping him pinned, Choi speaks, his voice steady even while Andrew begs for mercy. It's a beatdown. Choi delivers strike after strike with surgical precision. In the split seconds between hits, he's murmuring a mantra, pounding a single truth into his opponent with every punch. That levels are just numbers. Fists charged with raw energy, Choi winds up for the finale, a strike harder than all the rest combined. That final blow ends the game, leaving zero doubt that he proved his point. Battle over. Choi jumps up several levels instantly, and boom, a hidden attribute unlocks. It's called Fighting Spirit, a stat that buffs mental resistance and locks in combat focus. He starts with 10 points on the board, but a second later, Choi's on the floor writhing in agony from spamming that promote skill. Side effects aren't as lethal this time, but he decides to be dramatic anyway, claiming he's totally dying. He's obviously fine, but while Choi's putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, the commander walks up, checking if the hero is still breathing. Choi's like, "Nope, I'm dead. Gone." Suddenly, the commander dumps a red liquid all over Choi's face, startling him. "Drink it." Choi snaps up, gagging on the awful taste. "Gross. Where did you even get this stuff?" The commander points to Rachel. Right on cue, she steps up, loaded with bottles. She explains it's top-tier loot and offers him another round. The system pings, the potion heals HP and restores a bit of mana. Nice. Choi turns to Rachel, asking how she's so stocked up. Rachel's answer: she looted them off defeated heroes. Apparently, they drop their whole inventory when they die. Choi's shook. He glances over at Andrew, muttering that heroes in this world are weird as hell. Rachel doesn't get his vibe. He breaks it down: heroes are supposed to be the good guys. You know, fighting evil, saving the world. But here, no penalty for taking out another hero. Actually, it's the opposite. You get XP and loot. Choi realizes he's technically a hero, but he's been moving like a villain lately, doing dirt like a bad guy with zero consequences. The commander hears this and chimes in. He says that concern sounds like a human problem, but as an ally, Choi acted like a true hero because he saved the commander. Simple as that. He tells Choi to ditch the human morality hang-ups. Everything has two sides, and black and white judgment doesn't work in a gray world. Choi actually listens to the wisdom, but then it hits him. Was the commander trying to be nice? Choi asks, and the commander responds with a boot to the ribs, telling him to shut up and rest. Choi, still hurting, complains about the abuse. While Choi whines about his aching bones, the commander explains he called for backup before the signal died. Reinforcements should be inbound. Choi cracks a relieved smile. It's finally over. He still flinches though, expecting another kick. Cut to Reborn showing up. Time to go. Reborn opens a return portal, and the commander actually helps Choi up to enter. Smooth sailing. The squad steps through and lands back at the Dark Fortress. Choi's hyped to be home, but the second he opens his eyes, total catastrophe. The place is a wreck. Buildings in ruins. Choi's jaw hits the floor. His safe zone is gone. Then he sees his own house burning down, and the panic turns to pure rage. Who did this? Reborn and the commander scan the calamity. They spot the source of the chaos instantly. It's Himus. She's still there, and she is absolutely losing it. Hyana's stone-cold expression cracks. She is absolutely spiraling under Himus's crushing aura. The heroine is pleading, trying to make the berserk commander see reason, screaming that tearing the place apart is completely pointless, especially since this whole assault is totally illogical. But logic has left the chat. Himus is 100% convinced Hyana is the mole, ignoring every word of the heroine's desperate defense. Truth doesn't matter anymore. Himus is blinded by pure, unadulterated rage. That fury is the only fuel she needs. Himus is on a warpath to ensure no one vibing with the Demon King gets a moment of peace. A twisted, sadistic grin splits her face as she charges up a finisher. Hyana's back is against the wall, forcing her to brace for impact. She's shook, literally appalled, that despite the mountains of receipts clearing her name, Himus is still hell-bent on total annihilation. The strike comes down hard, but then a glitch in the matrix. Something deflects the blast, sending it wide. A massive smokescreen erupts, and from the chaos, a shadowy figure slowly steps into the spotlight, leaving everyone guessing who just crashed the party. A silhouette looking suspiciously like Reborn calls out to the enraged commander. Stone-faced and radiating power, it's Uzgeis, another heavyweight commander of the demon army. And he's not here to chat. He's got orders straight from the top. The Demon King demands an immediate ceasefire. Hemus freezes curiosity, overriding her rage. Wait, the math isn't mathing. There is physically no way Uzgeis could have traveled here this fast even if someone DM'd him the second the fight started. Which means the Demon King had the script before the cameras even started rolling. He sent Uzgeis ahead of time. The realization hits Hemus like a truck. Hyena was just a distraction. The real eyes watching her were somewhere else entirely. She calls Uzgeis out, but he just gaslights her, claiming she's being paranoid and overthinking scenarios in her own twisted mind. Hemus takes that personally, interpreting it as straight-up disrespect, and pivots her target. She decides to give Uzgeis the attention he's begging for, but mid-charge she hesitates, dropping her guard. She touches down, closing the distance to speak, face to face, admitting to herself that maybe, just maybe, she's doing too much. Then she brings up the old grudges, how she was wrongfully punished just for saving Rotok from the humans, locked away in the Dark Fortress for 100 years. With that baggage unpacked, she flips the script on Uzgeis's little comment, asking if he genuinely thinks she's arrogant and paranoid, while a menacing spell starts creeping across the floor beneath them. As the dark magic ripples outward, Hemus muses that maybe saving Rotok was a mistake after all. Uzgeis senses the spike in danger levels, caught off guard by her sudden aggression. A suffocating aura wraps around him as Hemus finishes her monologue, daring him to agree with her regret. Uzgeis doesn't flinch. He stands like a statue, confident he's untouchable. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Reborn screams, grabbing Hemus's focus and begging her to stand down. Uzgeis shoots a look at the newcomer, revealing a definite connection between them. But before panic sets in, Hemus casually strolls forward and places a hand on Uzgeis's shoulder. She tells him to chill, the show's over. She already extracted the info she needed. Then her grip tightens like a vice. She whispers a warning to thank his nephew. Plot twist, Reborn is Uzgeis's nephew. Cut to later, Choi is recovering in bed, his brain still buffering from the chaos. He's completely blown away by the sheer amount of drama and infighting inside the Demon King's army. Abelson is back on nurse duty, tending to his wounds. She seizes the moment to ask the big question. Is he planning to stick around with the demons? Especially since he's on the fast track to becoming a battalion commander. Choi admits he's probably locked in, seeing as there's now an official war popping off between the Dark Fortress and the Garcia Empire. Plus, let's be real, going back to humanity isn't an option. Choi points to the literal horns sprouting from his skull. He's running on demonic chi now. Abelson chuckles at his predicament. Suddenly, Choi has a flashback to the trial, specifically the heroes. The vibe was totally off with that group except for Andrew. Everyone else gave him the creeps. They looked vacant, zombie-like. Even when they were getting slashed or straight up killed, their poker faces never broke. He asks Abelson for the tea on those heroes, but she shrugs it off, reminding him that she was exiled, so she's out of the loop on the kingdom's internal politics. But she confirms the empire is stacked with heavy hitters, and most anti-demon warfare isn't even handled by the priestly ranks. Still, it's a total mystery how a fractured empire is churning out overpowered heroes on an assembly line. Although the streets are whispering about some seriously inhumane experiments making that happen. Just as the conversation gets deep, they get interrupted. Reborn bursts in apologizing for killing the vibe between the two lovebirds, but dropping the bomb that Hemus summons them. Cut to black, the meeting in Hemus's office. The commander welcomes them with open arms, beaming with manic energy. She drops the news, new quest unlocked. They need to set up a spatial interference shield. Choi stares blankly, total loading screen face. Hemus breaks it down, imagine a firewall that blocks anyone from teleporting in uninvited. She stresses the stakes, unless he wants to wake up with an assassin breathing down his neck. This shield is non-negotiable. Hemus notes that only the second corps has the juice for a job like this. Suddenly, it clicks. For Choi, he sees exactly where this is heading, and Hemus lays out the cover story. They're going undercover. He's the messenger, and she's the personal medic tagging along. She claims it's just a safety measure against humans, a total walk in the park, easy XP. But there's a catch. She's assigning a trusted guide to babysit them. Surprise, surprise, it's Commander Roy again, whom we see glaring at the travel orders, eyes practically burning with rage. You can tell he is absolutely done with getting roped into these clown show missions. Scene shift to a massive, imposing chamber. The whole room pulses with light from a roaring magical flame structure dominating the center. And that fire isn't just for show. It screams authority. Flanking the blaze, rows of swords hang perfectly along the walls, catching the flickering light, a subtle flex of the wealth and raw power in this room. Before the flames sits a massive solid wood table. 7 seats are carved out for the elite members, but only 5 are filled. At the head of the table sits the throne, the biggest, most intricate chair of them all, occupied by the meeting's host, radiating pure dominance. But the camera lingers on one conspicuous empty seat. No one's shocked, though. It's classic Rotaka ghosting the meeting like always. Uzge's, the fifth commander, decked out in a bull's head, and Hyde just shrugs. He knows Rotaka wouldn't show up even if the world was ending. Dorichigus, the first commander in that striking purple armor, is clearly ticked off by the no-show, even if attendance isn't mandatory. Meanwhile, Hyuna is practically melting into her chair, arm draped over a bent knee, totally unbothered. She quips that if Rotaka actually came, he'd just spout nonsense anyway. Himu's positioned right across from the fourth commander, watches the banter silently, knowing better than to chime in. Then we focus on Tegrid, the Supreme Demon King commander. Those massive wavy horns jutting from his forehead scream final boss energy. His face is stone cold as he calls the room to order. Playtime is over. The meeting starts now. The agenda drops, and it's heavy they're here to discuss Commander Himus. Apparently, she pulled off a massive operation completely off the books. We get a montage of the chaos, Choi, in full demon mode clashing with Andrew. As the violence plays out on screen, Tegrid continues, pointing out that the border was left wide open. The humans took the bait, launched an ambush, and the fallout was catastrophic. Uzge's cuts off the Demon King to drop the grim stats. 97, dead 100 wounded, and way more missing in action. Tegrid's black claws dig into the armrest of his golden throne, a silent display of lethal patience. He stays terrifyingly calm as he addresses the elephant in the room, Himus attacking the fourth commander for absolutely zero reason. Protocol dictates that any clash between commanders needs a green light beforehand. No exceptions. Then, with a gaze cold enough to freeze hell, Tegrid dropped the gavel, kicking off the tribunal to decide exactly how Himus would pay for her transgressions. But the second the floor opened for objections, Himus hijacked the conversation. She wasn't about to stay silent. Hand up, chin high, she demanded the spotlight to drop an objection. With zero pushback from the room, Himus launched into her defense, intent on shattering the narrative that she acted without cause. Her claim, she was hunting a rat in the ranks, a spy. She laid it out. The strike on the fourth commander wasn't random violence. She genuinely flagged him as the mole given the sketchy circumstances. Then, Himus flipped the script with a bold question. Wouldn't the smart move be hunting down the actual snake trying to end her rather than punishing her for having the reflex to defend herself? That hit a nerve. Tegrid's face darkened. He took that rhetorical question personally, viewing it as a direct shot at his throne. He icily asked if this proposal was her way of challenging his absolute authority. Himus didn't flinch. She simply replied that it was nothing more than a humble suggestion. But then she smirked, and that expression screamed defiance louder than any shout could. The audacity stunned Tegrid, fueling his rage, until his knuckles turned white, gripping the armrest of his throne. Cut to the aftermath. Uzge, Dorichigus, and Hyuna huddled in the hallway, outside the war room dissecting the absolute dumpster fire they just witnessed. Uzge pointed out the mess, noting how the emotional train wreck between the two commanders basically rendered the whole meeting useless. Hyuna was spiraling, frustrated by the sinking feeling that the friendship between Himus and the Demon King was officially dead and buried. Dorichigas kept it real, admitting the glory days of unity were gone, while Hyuna hated the dark direction everything was spiraling toward. Ultimately, the squad decided to shrug it off and not let the drama consume them, figuring these power plays were just going to be the new normal. From here on out, the only move left was picking a winning team to stand behind. Meanwhile, at the fourth command's magic tower, Choi's crew pulls up, and the hero is instantly starstruck by the visuals. But security is tight. The fourth commander's bodyguards intercept them, demanding ID at the checkpoint. Roger steps up, flashing his credentials as commander of the 3rd Regiment, mentioning he's got 2 humans in tow. The guard scans the referral note from Himus, processes the intel, and the vibe instantly switches. He greets them with hype, confirming the commander is expecting them, and escorts the VIPs inside. Inside, Rotak is chilling in his office, kicked back in his chair deep in thought about the anomaly, a human wielding dark mana, possessing a body that's actively morphing into a demon. It's scientifically fascinating, but, remembering Himus's heavy warnings, he checks himself. He has to remember the subject is still just a fragile human. The door opens, the group enters, and Rotak doesn't waste a second. He literally lunges at Choi, catching the hero completely off guard before he can even say hello. Rotak starts analyzing Choi's physique, shocked that he feels 0 energy readings, and immediately starts pumping energy into the hero's arm. This is gonna sting, he warns, but you need to suck it up. Choi is clueless about what's happening, forced to just grit his teeth and endure the agony, as Rotak's raw power surges through his veins. It's intense, invasive, and confusing. The second it stops, Abelson is all over him, panicking and asking if he's alive while he's on his knees, gasping for air and trying to reboot. The Saint rushes in to support him, while Rotak stands back, actually, impressed by Choi's durability. As the hero looks up, sweat dripping, Rotak hits him with the heavy question, "Do you know where this road ends?" He doesn't wait for an answer. "Keep going at this pace and you're a corpse in 3 months, tops." The bombshell leaves the hero paralyzed, blindsided by the expiration date on his life. Rotak breaks down the biology. Choi's body is speedrunning a demon transformation. He's lucky right now, because only small parts are shifting. But the clock is ticking. Sooner or later, that dark mana will rot his organs. The second it touches his heart or lungs, instant flatline. Choi tries to deny it, claiming he feels fine. Rotak just turns his back, digging for something. Keep doubting, kid, he warns. Just wait and see. He grabs a document from his desk and slams it down in front of Choi, introducing it as the Demon Contract, a mystical document that functions solely to expose the truth. Choi stares rattled. The contract glows, confirming the nightmare. Rotak isn't bluffing about the death sentence, looming in 3 months. It also outlines Rotak's master plan to take the hero under his wing, predicting that Choi will have no choice but to sign up as a test subject for Rotak's twisted experiments. Clause 1, no lethal methods allowed. Clause 2, the hero stays pristine, no weird mutations or deformities during the procedure. And just to be safe if his IQ drops or his ego takes a hit, Choi gets to walk away. He knows the commander's game. Abelson stares at the contract like it's a death warrant, practically begging Choi not to sign his life away. She vows to take full responsibility for his care, but Rotak cuts her off, mocking her arrogance. Dark mana and holy power, they're oil and water. He drops a reality check. Her healing only worked because Choi was still clinging to his humanity. But soon, he's going full demon mode. And once that transformation hits 100%, her divine little tricks won't do a thing. The room goes silent. Rotak twists the knife, reminding them that 3 months is the best-case scenario before Choi falls apart. He pressures Choi to make a move, clocks ticking. The squad retreats to strategize. Rachel is spiraling, terrified for the hero who's basically walking around with a terminal expiration date. And the only surgeon capable of defusing the bomb is a maniac who wants to turn Choi into a science fair project. Choi plays it cool, explaining he's just buying time before the battalion training kicks off. But his mind is racing. Is there a loophole? A way to get the cure without becoming a lab rat? Rogers tosses a grenade into the conversation. Why don't we just leverage Hemus? Choi blinks, confused. The commander breaks it down. There's a pecking order among the elite, and Hemus sits on the throne. Rotak, he's bottom tier. Hemus could easily flex her authority and force the scientist to bend the knee. Game plan set. They bang on the lab door and Rotak buzzes them back in, unaware of the power play coming his way. Choi steps up, clutching a mysterious object draped in cloth. He asks for permission, then strides inside. Rotak eyes the bundle suspiciously. Rogers slams the artifact onto the desk, unveiling the glowing purple orb. They aren't asking, they're dialing Hemus right now. The spell ignites. Rotak flinches, visibly rattled by the communication relic. The connection sparks and Hemus answers instantly. Casual as ever, Hemus asks how things are going. Rotak's voice shakes as he greets the superior, stammering about how long it's been. Hemus reminisces last time was the Demon King Summit, right? Rotak is sweating bullets now, nodding furiously, but Hemus cuts the small talk. She states clearly she's here for a favor. And by favor she means a command. She lists new contract terms with a menacing edge. Rule 1, Rotak gives Choi the VIP treatment maximum effort. Rule 2, the hero takes 0 damage. Rotak stands there stunned into silence as his leverage evaporates. Hemus isn't done. Rule 3, no body modifications without consent, and absolutely no dying on the operating table. Rotak snaps. The audacity is too much. He fumes over the rewritten contract, demanding to know why a high-ranking demon would simp for a mere human. Hemus keeps a poker face. She calmly checks him. Rotak instantly stiffens posture, correcting itself as Hemus brings up the receipts. She reminds him who saved him from starvation, when his own people tossed him out 350 years ago. Who carried him through the commander selection 200 years back? Who saved his neck from humans? 100 years ago, every date is a hammer blow to Rotak's ego. He shrinks. Hemus drops the mic. She paid the price for saving him. Now she's calling in the debt. Sign the paper or else. Rotak has no moves left. He signs defeated. Later, the rage boils over. He curses humanity and Hemus, screaming at the walls. He barks at a subordinate to bring him a secure line, already plotting his revenge for the humiliation. The screen fades to black. Time skip. Next day, Rotak's lab. The atmosphere is heavy as he welcomes Choi back to the office. He says they have a lot to cover, skipping the pleasantries. It's strictly business. Choi reads the intensity in Rotak's eyes. The scientist leans in dead serious. He asks if Choi actually understands why the demonic chi is warping his body. Choi pauses. Realizing Rotak isn't panicked, he sees this mutation as normal, trusting their alliance. Choi decides to play it straight. No lies. He answers, my body is rejecting the power. It's a violation of nature for a human to wield demonic chi. Rotak shuts him down instantly. Wrong. He agrees humans can't handle the energy, but there's a twist. Typically, a human body would detonate like a frag grenade. The second demonic chi invaded their system. But fate loves a plot twist. Through some twisted cosmic luck, the chi didn't kill Choi, it took root fusing with his very DNA. Now that energy is evolving aggressively, rewriting Choi's biology. It is not just changing his appearance, it is warping his Choi looks rattled. He looks at Rotak and asks the million-dollar question, is there any way to hit the brakes on this mutation? Rotak, cold as ice, shuts him down instantly. Stopping the transformation, that is not an option. But then he offers a lifeline. They can't stop the train, but they can switch the tracks and control the outcome. The plan, Rotak wants to graft parts of demons and magical beasts directly into Choi's flesh. Our hero looks sick to his stomach. The idea of becoming some Frankenstein mashup of human and monster is straight-up nightmare fuel. Desperate, Choi asks if there is a door number 2 where he can just say no. Since every option sounds horrifying, Rotak lays out the brutal truth if he refuses the transplant. He will rot away like a terminal patient until his body gives out. Rotak waves off the concern, claiming it is no big deal, promising that he will keep the exterior pretty. He plans to keep the vital organs and face intact, only swapping out the internal machinery where no one will see it. Cut to the training arena a bit later. It is showtime. Rotak demands a demonstration of the noblesse ability, and Choi locks in channeling his power. Instantly, the air thickens with a violet haze as the transformation kicks into high gear. Rotak analyzes every micro-movement. He realizes Choi is generating an insane power output, perfectly blending demonic chi with mana. But what's truly terrifying is Choi's resilience. He has the raw strength and the mental steel to handle the corruption without going insane. Rotak is stunned. The kid is a total prodigy. As the noblesse aura flares, Rotak barks out the next command, activate promote. Immediately, jagged horns erupt from the hero's skull. Rotak notes that visually, the horns are the only major tell between the two forms. He muses that Choi hit the genetic jackpot. The transformation is incredibly efficient, shielding his internal organs from damage. Inside, however, Rotak is fighting a dark urge. He is dying to study this further, dreaming of replicating this power in his lab rats. He bitterly thinks that if Hemis wasn't in the picture, he would strap Choi to a table and dissect him right now to unlock these secrets. He also hates the fact that he can't mass-produce this power in his Chimera army yet, which would make him untouchable. But there is one path to that power, a scroll pact. Choi notices the commander zoning out, lost in his creepy mad scientist thoughts, and snaps him back to reality. He asks for his next orders. Rotak shakes off the daydream, saying they are done with the demo for today. He has seen enough. Rotak tells Choi that starting tomorrow, the real work begins. They are going to overhaul his body and skills piece by piece. For now, he orders the hero to go recharge. But the grind doesn't stop. We get a montage of Choi pushing his limits, spamming promote, and crushing physical drills, working himself until he literally collapses. And the moment he hits that wall, the surgeries begin. Commander Rotak goes to work carving and modifying, forcing Choi's body to shatter past its limits, which only triggers the need for more upgrades. Watching from the shadows, Commanders Rogers and Abelson monitor every agonizing second. The scene cuts back to the quarters. The vibe has shifted. Rachel is casually snacking on cookies in the background, while the system flashes notifications of Choi's stat boosts. Meanwhile, our boy is absolutely cooked. He is so exhausted he actually hopes he is dead, realizing he feels terrible enough that he might actually be a ghost. Rotak rolls his eyes at the drama. He points out that unlike a corpse, Choi's aura is more stable than ever, and dismisses him for the night. Choi drags his tired body out the door, the second the room is empty. Rotak's demeanor flips. He activates his communication orb, patching a call through with urgent intensity. The voice on the other end is confused, asking why Rotak is calling out of the blue. Rotak cuts to the chase, demanding an answer regarding a specific proposal he made. The contact plays dumb for a second before the realization hits. The camera reveals Ryuna on the other line. She brings up Rotak's dangerous offer, a secret alliance to violently overthrow the third command of Hemis. A smirk creeps across Ryuna's face. Game on. Her face twists with skepticism, shooting back a question to see if she actually grasps the gravity of this mess. Sure, she and Hemis have serious beef, but she can't wrap her head around why Rotak is itching for a full-blown war against the commander. Himu's basically raised the guy, nurturing him from a brat into one of King Amon's elite commanders. She did all the heavy lifting to get him to the top, but Rotak just brushes it off, claiming those glory days are ancient history. He insists they went their separate ways ages ago, his voice cutting through the air like ice, sharp and detached. Cut to a flashback, Rotak confronting Himus, obsessed with pushing forward on his controversial Chimera experiments. He swears it's the ultimate power move, but Himus, she just sneers at his life's work, asking how long he plans to keep, relying on cheap parlor tricks. She tells him it doesn't matter how beastly his chimeras get, it's all for nothing if the puppet master is fragile. Her words hit where it hurts, reminding him he's absolutely nothing without his monsters. Snap back to the present. Rotak demands an answer. Is Reyna in or out? The commander hesitates, letting the silence hang. She wonders if he should just stay in his lane. Hemus ignores him. Maybe he should return the favor. Instead of trying to drag her into the abyss, Rotak admits he'd be fine with the status quo, except for one thing. Hemus has a certain someone, an asset that flips the whole script, someone way too valuable to ignore. If Rotak could copy that guy's power and inject it into others, this alliance becomes bigger than just revenge. It would rewrite the entire power hierarchy. It clicks for Reina instantly. He wants Choi. She plays dumb, asking if he means someone else, still questioning if this kid is really worth taking down a titan like Hemus. Rotak doesn't blink. Yes. He lays out the cold, hard logic. Hemus is a beast, sure, but even she can't survive a two-front war. If Reina and Rotak team up, her destruction isn't just a possibility, it's a guarantee. Reina goes quiet, her face a total mask. Finally, she nods. She's in. She tells him to hit her up the second the plan is locked and loaded. Rotak coolly ends the call, promising an update in a few days. Meanwhile, Rachel, still munching on her cookies, caught every word. She's floored by the betrayal. The team wastes zero time dialing Hemus to warn her about the coup brewing in the shadows. But the twist, Hemus saw this coming a mile away. Choi's confused. Why isn't she freaking out? Hemus counters. Why should she be? The writing was on the wall. She asks if that's the only reason they fired up the comms orb. Choi shakes his head negative. He's got a bigger issue. He needs orders. How is he supposed to survive as a tiny shrimp? Caught in a deathmatch between massive whales, Hemus goes quiet, her eyes drifting off, calculating every variable. She snaps back to focus and pitches them a curveball. She has a plan. It's brilliant, sure, but it's going to back Rotak into a corner he can't escape from. Cut to Rotak's lab. Rogers and Choi drop a guard in silence. Commander Rogers takes point, beating a path to the mission objective. They find the room. Choi stares at the shelves. Are these vials the treasure? That Hemus hyped up Rogers, confirms it. Jackpot. That's concentrated demonic chi, harvested from ancient extinct beasts. Once it's gone forever. This collection took centuries to build. It wasn't locked down this tight for nothing, and one vial is the Holy Grail. Rogers lifts a container glowing with ominous red liquid. He tells Choi to hold his horses, then drops a dark promise if this goes south, he'll arrange a top-tier funeral for the kid. Choi grimaces. Wow, I'm touched, he quips, thanking the commander with heavy sarcasm. No more talk. The hero snatches the vial from Rogers. Bottoms up, he asks, and downs the potion. But rewind a bit back to that call between Choi and Hemus. That's where the real plan was hatched. A twisted strategy to give Choi the upper hand against Commander Rotak. The order was brief but brutal. Hemus told Choi to hurt himself. Simple words, terrifying meaning. The hero stood there totally floored. Why on earth would he sabotage his own body? It didn't make sense. Especially since Hemus fought tooth and nail to put protective clauses in the pact with Rotak. She legally ensured his safety, and now she wants him injured. The contradiction made his skin crawl. Seeing the terror in Choi's eyes, Hemus softened up. She leaned in to clarify the madness. With eyes cold as steel, she laid it out. No jokes, no twisted boot camp drills. This was a strategic command, straight from the top. Her intel was solid. Rotak had been phoning it in with Choi's treatment. Lazy, half-baked. The guy was doing the absolute bare minimum. Just enough to keep the magical pact from snapping back on him, and not a stroke more. The second that obligation expired, so would Choi's heartbeat. Choi blinked, brain short-circuiting. Okay, but how does self-deletion help me here? It went against every survival instinct he had. Hemis leaned in, breaking it down. She spilled the tea on Rotak's secret stash, a nightmare collection of rare, lethal demon essences hoarded over the years. We're not talking science-class specimens. These were concentrated fragments of ancient calamitous beings dripping with raw, unchecked potential. The master plan. It rode on those vials. Specifically, Choi needed to chug the absolute deadliest demonic essence in the lot. Just thinking about swallowing that volatile sludge made Choi's gut do a backflip. He voiced the obvious red flag. Won't. Drinking literal demon juice kill me instantly. Valid point. Hemis didn't even blink. She was 5 steps ahead. Cool as a cucumber, she reminded him about the ironclad rules of the pact. Because of that contract, Rotak was magically handcuffed. He'd have to pull every trick in the book, possible or impossible, to keep Choi breathing no matter the cost. That was the ace up Hemis's sleeve when she forced the deal. It was the ultimate safety net. The essence could be nuclear, but Rotak would be forced to burn every ounce of mana and every trick in his medical arsenal to stop Choi from croaking. Seeing Choi sweating bullets, Hemis dropped some personal lore to calm him down. She didn't just know Rotak's stats. She made him. Literally. Every slice of his medical genius, every drop of talent. She built that. If anyone knew Rotak's limits, it was his creator. She was all in on this gamble. Cut back to reality. Choi stared at the vial, looking like he was about to eat glass, and downed the potion. The sludge hit his throat, bitter as hell. Commander Rogers stood there, arms crossed, face like a stone wall, watching like a hawk. Rachel hovered nearby, looking stressed. You okay? Choi grimaced, sighing hard. Nothing weird yet, he muttered. Except it tastes like hot garbage. Classic Choi. For a microsecond, the vibe was chill, then chaos. Agony. Pure white-hot agony bulldozed through his veins. His body seized up, fingers went numb, and smashed the vial hit the floor. Glass everywhere. World spinning. Lungs frozen. This wasn't just pain, it was a total system override. Rachel's scream pierced the noise frantic. But Roger's ice in his veins. He just narrowed his eyes, murmuring, side effects initiated. Meanwhile, Choi was being ripped apart from the inside. Choi twisted on the floor, fighting the blackout. Even dying, his mouth still worked. He gasped out a sarcastic jab at Roger's "you." Forgot to mention the torture part. Like the guy didn't know exactly what poison was in that cup. Rogers just shrugged, completely unbothered. Common sense. Didn't think it needed a tutorial. Choi shot him a death glare. He opened his mouth to roast him back, and lights out. Darkness. Later, the fog lifted. He blinked awake in a strange bed. Sterile air, harsh clinical lighting. Definitely not home. He groaned muscles, feeling like jelly, and dragged himself up. Before he could scope the perimeter, Rachel popped up with a gentle smile. "Rotak's office," she whispered. The commander had been babysitting him for 4 whole days, using some sketchy but apparently effective magic to keep his heart beating. She sounded relieved, but her face screamed anxiety. "How are you holding up?" she asked. Before he could even grunt a reply, the door swung open. "Enter Hemis, bringing the drama. Long time no see, hero," she announced like a game show host. Rogers and Rotak trailed behind her like silent bodyguards. Hemis strutted over to Choi, grinning like she just won the lottery. "Look at you," she purred. "Your power level spiked. Way stronger than I projected." Choi tried to play humble. "Nah, I'm not that op." She didn't even let him finish. Ignored him cold. Bam. Hand on his shoulder. "Spell," chanted. Instantly, Choi's right arm blackened like necrotic tissue. Pain exploded in his shoulder. She was trying to rot his limb off. Stunned and hurting, Choi froze. What the hell was the play here? Then Rotak stepped up, dropping the truth bomb about the beast essence Choi had swallowed. It's taking root, fusing deep into the very core of his being, slow and steady. We're talking about a beast that used to terrorize the entire demon realm, an entity infamous for having 0 weaknesses, basically a walking tank that couldn't be killed. And now, that god-tier durability is rewriting Choi's DNA, turning him into something else entirely. You can practically see it happening, his cells, his muscles, his whole internal framework morphing to handle this demonic upgrade. But even with these OP results, there's one harsh reality we can't ignore: the process. Absolute torture. What Choi had to survive to reach this level was straight-up nightmare fuel. Relentless agony, violent shifts. His body was literally fighting a war between evolving and shutting down completely. Honestly, if it weren't for Rotak's genius and the ironclad rules of the pact forcing him to help the hero would have been a corpse by now. But you can't argue with the outcome. Rems stands on the sidelines soaking it all in with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. She admits she's feeling a little jelly, keeping her tone light but with a sharp edge underneath. She throws it out there. Was this whole secret operation kept off her radar on purpose? Like some pet project, Rotak wanted all to himself. Rotak, he doesn't even give her the satisfaction of a real debate. He just waves it off coldly, announcing the hero's tune-up is finished. Then, with 0 emotion on his face, he asks if it's time to shred the contract. Rems doesn't push back. She starts the ritual to nuke the pact, accepting that the deal keeping Choi alive and fixed up is officially done and dusted. As the final magic rune disintegrates into dust, the bond snaps. The invisible chain forcing Rotak to play nice is gone, and with nothing holding him back, Rotak doesn't waste a single second. He spins on Rems, voice dripping with venom, making it crystal clear he hasn't forgotten how she messed with him. It's not business anymore. It's a threat. He swears she's going to regret everything. His eyes are dead cold, unblinking, burning with suppressed rage. Rems. She doesn't even flinch. She just chuckles, visibly amused, asking if she's really the one who needs to be worried about regrets. Her comeback is cryptic, less of an answer and more of a psychological trap. She hints that when the dust settles, the karma might just hit a completely different target, and she'll be grabbing popcorn waiting to see exactly how Rotak's little threat backfires. Cut to the training grounds, Choi and Reborn are back at it. Just dust, sweat, and the grind. The sun is blazing overhead as their sparring session hits a fever pitch. Right from the jump, Reborn feels the shift. The stance, the timing, the heavy pressure behind every swing. It's all leveled up. The kid isn't just surviving anymore. He's getting dangerous. Choi throws a haymaker. Reborn blocks it easy, but here's the kicker. The hero doesn't reset. He presses the attack, unleashing a rapid-fire combo, chaining moves together with surgical precision. Reborn is locked in, analyzing every frame, tracking the fist, trajectory, the footwork, even the way Choi is modulating his breathing to keep the stamina bar high. This is real growth. Then boom, breakthrough moment. Choi buries a solid punch right into his mentor's gut. Reborn doesn't even try to parry. He eats the hit. A grin flashes across Choi's face. Finally, he actually landed a clean shot on the master. All that pain is finally paying off, but the victory lap gets cut short. Wham! Riadrun drops a massive elbow straight onto Choi's dome, flattening him into the dirt. Lights out for a second. Choi is lying there, head spinning, getting a harsh reminder that there are levels to this game, and he's still got a mountain to climb. Staring up at the sky, he thinks about all the hype people have been feeding him. You've grown. You're stronger. Yeah, right. He's still staring at the dirt thanks to Riadrun's brute strength. He lets out a sigh. Maybe better just isn't good enough yet. Riadrun, ever the chill mentor, crouches down next to him. He tells the kid to quit the pity party. Choi is a freak of nature compared to other students. His XP gain is off the charts. No plateaus, no stalling, just a straight vertical climb. His body is still lagging behind the power upgrade. But once it syncs up, he's going to be a monster. Choi stands up, dusting himself off, muttering that he's not buying it. He still remembers barely scraping by in his last real fight, surviving only because he had backup. Riadrun doesn't argue. He just smiles at the kid's humility. As the session wraps up, he offers a hand and hauls Choi back to his feet. With a nod, he tells him to kill the impatience. The real exam is coming, and when it drops, Choi's going to be ready. Fueled by that vote of confidence, Choi locks in. Promise made. He's got to prove he's built different. Meanwhile, back in Rotak's turf, the vibe just did a complete 180. Soldiers are scrambling like mad, gearing up for total war. Weapons are being tossed, commands screamed. Deep in the dungeon, locks click open, unleashing nightmare chimeras, hungry for blood. The tension. You could cut it with a knife. Up in the command center, Rotak gets the green light. He stands up cold and calculated. Zero hesitation. Mission objective. Retrieve the human asset from the dark fortress. The one Rem snatched. Pure rage drips from Rotak's voice as he swears she's gonna regret being born. That human wasn't hers to steal. He's Rotak's lab rat, his creation, and he wants his property back. Cut to the scene, where Hydran and Choi wrap up their grind. Hydran's dropping wisdom, telling Choi to chill and trust the process, because his time to shine is coming. Just as the hero starts feeling that confidence boost, boom, a massive explosion rocks the place, shattering the wooden barricades around the training grounds into splinters. The blast catches the hero completely off guard, putting him and Hydran on high alert. The Sentinels smash that alarm button, signaling a Skaven tribe invasion. Hydran instantly clocks it. These are the second commander's forces. Both of them are left absolutely shook. The Skaven army, led by Rotak, floods in. We're talking those wretched ratmen standing about 1.5 meters tall. Sure, they're physically scrawny and weak, but don't sleep on them. Their IQ and cunning are off the charts. Outside the walls, the Skaven commanders call for heavy artillery. Cannon fire rains down on the fortress, shields like a meteor shower. The camera pans to Ryan, who's hyping up Rotak's firepower, admitting he underestimated just how bold this rat tribe would actually be. Before Rotak can even reply to his lackey, a scout rushes in with the update: the wall they were hammering has crumbled. And they broke through that fast because of the previous assault that left the repairs lagging intel that Ryan had leaked straight to Rotak's crew. A total inside job. The second commander barks orders chimeras to the front lines to tank the damage, while Gildeo is tasked with capturing Choi. Rotak announces he's rolling out with Hyuna to handle Rems personally and serve up some cold revenge. We cut back to Hydran and Choi, who are on the move. The hero admits he figured Rotak would pull a shady move like this eventually, but he confesses he didn't think they'd pull up this soon. Hydran sees Choi twitching with nerves and tells him to get a grip, emphasizing that right now panic is a death sentence. But Choi, he's losing it straight up, spiraling, asking how they're supposed to survive this mess and what his role even is in this chaos. Hydran puts on his game face, announcing he's rallying the troops, but he drops a special quest right in Choi's lap. Choi locks in, listening to the objective. Step 1. Eliminate Commander Gildeo. Choi is floored, realizing he's being sent to Solo, a literal commander. Hydran drops the lore on this enemy, explaining Gildeo is Rotak's right-hand man. Usually Hydran would handle a boss like this himself, but he declares he trusts Choi's power level completely. That vote of confidence, it's exactly the buff the hero needed, and he accepts the mission, ready to brawl. Suddenly the scene shifts to the second objective, showing Choi practically dragging Abelson by the arm as they sprint through the hallways. The Saint gasps, asking if Hydran really sent him, just to extract her. Choi confirms it. That's the play. The logic for securing Abelson was pure strategy. If she's left to wander around leaking her divine power without a filter, she becomes a massive target for the demons. Just her existence radiating that holy aura is enough to nerf entire enemy squads. And if that power gets captured or goes rogue on the battlefield, it could flip the entire war in ways they can't predict. This grim explanation actually gets a soft chuckle out of the Saint, who finds it kind of funny that everyone is terrified of her potential. Choi stands next to her, eyes laser-focused and dead serious. He states his goal: he needs to hunt down Gildeo. The air gets heavy, suffocating, but before he can even pick a route, the target finds him. The commander steps out of the shadows, spawning in without a sound and demanding all eyes on him. The sudden entrance catches both Choi and Abelson lacking. The towering figure steps up, introducing himself with massive swagger and pure arrogance. It's Gildeo, the boss fight Choi was prepping for. But the second the hero scans Gildeo's stats, seeing an insane power level of 162,730, his jaw hits the floor. The sheer pressure radiating off this guy was off the charts. We aren't talking about your average heavy hitter here. Gildeo was a straight-up monster. The intensity immediately triggered a flashback for Choi, bringing up memories of Taylor, that nightmare opponent who gave him and Rogers a run for their money back in the day. That fight pushed them to the absolute breaking point. And now staring down Gildeo, Choi actually hesitated. He had to wonder, did he have enough juice to take this guy down solo? No time to plan, no time to breathe. Gildeo struck first. One sharp command and he unleashed the hellhounds. The beasts lunged, feral and hungry, locking onto Choi and Abelson. Pure instinct took over. Choi threw himself between the Saint and the Death Squad. The air filled with guttural snarling. Fangs sank into him from all sides. The pain was searing, but Choi didn't budge an inch. He was the wall protecting Abelson. Gildeo watched with a sick grin, thinking he had the hero pinned down. He started charging up something nasty, a finisher move meant to wipe Choi off the face of the earth. He bragged it would be a quick death. But right before the hammer dropped, Choi cut in. His voice was steady as steel. He called the bites a joke, totally overrated. Even with fangs grinding on his skin, he felt absolutely zero damage, not even a scratch. Boom. Transformation activation. A blinding shockwave of energy erupted, his body pulsating with raw, violent force. He skipped the warm-up and went straight to level 3. The pressure drop stunned the room. Even the hellhounds sensed the shift and scrambled back in terror. Gildeo froze his arrogance, cracking wide open. Choi didn't give him a second. He launched forward, moving so fast he was just a blur of violence. He closed the gap instantly. Bam! Choi's fist connected with Gildeo like a freight train. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air. The real fight had just started. Gildeo snarled, ranting about having the best tech on the continent. He refused to believe there was a universe where a mere human could beat him. Desperate and prideful, he screamed for his entire army to dogpile the hero. The ground shook as the horde approached. In the backline, Abelson felt the shift and knew things just went from bad to worse. Her eyes popped as she saw the chimera's grotesque, war-bred abominations flooding in. The threat level spiked. She knew what she had to do. She dropped to her knees and started chanting, channeling every ounce of divine energy into one massive spell, hoping to hold back the monstrous wave. Suddenly, the battlefield lit up with a blinding explosion of sacred energy. A tidal wave of light swept across the terrain, radiating out in all directions. You could see the glow from every corner of the Black Fortress. It was magnificent, but Choi didn't have time to admire the view. He knew that spell came with a heavy price tag. Abelson was gasping for air. That was it, she was tapped out. She'd poured everything into that one blast. She fired her shot like a sacred cannon, and now the chamber was empty, but it bought him time. Choi locked eyes on Gildeo, fueled by a fresh surge of adrenaline. He went beast mode. With a savage roar, he grabbed one of the commander's mechanical arms and ripped it clean off. Screech metal tore apart. Gildeo's face went from smug to terrified instantly. The guy was shaking. He couldn't process how a human was dismantling him, but Choi didn't let him do the math. The hero surged forward, channeling every drop of power into one catastrophic punch, aimed right at Gildeo's head shield. Crack. The impact shattered the metal barrier like glass. The defense crumbled, and the kinetic force transferred straight into the commander's body, shaking him to his core. That was the finisher. No coming back from that one. Down goes the villain. He hit the dirt with a heavy thud that echoed across the quiet battlefield. Standing over him, Choi felt weirdly disappointed. He tilted his head, eyeing the wreckage. Was this really the guy? Supposed to be a high-ranking commander, skepticism washed over him. The dude wasn't all that impressive. Definitely not the challenge he pictured. But as the adrenaline faded, a new thought crept in. Maybe Gildeo wasn't weak. Maybe, just maybe, the fight felt easy because Choi had become that much stronger. It hit him. Choi had become a straight-up anomaly. He flashes back through the grind, sparring with absolute units, surviving torture, disguised as training that pushed his sanity to the brink. For ages, he compared his stats to literal gods, convinced he was just a bug next to giants. That imposter syndrome warped his reality, tricking him into feeling weak when, let's be real, he had already smashed through his genetic ceiling. But snap back to now, Abelson breaks his focus. She's still trembling from the fight, voice shaky, checking if our main character is actually good. Choi shifts his gaze. He chills out, telling her he's solid, still radiating that golden OP transformation energy. But the second he drops his guard, a red flag pops up. Something about Abelson's stance, or maybe her vibe, triggers his instincts. It's wrong. He narrows his eyes, sensing danger, but boom, scene change. We cut straight to a fresh war zone. Total chaos. And there's Himus, standing 10 toes down. She's locked in, staring down a nightmare 2-on-1 scenario. Facing her, Rotak and Hyuna, both leaking arrogance. The second commander hits her with a greasy smirk, asking if she's ready to punch her ticket to the afterlife. His voice is pure mockery, ringing over the burnt wasteland. Himus doesn't flinch. She claps back with lethal sarcasm, roasting their desperate setup. She feigns shock, laughing that they had to drag the fourth commander out just to handle little old her. It's pathetic, and she calls out their cowardice for breaking new records. Rotak unbothered. He brushes off the insults like dirt on his shoulder. Call him whatever. Coward trash snake, he couldn't care less. He's only here for the win. In his head, this ends one way: Himus gets deleted. He's not just killing her, he's stealing her spot and burying her reputation in the dirt. Rotak steps up, killing intent spiking, bracing himself to unleash hell. He glances at Hyuna, checking if his partner is locked, loaded, and ready to end Himus's career. Hyuna looks at him like he's the punchline of a joke. She hits him with this creepy, condescending smile. Eyes screaming, "You idiot." She tilts her head, looking pure, chaotic evil, and then dripping with attitude, she drops the most unserious line ever. She claims she's sitting this one out because suddenly she's starving. She keeps repeating it, trolling him hard, and Rodak is just standing there, brain buffering. He snaps, demanding to know what kind of fever dream nonsense. She's spouting right before the final boss fight. Hyuna stays icy cool. She waves him off, telling Rotak and Himus to have fun, killing each other without her. She announces she's dipping to go home and cook some instant ramen, acting like this life-or-death battle is a total bore. But before she bounces, she points a dramatic finger at Himus and drops one last truth bomb. Plot twist incoming. Since the second Rotak reached out with this scheme, she had already flipped on the Demon King, deciding to ride with Himus. The whole alliance with Rotak, pure acting. Her price for saving Himus's skin was simple: one favor. She wanted all the beef and bad blood between her and Himus squashed permanently. Deal sealed. Hyuna waves a cheerful peace out and strolls away, leaving Himus to lock in on Rotak. Himus turns to Rotak, grinning. She starts roasting him, asking how it feels to get ghosted by his strongest ally. That hits Rotak right in the ego. The reality crashes down on him. He screams at Himus, demanding confirmation. Was this a setup from the jump? Himus, looking like a Zen master, nods. Bingo. Hyuna snitched the moment she heard the plan, which means Himus has been 5 steps ahead, reading his entire playbook since day one. At last, Himus. Her expression softens, but the question she throws at Rotak cuts deeper than any blade. After the backstabbing and the chaos, is he seriously still trying to push this suicide mission? Rotak snaps. He hates that look. He can't stand her pity. Seething, he triggers a hidden mechanism buried deep in his chest. Nothing else matters, he roars, voice dripping with desperation. I'm finishing this, whatever the price. The device screams to life, generating a complex technological shell that starts crawling over his skin. It twists and locks onto his arm, leaking a dark, ominous crimson energy that feels straight up evil. The transformation slams shut. He's fully armored, terrifying, and radiating pure murderous intent. Rotak takes his stance. He's ready to prove he's not a joke. He's about to unleash absolute brutality. This is the payoff for hundreds of years living in Himus's shadow, grinding for the power to finally surpass her. Meanwhile, the camera cuts to Choi. That shadow he sensed, it's Hyuna, and he is totally blindsided. He freezes completely, caught off guard to see her standing there like it's no big deal. Hyuna keeps it chill, just passing through, she claims, acting like she was just worried he'd get wrecked in the crossfire. She scans him, realizing he's not the weakling she remembers. Okay, looks like you leveled up. She admits she was stressing for nothing. The guy can clearly handle himself. Choi is staring at her, mind blown. Wasn't she like his mortal enemy 5 minutes ago? Now she's acting like a concerned big sister. The vibe shift is giving him whiplash. He cuts to the chase. Shouldn't you be on the front lines right now? Hyuna doesn't flinch. Boss's orders, she shrugs. Himu's benched her. No fighting, no drama. So she's stuck on spectator mode, watching from the cheap seats. Choi realizes she's on a tight leash. Since she's being honest, he asks the million-dollar question. Who takes the W in this fight? Hyuna pauses. She gives Rotak his props. The guy is prepped, focused, and hungry. But let's be real, she says, her voice stone cold. Himus is on a completely different dimension. In her eyes, no amount of strategy or tech Rotak brought can touch the monster she serves. Back in the arena, the fireworks start. Blazing energy orbs scream toward Himus, but she doesn't even blink. She just stands there, tanking the pressure, watching Rotak's attacks come in, with zero reaction. Rotak is losing his mind. Fight me, he screams, furious that she won't even bother to dodge. Take this seriously. He reminds her he's a Demon King commander, not some random scrub. He's got an entire tribe counting on him, and she's treating him like background noise. Realizing words are useless, Rotak goes all in. He burns every ounce of mana he has. He channels centuries of struggle, pain, and training into one desperate, earth-shattering limit break. He throws everything left in the tank at her. Himus, she's still looking bored. She genuinely asks, why should I even exert myself for this? It's the ultimate disrespect. To her, this isn't a battle. It's a math problem she already solved. Rotak has zero chance. She knows with absolute arrogant certainty that she's walking out of this the winner. Without wasting another second, Himus stops playing nice. She unleashes a blinding energy storm. It roars forward like a tsunami, crashing straight into Rotak. But the physical hit isn't enough. She attacks his mind too. Hyuna played you, she shouts over the noise. The ally you trusted, she sold you out. And that secret weapon he spent years building, that trump card he was betting his life on, useless. Himus didn't just attack him. She sniped his gear. Her attack was surgical, aimed precisely at the critical flaw in his equipment. The tech shatters. Himus looks down at him, voice mixing authority with cruel pity. Broken gear, broken trust. Do you really want to keep playing this hopeless game? Rotak is backed into a corner. No moves left. He nods grimly, confirming she's right. Yeah, I was betrayed. Yeah, you got me. He owns the defeat. But then, the fire in his eyes flares up again. But I am not backing down. Not now. Not ever. Rotak wasn't backing down. He triggered his promotability, channeling every ounce of juice he had left to max out his stats. Loading up a Hail Mary play, he unleashed a barrage of blinding energy nukes straight at Himus. His cannon roared, spitting out a level of destruction that screamed game over. It was an all-or-nothing finisher, but Himus just casually blocked the whole thing with a single, lazy shield, like she was brushing off a gnat. From where Rotak stood, that massive tsunami of power just vanished, absorbed into nothingness. He froze, totally shook. Then for a split second, he actually got hyped. A glimmer of hope lit up inside him. Maybe, just maybe, that hit was too much even for Himus to tank. But Himus just chuckled, tossing out a compliment like, "Not bad, kid." That one actually got my attention. Out of nowhere, a sinister purple aura started leaking out, swallowing Rotak's blasts like a dark fog. In seconds, Himus's power surged, completely crushing Rotak's attack and wiping it off the face of the map. She loomed over him, looking every bit the victor, and dropped some truth. She told him straight up he wasn't that lost little weakling she used to know anymore. He'd evolved. She gave him props for his glow-up and raw strength. But then, the tone shifted. It was her turn on the stick, and mercy was not on the menu. With terrifying elegance, she slowly licked a finger, locked eyes with him, and pointed dead center at his chest. Boom, her ult activated. A swarm of pitch-black claws erupted from the shadows, rushing him like starving wolves. They closed in fast, aiming to kill. Rotak knew instantly this wasn't just an attack, it was an execution. Just like that, his fighting spirit evaporated, replaced by cold, paralyzing terror. He couldn't move. A sitting duck just watching the darkness come for him. Bam! The claws snatched him up, wrapping him tight like a cocoon. Then things got brutal. It went 0 to 100 real quick. With savage force, the claws ripped his limbs clean off his body, leaving nothing but a trembling torso, a pathetic end for the guy who swore he'd wipe Himus out. He knew his clock had run out, so Rotak used his final breath for one last play. He had a question for the woman who used to be his teacher. Himus drifted toward his broken form. She asked if he was going to beg for his life, her voice sounding cold and far away. A tragic sadness hung in the air. Rotak, barely holding on, asked the real question. Do you still think I'm weak? Useless, pathetic. His mind flashed back to the start of this nightmare, remembering the vow he made. He swore he'd get on Himus's level, become a leader who stood at the top of the food chain. But that dream got wrecked the moment she rejected him, twisting his path into something dark. His whole life became a revenge mission, get stronger than her and make her pay for every ounce of pain. Himus let the silence hang heavy. She didn't give him a straight yes or no. Instead, she got deep. Time is cruel, she mused, talking about how we think things last forever, but they don't. People change. They make choices, take actions, and eventually they gotta live with the regrets. But then she thanked him. She was genuinely glad he managed to find some kind of meaning in his twisted journey after all these years, and for the destiny he helped build. Hearing that, a faint, peaceful smile finally touched Rotak's lips. His eyes slid shut for the last time. As he faded, Himus whispered a soft prayer for him to finally find peace. Cut to the ruins of the Black Fortress. This place used to be a beast of a stronghold. Now, it's literally falling apart. Massive cracks scar the walls, and dust rains down from the ceiling. With every tiny shake, the air feels thick, smelling like old rot. Deep inside this mess, Himus, Choi, and Reborn are in a high-stakes huddle. They're facing facts. The fortress is toast. It can't be their HQ anymore. Then Himus drops a bombshell. We're moving. The news hits the room like a slap in the face. Everyone's stunned. Dead silence. But Himus, cool as a cucumber, breaks it down. She keeps it real. It doesn't matter how much duct tape or magic they use to fix this place. Even with repairs, the fortress is done for. We're talking fundamentally wrecked. Its structural and symbolic backbone shattered beyond any hope of a fix. Reborn and Choi take this in with heavy silence, neither daring to clap back at her logic. but you can see it on their faces, swallowing. This truth is agonizing. Riedrun breaks the tension, asking the million-dollar question, where to next? Where exactly does the entire third command land? He frames it as logistics, but the panic for their future and safety is screaming underneath. Himus doesn't blink. She drops the bomb instantly. The third command is relocating to the 8th Division. Destination Fort Gadrick. The words hit the room like a sledgehammer. Riedrun opens his mouth to protest, maybe to float a plan B, but Himus cuts him off at the knees. Her tone is razor-sharp. Final. The decision is set in stone. She commands him to draft an eviction notice for the current boss of Fort Gadrick immediately. The message: the fort is theirs now. Period. End of discussion. Choi and Riedrun retreat from the chamber. Walking through the crumbling hallways of the ruined base, Riedrun sinks into a heavy, anxious quiet. His mind is racing. Out of every possible location, every fortress on the map, why the 8th? What is going on inside Himus's head? Seeing his partner looking absolutely haunted, Choi finally breaks the ice. He asks, what's the deal with the 8th Division? Why the long face? Riedrun takes a beat before answering. He explains that Fort Gadrick isn't just some random base. It's sitting right on the doorstep of the human forces forward outpost. Basically, it's the absolute front line. A volatile powder keg waiting to blow. Choi's expression darkens as the reality sets in. It's a suicide post. But then he reasons. If the fort is still standing under that kind of pressure, the commander running it must be a total beast, right? Riedrun shuts that down, shaking his head. Remember Fort Hemming. The throwback confuses Choi, which clearly ticks Riedrun off. That's where we first met. He snaps, frustration leaking into his voice. He brings up that absolute bloodbath of a battle that forced their retreat, a core memory of defeat and fear. He drops the lore. Grot was the commander of that division back in the day. Choi asks the obvious question. How did they survive Himus's rage after taking an L like that? Riedrun's answer is grim. While everything else burned, Grat somehow kept Fort Gadrick, his personal HQ, completely untouched. Choi nods, impressed. So the guy knows how to protect his turf. But Riedrun isn't fully sold on that narrative. He replies carefully, maybe it was pure skill, or maybe he pulled something shady to survive. No way to know for sure. Cut to Fort Gadrick. We see Grat sitting in a shadowy office, finishing Riedrun's letter. A vein pops in his temple. His hand crunches into a tight fist. Bam! He slams the table, cracking the wood, and screams Riedrun's name in pure, unfiltered rage. The audacity is off the charts. The order is explicit. Evacuate immediately so Himus's crew can take over. The disrespect burns. He mutters curses, calling Himus an old witch, and wondering what her actual game plan could possibly be. But despite the fury, Grot knows he's checkmated. He can't ignore a direct order. Still, the look in his eyes says he's not done yet. He pauses, then reaches for a communication orb on his desk. Hands moving with muscle memory, he fires up the magic link. Connection established. This is Grat, commander of the 8th Division, Demon King's army. A voice on the other side answers, dripping with dry amusement, joking about how long it's been since Grat called home and asking what he wants this time. Grat skips the small talk. He states flatly that he has a proposal, and it's urgent. Big stakes. Smash cut to the holy capital. Deep in the corridors of power, the Pope's subordinate is spiraling. Totally defeated, he whines about Jeff and Andrew's massive failure, voice thick with regret. He admits he honestly thought Andrew had the win in the bag. Then he wonders aloud, was it Choi again? Did that guy flip the script on us? The man with the monocle confirms it instantly. He adds that Choi's growth curve is actually insane. He's leveling up way too fast. It's a pattern that's finally starting to spook the Pope. The advisor suggests a pivot. Maybe we put a pin in Choi for now. Let's focus on the Dragon Empire situation. I mean, at the end of the day, Choi is just one dude. But the Pope isn't buying it. If Choi was just some random NPC, sure maybe. But he's not. He's a hero. And that changes the entire game. The Pope turns to scold the monocle guy. He slams the guy for shrugging this off like it's nothing, calling him totally clueless about what a hero actually is. And worse, what a hero can turn into. Making a call like that isn't just risky. It's straight up reckless and impossible to defend, especially coming from a guy sitting on the throne. You mess up at that level and the shockwaves don't just stop at the door, they shatter kingdoms. The Pope's voice drops low and icy. He makes it crystal clear this threat needs to be deleted right now, before it burrows into the sacred capital and rots us out from the inside. He pivots to his aide, eyes sharp. Voice heavy with pressure, he demands an update. Have they heard anything from the mole planted deep in the enemy camp? The aide nods, intel just came through. And it's a bombshell. The spy says there's an offer on the table, a promise to obliterate every major target on the board. One strike, total annihilation. The Pope freezes. The room goes dead silent. He didn't see that coming. The sheer audacity of the proposal hits him like a physical blow. He squints, suspicious. He whispers the question hanging in the air. How the hell does a spy pull off a play that massive? The aide breaks it down. The third command is packing up. They're shifting their entire operation to Fort Gadrick. The play is obvious. They want that fortress. They're planning to plant their flag and turn it into their new HQ. It implies something way bigger is brewing behind the scenes, gears already turning. The tension in the room thickens instantly. The Pope cuts in with the million-dollar question. If this deal was on the table, why are we just hearing about it now? The advisor shifts uncomfortably. It's Grat, sir. He attached strings. Massive strings. Impossible ones. He wants 10,000 living sacrifices and a full withdrawal of our support posts. He wants us to pull back from every front, plus a non-aggression pact for 5 whole years. The guy with the monocle practically chokes on the words. You can hear the disbelief in his voice. The ask isn't just big, it's insanity. The scale is off the charts. The Pope goes quiet, calculating. Then cool as ice, he probes the real issue. What's Grat's endgame? Why is the price tag so high? The advisor takes a shaky breath before dropping the intel. Rumor has it, the second command seat is empty. Internal beef. Himus took out Rotok, and now there's a void. With that spot open, Grat smells blood. He sees a ladder to the top, and he wants that seat. To get it, he's trying to play 4D chess with the fragile truce between Himus and the Demon King. The Pope mulls it over aloud. 10,000 souls. But maybe he wants more than just bodies. Could be a land grab disguised as politics. But the monocled advisor treads lightly. It's not the dirt he wants, Your Holiness. It's the blood. That body count is astronomical. A loss like that could crack the Empire's foundation. The Pope frowns. But why Grat? Why is he trying to bleed our resources dry before the aide can even open his mouth? The Pope shifts forward, rising from his throne. He drops the gavel. We take the deal. The advisor blinks, blindsided. The Pope isn't bluffing. He's stone-cold serious. He lays out the logic. This is it. Our one and only shot to wipe every nightmare off the map in a single heartbeat.